What if the monsters lurking in the shadows of your nightmares are the very guardians of your eternal fate? As you scroll through endless feeds of mundane life, have you ever considered that the true gatekeepers of existence lurk just beyond the veil, waiting with a smirk for your soul to falter? Picture a world where the line between life and death is patrolled by creatures born of legend, each with a twisted sense of humor and a ravenous appetite for chaos. You think you're safe? Think again. Meet fearsome, the skeletal jester whose laugh echoes through the halls of the damned, juggling souls like cotton candy at a twisted carnival. Or Lysa, a shadowy figure with eyes like extinguished stars, who lures the lost with promises of forgotten dreams, only to drag them into an abyss darker than the void of space. These aren't just guardians, they're the cruel comedians of the afterlife, ready to turn your every fear into a carnival of horrors. Every tale, every whisper you've ever heard about the afterlife hides an electrifying truth. Paranoia seeps through the cracks in your reality like a treacherous fog. What do you really know about the afterlife? You think it's all pearly gates and celestial choirs? Wrong. It's a battlefield, a twisted game played by creatures who thrive on the chaos of the souls they consume. They laugh at your ignorance, and trust me, their humor is as dark as the grave. Do you believe in fate, or is it just a cosmic joke? Each choice you make spirals into consequences woven into the fabric of existence, inviting these mythical sentinels to watch, to judge, and ultimately, to feast. Are you laughing now? You won't be when you find yourself standing at the gates, a trembling fool in a game where the stakes are your very essence. What if every fleeting thought of mortality is a whisper of impending doom? Each moment, a countdown to your rendezvous with these enigmatic creatures. They don't just guard, they revel in the absurdity of human fear, feeding off your terror as if it were the finest wine. Your sins? They're the punchlines in a cosmic comedy that only they can deliver. What will happen when you cross that threshold? Will you bargain for mercy, or will you fall victim to their wicked games? The gates of the afterlife don't just beckon, they taunt, promising eternal rest while hiding the price tag. Each creature a riddle wrapped in enigma, each encounter a test of wit and will. You're standing on the precipice of revelation, but don't expect comfort. Expect humor so dark it'll choke you, truth so twisted they'll shred your sanity like paper. Keep reading, but beware, knowledge is a double-edged sword, and the guardians of the afterlife wield it with laughable cruelty. The question is, will you dare to gaze into the abyss, or will you turn away, forever haunted by the laughter of the beings that hold your fate? The clock struck midnight, and the city was swallowed in a blanket of silence, punctured only by the distant howl of an alley cat, a thin, wailing echo that spiraled into the void. I stood there, heart racing, as the shadows twisted into grotesque shapes that danced along the cobblestone streets. The air was heavy, thick with secrets and the scent of damp earth, the kind of night where the veil between existence and oblivion felt paper-thin. I could almost hear the whispers of the departed, their voices mingling with the wind, a chilling reminder that they lingered, waiting. There was Sarah, trembling against the cold stone wall, tears glistening like shards of glass in her eyes. She was drowning in sorrow, wrapped in the agony of loss. Just days ago, her brother, a vibrant spark in her life, had been consumed by a cruel twist of fate. She had watched him slip away, fingers slipping from her grasp, the weight of his absence settling in her chest like a stone. What if this is it? She'd asked me, her voice a thin thread of desperation, fraying at the edges. What if he's just gone? I wanted to tell her that death wasn't the end, that somewhere, in the amalgamation of stars and shadows, there existed a world where he might still be laughing, where he might still whisper her name in the stillness of night. But the words caught in my throat, turning to ashes. For how could I promise her anything when I was wrestling with my own demons? Then there was Michael, his face a mask of defiance, though I could see the cracks forming beneath the surface. He had always prided himself on being the strong one, the anchor in the storm, but now he was a shipwreck, adrift in a sea of doubts. There's nothing after this, he spat, anger spilling from his lips like poison. Nothing but darkness. His voice trembled with a fury he didn't fully understand. He paced, restless, as if willing the universe to provide an answer, yet deeper down, I could see the flicker of fear, the gnawing worry that perhaps he would fade, too, lost in a void that echoed his name endlessly. I remember the first time we discussed the afterlife, sitting on that rickety porch during a summer that felt eternal. What if we're just stardust? I had chuckled, trying to lighten the mood. If we can be anything, can we be happy? But now, in the wake of our collective grief, the notion felt like a cruel joke, a riddle without an answer. The universe laughed at us, I thought, cold and indifferent, and the stars above twinkled with a mocking brightness, oblivious to our suffering. The night dragged on, time slipping like sand through our fingers. Shadows deepened around us, and the temperature dropped, each breath a visible fog of dread. "I can't bear the thought of him being alone," Sarah whispered, her voice cracking under the weight of her pain. "What if he's afraid?" Her words hung in the air, heavy like a leaden shroud. I could see the specter of doubt flickering in her gaze, each shaky inhale drawing her closer to the edge of despair. And then, there was a moment, a crackling silence that felt like the universe holding its breath. I could hear my heartbeat pulsing in my ears, drowning out the world. We were suspended between life and death, caught in a liminal space where time lost its meaning, where the very concept of existence felt like a cruel illusion. "What if," I began, but the thought was snatched away by the wind. What if there was an afterlife? What if all the myths and stories were true? What if the veil between the living and the dead was merely a thin membrane, and we could reach through it, just for a fleeting instant? I saw the flicker of hope in Sarah's eyes, a candle in the darkness, but Michael's scornful laugh drowned it out. "You really think there's something waiting for us?" "It's nothing but a fairy tale," he spat, anger laced with fear, each word a dagger aimed at the heart of belief. We stood there, three souls intertwined by grief, love, and the haunting specter of mortality. I felt the weight of the world pressing down on us, the enormity of our shared pain tangible in the night air. Perhaps the afterlife was less about what lay beyond and more about the echoes we leave behind, the memories that linger like ghosts, woven into the fabric of time. But before I could voice this thought, a sudden gust of wind tore through the alley, swirling leaves and debris, sending a chill racing down my spine. From the corners of my vision, shadows began to pulse, flickering like candle flames. I felt the hairs on my arms rise, an electric charge in the air that whispered of unresolved stories, of souls reaching for connection across the divide. "Do you feel that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, half terrified, half awed. Sarah nodded, her breathing quickening. Michael scoffed, but there was an uncertainty in his eyes, a quiver that betrayed the bravado he clung to. The night swallowed our fears and hopes, wrapping us in a shroud of uncertainty. What lay ahead? Was there existence after this, or were we merely shadows destined to vanish into the ether? The weight of our questions pressed down like an anvil, and I could feel the fracture lines forming in our fragile bond, a tension building that threatened to snap. Time seemed to stretch, a taut string ready to unravel. The city around us held its breath, the echoes of our doubts and longings reverberating through the night. A heartbeat pulsed in the silence, raw and visceral. What if we could confront the mysteries of the afterlife, together, in a space where love and loss intertwined, where fear could be faced head-on? As the shadows danced and the wind howled, I felt the invisible tether pulling us toward the unknown, a beckoning, a calling, an invitation to confront the very essence of what it means to exist. In that moment, we were not just individuals grappling with loss but part of a greater tapestry, woven with the threads of every soul that had come before us, every whisper that reached across the chasm of time. And so, we stood on the precipice, hearts racing, breaths mingling, clutching at the fragments of hope laced with despair, poised to push forward into the swirling tides of uncertainty, into the uncharted depths of what comes next. What awaited us in the afterlife, in that haunting, ethereal place? Only time held the answers, and time, like the night, was both a friend and a foe. The ground trembles beneath us as the night air thickens with unspoken dread. I can feel the pulse of the earth as it shakes, a desperate rhythm echoing my racing heart. Shadows writhe against the walls of the ancient forest, twisting into grotesque shapes that flicker in the corner of my eye. I stand there, frozen, like a deer caught in the headlights of an invisible threat. The wind carries whispers, secrets from the void, taunting me with half-formed sounds, phantoms that dance just beyond my comprehension. And then, there's her scream. It pierces the air, a raw, unfiltered cry of terror that sends icy shards straight into my core, Lila's voice, once buoyant with laughter, now trembles like a fragile leaf caught in a storm. I turn, panic clawing at my throat, and see her standing at the edge of the clearing, eyes wide, reflecting the haunting glow of a monstrous figure twisting within the treetops, an ancient guardian, a creature woven from nightmares. The harpy, its wings unfurling like shrouds of despair, watches us with eyes that glitter like shards of broken glass. I can feel its gaze, heavy and predatory, dragging me into a whirlpool of fear and fascination. I remember the stories, the hushed tones in the tavern where I laughed too loudly, dismissing old wives' tales. But here it is, real and monstrous, and I'm ensnared. I'm not just witnessing a legend, I'm standing on the threshold of my own obliteration. Lila's voice breaks through the fog of my thoughts. Run! But I can't. Something roots me in place, a mixture of awe and terror. She's always been the brave one, the flame that lit our mundane existence with wild dreams. And here I am, stuck in a moment of paralyzing indecision, trapped between the man I want to be and the coward I fear I am. Renaud, she screams again, desperation lacing her tone like a knife. We need to go. The urgency cracks something within me. I stumble back, dragging my feet, battling the urge to confront the beast, to understand why it haunts us, why it stands as a sentinel between worlds. But the harpy descends, fur cloaked in shadows, talons gleaming with malice. I remember how we used to talk about fear, how it could either paralyze or propel us. I was always the one to laugh it off, to wield humor like a shield. They bathed once a year. So yeah, romance was earthy. But the grim reality of this moment extinguishes my laughter, leaving behind a bitter taste. Renaud. Lila's voice pulls me back, a lifeline in the storm. I see her face, illuminated by the creature's eerie light, and in that instant, I realize something vital. She's afraid of losing me as much as I'm afraid of losing her. It's not just about the harpy anymore. It's about us, about the bond that flickers and falters but hasn't yet extinguished. I can't let it die here, not like this. The ground shakes again. My feet find their rhythm, a desperate dance echoing Lila's frantic heart. We run, weaving through the trees, branches clawing at our skin like the claws of 1,000 unseen horrors. But the harpy follows, a spectre of dread, its screech a chaotic symphony of sorrow and rage. I feel my breath quicken, and each inhale is a reminder of our fragile existence, of the razor-thin line between life and oblivion. With every step, I recall the bedtime stories, fragments of ancient myths my mother told as I drifted into sleep. Creatures that straddled the line between protector and predator, guardians of thresholds we dared not cross. The irony twists in my gut. Here, I am the child, cowering in fear, and yet, I am also the one who must confront the monster. I glance back. The harpy looms larger, a grotesque harbinger of doom. But there's something more, something beyond the terror etched in its features, a sadness, a longing. It isn't just a beast, it's a tragedy, a soul caught in the web of its own existence. Lila, wait! I shout, grounding myself in a fleeting moment of clarity. What if it's not just here to kill us? What if it's guarding something? My voice trembles, but there's a flicker of hope, a tiny spark kindled by the truth that not everything monstrous is devoid of purpose. The stories of old always spoke of balance, of protecting the unseen threads of life. She hesitates, doubt flashing in her eyes, but then she nods, breathing heavily, then we face it together. The words ignite a fire within me. We are more than mere mortals running from shadows, we are the seekers of truth, the stubborn dreamers who refuse to be swallowed whole. We turn back, hearts hammering, breaths mingling in the cold, and the harpy screeches again, fury rising like a storm. I feel the air shift, the tension coiling tighter around us, and for the first time, I stand tall. What do you want? I call out, my voice ricocheting through the trees, reverberating with defiance. The creature hovers, silence wrapping around us like a shroud. It's a moment steeped in dread and hope, a heartbeat suspended in time. The shadows whisper secrets to me, memories of things lost, of dreams shattered by the weight of reality. I remember my father's stories, how every myth was a reflection of our fears, our desires, our humanity. Speak! Lila demands, her voice fierce, cutting through the stillness. A pulse of energy crackles in the air, and the harpy's eyes shift, revealing a depth of sorrow that reaches into my soul. It's not just a guardian, it's a keeper of pain, a being forged in the fires of grief. And suddenly, in that moment of recognition, everything changes. I realize we are not just trapped by the creature, we are drawn to it, entwined in a dance of fear and understanding. This is not merely a confrontation, it's a communion of spirits, a collision of scars that seeks healing. The mythical and the human, bound together in the tapestry of existence. But even as the truth unfurls, I can feel the weight of time pressing down upon us. There's no resolution yet, no comforting end to our tale. Only the promise of what's to come, the shadow of choices still waiting to unfold. I look at Lila, and in her eyes, I see the flicker of something sacred. We are standing on the precipice of understanding, and the path ahead is shrouded in uncertainty. As we brace ourselves, the harpy's wings spread wide, casting an eerie shadow over us, guardians of the threshold, caught in a dance of destiny, waiting for the next heartbeat to echo in the stillness of a world poised for revelation. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of incense and the bitter tang of sacrifice, as the moon hung low and pregnant in the night sky. A sepulchral silence enveloped the temple, broken only by the muffled whispers of the past. Shadows danced across the walls like phantoms, and in the heart of ancient Egypt, Anubis, the jackal-headed guardian, stood sentinel, a harbinger of fate. His gaze was piercing, his presence a reminder of the thin veil between life and the haunting echo of death. Mara felt her heart race as she approached the altar. The weight of her choices pressed against her chest, each beat a reminder of the grief that lingered just beyond her reach. She clutched a small, tattered piece of cloth, an offering to the god who watched over the souls of the departed. The reality of her brother's death clawed at her insides like a ravenous beast, tearing through her spirit, leaving only a hollow shell. She whispered a prayer, the words tumbling out, desperate and raw, laced with the heartbreak of her loss. "Please, Anubis, guide him. Don't let him be lost in the shadows." But what is a prayer to a god who knows the truth of the afterlife? Anubis, the eternal judge, the keeper of balance, stood as both protector and executioner, a chilling paradox in the cosmic dance of existence. His jackal head turned slightly, as if sensing her anguish, and for a fleeting moment, Mara dared to believe he understood. Nearby, Kem paced back and forth, the flickering torchlight casting distorted shapes across his face. His hands trembled, a potent cocktail of fear and frustration coursing through his veins. "We can't just stand here, Mara. We have to act." His voice was a desperate plea, tinged with a madness that lurked beneath the surface of his anger. "Anubis won't just wait for us." Kem's eye shone with a fevered intensity, but Mara could see beyond the fire, she could see the flicker of despair that threatened to consume him. Their bond, once so solid, now teetered on the edge, a bridge suspended over an abyss of grief. "What do you want me to do?" "Sacrifice my own soul to appease a god," she snapped, the words sharp enough to cut the fragile tension. Kem recoiled, wounded. "I just want to save him," he shouted, the desperation spilling over like a dam breaking. "He deserves peace, Mara. Don't you want that?" The question hung in the air, an unspoken accusation. Did she want peace? Or did she want revenge? The line blurred, twisting around her heart like a serpent, suffocating yet enticing. She remembered the laughter they shared, the late-night talks under the stars, dreaming of futures that now lay shattered in the wake of death. She could still hear her brother's voice, echoing in the chambers of her mind, urging her to fight, to feel alive. Yet, the weight of sorrow pressed down like a tombstone, cold and unyielding. "I remember," she murmured, her voice trembling. "I remember the day we found that stray dog, and you insisted on taking him home, naming him Anubis." A bittersweet smile flickered at the corners of her mouth, but it quickly faded, swallowed by the darkness. "I remember," Kem's expression darkened at the memory, an all-too-familiar ache settling between them. "And now he's gone. How can we honor him? How can we make this right?" Mara felt the ground shift beneath her. The temple walls seemed to close in, shadows creeping closer, whispering secrets that clawed at her mind. What if she could reach out to Anubis, not as a mere mortal, but as a desperate sister? What if we, before she could finish, a chilling howl pierced the night, reverberating through the sacred space? The sound clawed at their hearts, an echo of suffering that sent shivers down her spine. Kem froze, his breath hitching. What was that? The air crackled with tension, the atmosphere thick with the weight of the unknown. Shadows deepened, swirling around them like a storm of restless spirits. Anubis was not just a guardian, he was the keeper of the dead, a reminder that the past never truly dies. I don't know, Mara replied, her voice barely above a whisper. But in her soul, she felt the answer lurking, a gnawing awareness that their actions would summon something far more profound than they anticipated. The altar pulsed with energy, the very fabric of reality shifting as Kem stepped forward, drawn to its allure. We have to do this. For him. His determination was palpable, eyes alight with a fevered hope that scared her. Mara hesitated, her heart a battlefield of conflicting emotions. The thought of crossing the threshold into the realm of the dead sent chills coursing through her veins. But what if she could save her brother? What if she could bargain with the god himself? Anubis, hear me. I offer this, she raised the tattered cloth, trembling, a lifeline thrown into the churning waters of fate. I offer my pain, my sorrow, my very soul. The shadows flickered, swirling like a tempest, as if Anubis himself was awakening from his eternal slumber. The air grew thick, charged with an electric intensity, and Mara felt the pulse of the universe quicken in response to her plea. Kem's voice trembled as he joined her. And I offer my strength. Let us be your vessels. Grant us passage. But it was too late, the walls around them convulsed, a primal force reaching for them, beckoning them into the unknown. A low growl resonated from the darkness, echoing their fears, their hopes, each syllable a chilling reminder of the stakes at hand. Do you dare to tread where the living should not? Their breaths caught in their throats, hearts pounding in a synchronized rhythm, a haunting cadence that echoed the eternal dance of life and death. The lines were blurred, the boundary shattered. Mara glanced at Kem, the spark of resolve flickering in their eyes. They were standing on the precipice, teetering between salvation and damnation, as Anubis, the jackal-headed guardian, loomed before them, a harbinger of what was yet to come. I remember, she whispered again, her voice trembling with the weight of their fates. I remember, and in that moment, the world faded around them, collapsing into the profound silence, leaving nothing but the echo of their desperation, reverberating through the ages. Time stood still, and the darkened temple breathed, a witness to the eternal struggle that lay ahead. The gates of the underworld stood like a mouth gaping open, jagged rocks forming teeth that gleamed in the dim light of a dying sun. I could hear it before I saw it, the low growl that resonated through the air, vibrating in my bones like a warning bell. 3 heads, each one snarling, each one a manifestation of terror and despair. Cerberus, the beast of Hades, guardian of the dead, a creature born from nightmares, where fear and loyalty twisted into something grotesque. I remember the first time I encountered it. I had pressed my palm against the scorched earth, my heart racing, feeling time fall away. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of decay and something else, something sweet, like rotting fruit. Panic clawed at my throat, but there was also something mesmerizing about the sight before me. The heads glared, eyes like burning coals, flickering with hunger and a mournful wisdom. I could see the shadows of souls lingering behind, their faces twisted, etched with sorrow. They knew what it meant to cross that threshold. Do you hear it? Whispered Callista, her voice trembling, as if afraid the words might awaken the beast. She stood beside me, her eyes wide with fear, yet gleaming with a reckless spirit that made my heart ache. Callista, with her wild hair and defiant spirit, a warrior in her own right, but here, she was a girl lost in a labyrinth of dread. She had a way of turning her fear into fire, but right now, it flickered, almost extinguished. No, I said, though that was a lie. I felt the growl in my chest, pooling like molten iron. But we have to keep moving. The ground trembled beneath us, a warning thrum that made the very air shudder. I could feel the urgency of the moment, the weight of choices not yet made. Cerberus was hungry, and we were trespassers in its domain. Each step forward felt like stepping into a maw, into darkness, into the unknown. And then there was Thaddeus, shadowed by his own demons. He had been my friend, once, before grief had clawed at his insides, before he was consumed by the guilt of lives lost. I watched him now, his trembling hands fisting at his sides, eyes darting like a cornered animal. He was a man who wore sorrow like a cloak, heavy and suffocating. "I can't go any further," he choked out, the words stumbling over the weight of his fear. "You can't give in," I pleaded, though I knew the haunting gaze of Cerberus awaited us. "We have to confront this together. We must face it." But Thaddeus was lost, drowning in memories of his brother, his laughter echoing in his mind, his face a ghost that would not let go. Cerberus was not just a guardian of the dead, it was a reflection of our fears, our failures, the ultimate reckoning. "I remember when we thought we could outrun our past," he murmured, bitter irony coating his words. But there was no escaping it now. In that moment, I felt it, an unshakable bond tethering us. Callista, fierce and fiery, Thaddeus, broken yet brave, and me, caught in the middle, trying to stitch together the fragments of our hearts. The shadows danced around us, whispering secrets of those who had come before, heroes and cowards, lovers and liars. The air was thick with their stories, rising like smoke. I stepped forward, my pulse quickening as the growls escalated into a chorus of rage, a warning so primal it clawed at my sanity. The three-headed hound emerged from the darkness, and it was both terrifying and beautiful. Each head a mirror of sorrow, each snarl a deep-seated pain. The creature lunged, jaws snapping, and I felt the weight of my own choices pressing down, suffocating. "Together?" I shouted, my voice cutting through the chaos. Callista sprang into action, her blade glinting like a shard of hope in the dim light. Thaddeus hesitated, still trapped in the cobwebs of his memories, but I could see the resolve flickering behind his eyes. I could feel the tension knotting tighter in the air, the very essence of fear and bravery entwined. With each step toward the beast, my heart thundered, a war drum echoing in my ears. "Face it! Face it!" The words became a mantra, a lifeline. It was our fear that Cerberus fed upon, our regrets that strengthened it. Callista struck, her blade finding its mark, a dance of defiance against the darkness. But the heads of Cerberus snapped and twisted, each one roaring in anger, each growl reverberating with the weight of our pasts. I could see the flicker of recognition in its eyes, a reflection of our own pain mirrored back at us. Thaddeus took a deep breath, and I knew then that he was ready to confront the specter of his brother. "I remember," he said, voice steadying, "I remember the laughter. I remember the love." With those words, something shifted, the growls morphed into more than mere ferocity. There was a strange sorrow in the sound, a mourning. As I stood on the precipice, heart racing, I realized we were not merely fighting a beast. We were fighting ourselves, our ghosts, the shackles of our own despair. With every strike, every shout, we carved a path through the darkness, slowly reclaiming the pieces of ourselves we thought lost. The air crackled with tension, and I felt it shift, the energy swirling, a storm of emotion, raw and real. The three heads narrowed their gaze, confusion and pain mingling with their rage. They were not just guardians of the underworld, they were the guardians of our truths, waiting for us to confront them. And as we fought, I could see it all unraveling, the connection between us strengthening, a tapestry woven from our shared fears, our flickering hopes. The gates of Hades stood wide, shadows flickering like ghosts, and I realized that Cerberus was not merely a monster, it was a part of us, an embodiment of our struggles. In that moment, everything blurred, the beast, the underworld, the lingering pain of memories. It was a dance between light and dark, a battle that resonated through the cosmos, echoing in the lives we had lived and those we had lost. Time stretched, and for a heartbeat, I felt as if the universe held its breath. But the storm was far from over. We stood on the edge, the growls swelling into a cacophony of rage and despair. Three heads, one heart, one terrifying truth: to live, we must confront what we fear most. And as the battle raged on, I felt the pulse of our struggle, a rhythm that would never truly end, because in confronting Cerberus, we were merely beginning to unravel the deepest threads of our own souls. The air was thick with an unshakable stillness, a silence that clung to the skin like sweat, heavy and foreboding. I stood in the shadows of a flickering street lamp, the glow illuminating the peeling paint of the old gate before me. Behind it lay a world steeped in whispers and echoes of the departed. A shiver ran down my spine. Somehow, I knew Yama was watching, his presence a chill that seeped into my bones. "Just one more minute," I muttered, my heart racing. I needed to face him. I had to confront the truth that had become an insatiable shadow in my life. I felt the weight of my choices pressing down, the sins I'd committed clawing at my conscience, like ghosts come to reclaim their due. Anita, my sister, stood beside me, trembling. Her eyes darted nervously toward the gate. "We shouldn't be here, Oddie." "What if—" "No," I interrupted, the edge in my voice slicing through the tension. "They say that if you face Yama, if you own your past, you can negotiate your way into a new life." I could see the flickering hope in her eyes, an ember in the darkness. But the truth was a knife that cut deep, and I wasn't so sure anymore. I remembered the day our father died, a day forever etched in my memory, sharp as a blade. The air had been thick with incense, and the mourners, like specters, had filled our home. I could still hear the wails, the cacophony of grief blending with the smell of burning ghee, as I clutched Anita's hand, both of us terrified, both of us desperate to make sense of it all. That was when I first met Yama. He had not been a figure cloaked in the fearsome armor of death, but rather an uninvited guest at our table, his presence felt in every vacant chair, every stolen moment. "Yama is not just death," I murmured, my voice barely escaping my lips, as if uttering his name might invoke him. "He's the keeper of karma, the one who weighs our souls." The shadows around us seemed to deepen, as if Yama himself was listening. "Do you think he knows?" Anita whispered, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in a whirlwind. "Do you think he knows what we did?" I clenched my fists, feeling the pulse of guilt thrumming violently in my chest. It was true, there was a darkness in both of us, a haunting secret that gnawed at our spirits. One fateful night, in a moment of blind rage, I had hurt someone. The kind of hurt that doesn't just bruise the skin but shatters the heart. And Anita, my dear sister, was bound to that night, her innocence ripped away, forever intertwined with my sin. As the gate creaked open, a howling wind swept past us, carrying the scent of decay and ashes. I stepped forward, my breath catching as I crossed the threshold. The world beyond was a haunting landscape, bathed in shadows where whispers of the lost lingered. Souls drifted like smoke, caught between worlds, their faces a blend of sorrow and yearning. I felt their pain piercing through me, a chorus of regrets and unfulfilled dreams. Anita hesitated, her fingers clutching the edges of her shawl. "Oddie, I can't do this," she pleaded. Tears glistened in her eyes, reflecting the dim light like shattered glass. "What if he punishes us? What if we're not allowed to go back?" I turned to face her, my heart breaking at the sight of her fear. "We have to confront him. We can't keep running from our past." I reached for her hand, squeezed it tight, and tried to infuse it with resolve. "We're in this together, remember? Together." A word that once felt comforting now hung like a weight between us. The look in her eyes was that of a frightened doe, caught in the glare of an approaching car, and I felt the familiar pang of guilt surge anew. I had led us into this darkness, and now, as the shadows thickened, I felt Yama's gaze upon us, a silent promise of reckoning. The ground trembled beneath our feet, as if the very earth knew the nature of our sins. I took a deep breath, summoning courage. "Yama," I called, my voice echoing through the void. "I am here. We are here." And then, a figure emerged from the mist, cloaked in darkness. His eyes were like voids, endless and consuming. A smile teased his lips, not one of warmth, but of a predator savoring the moment before the kill. "You seek me, children of the living," he intoned, his voice a blend of thunder and velvet. "You think you can bargain with death?" My heart pounded, each beat a drum of dread. I wanted to flee, to hide from the weight of his stare, but I stood rooted in place, every nerve alight with fear. "We've come to make amends," I stammered, the words tumbling out like stones. "We want to face what we've done." He laughed, a sound like the cracking of bones, a haunting melody that sent chills racing down my spine. You wish to face your own shadows, but can you bear the weight of your truths? I can, I replied, though my voice quivered. Every word felt like a lie, a desperate attempt to cling to hope in the midst of despair. I felt Anita beside me, her presence a thread of comfort, even as I sensed her fear ebbing away. But Yama was a force of nature, a reminder that life and death are but two sides of the same coin. He stepped closer, and the air grew colder, wrapping around us like icy fingers. You think you can escape what you are, he whispered, the words curling around my heart. You believe you can negotiate your way into a new existence without feeling the full weight of your past. The truth was a heavy stone lodged in my throat. I wanted to scream, to beg forgiveness, to plead for a second chance. Please, I whispered, my voice cracking. Let us, but the moment shattered in silence, and darkness pulled around us. It was not just the weight of my sins that pressed down, but the very essence of Yama, the Lord of Death, beckoning us closer to the abyss. Your reckoning has begun, Odi, he said, his voice echoing through the void, a symphony of dread. The shadows danced, and the air grew thick with anticipation, the kind that foretells of an inevitable storm. And as I stood at the precipice of my own undoing, I felt the pulse of time, each second slipping away, a reminder that the hourglass was running low. Anita, I called, turning to her, our fears intertwined, our fates entangled. This moment was ours, and it was only the beginning. Yama watched, an eternal spectre, his smile a sliver of darkness against a canvas of fears. Our journey was far from over. The gate had merely opened, and we were about to plunge into the depths of our own making. The air is thick, charged with an electric pulse, as I stand on the edge of the village, where the jungle breathes like a beast. A distant rumble echoes through the trees, a foreboding growl, and the ground vibrates beneath my feet. I clutch my chest, feeling the frantic rhythm of my heart, a drumbeat poised for war. The villagers gather, faces painted in desperation, eyes wide with the terror of the unknown. A long night stretches before us, and somewhere in the shadows, Barang watches. He is the guardian, ancient and wise, but even he trembles against the dark forces that loom in the corners of our lives. I remember Rini, a girl whose laughter used to slice through the stillness like a knife. She was the sun in our small world, a radiant spirit always dancing, her bare feet gliding over the earth with an intoxicating grace. But that laughter, oh, how it faded. I see her now, standing before me, her face a mask of fear, the bright colors of her kabaya dulled by the weight of her sorrow. They're coming for us, she whispers, a tremor in her voice, the light in her eyes dimming to a flicker. The evil ones. The words hang heavy, a dark cloud that swallows the warmth of the day, making the air chill and suffocating. And then there's Maid, who once fought for honor, a spirit ablaze with courage. He saw Barang as more than a protector, he believed the spirit was entwined with his own fate. But now, the fire in his heart is smothered, replaced by an icy dread that claws at his insides. He paces like a caged tiger, fists clenched, jaw set tight, the shadows of his past haunting him, echoing his failures. I should have protected them, he mutters, words falling like stones into still water, sending ripples of shame across the surface of his soul. He glances at Rini, and in that moment, their eyes lock, two souls tethered by a shared terror, a bond forged in uncertainty. I remember the tales told around flickering fires, the legends of Barang, the lion-like spirit who dances between realms, a symbol of life and goodness. He is our strength, our shield against the demons that rise from the depths of despair. But this night, the stories feel hollow. The jungle, once a sanctuary, transforms into a dark labyrinth of whispers, secrets curling like smoke through the trees. The shadows seem to pulse with life, sinister and alive, and I can almost hear the laughter of the spirits that crawl through the underbrush, gnarled and twisted like roots. Do you hear them? Rini's voice quivers, her eyes darting into the abyss, searching for something, anything, to cling to. They're calling for me. The fear in her tone sends shivers down my spine, a chill that cuts deeper than the night air. The wind howls, and for a moment, it feels like the very fabric of reality is unraveling, threads of sanity fraying under the weight of dread. Maid clenches his fists tighter, nails biting into his palms, as he stares at the horizon, where darkness bleeds into twilight. Baring will come, he insists, a desperate resolve igniting a flicker of hope within him. He always does. But what if Baring is powerless against the tide of darkness surging toward us? What if the Protector cannot shield us from the monsters we've unleashed within our own hearts? I want to scream these thoughts, to rip them from my mind, but my voice falters, caught in the web of fear that binds us. Suddenly, the first strike hits, a sharp crack like a whip, and the ground shudders, the trees bowing as if the weight of the world has descended upon us. The villagers gasp, a collective breath caught in our throats, as a shadow emerges from the depths of the jungle, a figure cloaked in darkness, a reminder of the evil that lurks beneath the surface of our lives. My heart races, a wild stallion trapped in a cage. Rini clings to my arm, her grip like iron, her eyes wide with terror, reflecting the raw intensity of the moment. Baring! I cry out, the name a prayer, a plea to the universe. The ground trembles as if responding to the call, and I can almost feel the pulse of the earth, an ancient heartbeat that echoes in synchronicity with my own. In the distance, a roar reverberates, guttural and powerful, a sound that stirs the very fabric of the night. My breath hitches, a jolt of hope sparking within the deep recesses of my chest. But then the darkness steps forward, the shadows coalescing into something grotesque, a reflection of all our fears. The air thickens, and I can taste the bitterness of despair, a tangible thing that clings to my throat like a noose. I see Maid stepping forward, heart pounding, a warrior in the face of overwhelming odds. You will not take her, he shouts, voice like thunder, resonating with the weight of his love for Rini, a love that fuels his courage but also ties him to his past failures. The clash is imminent. The world holds its breath, a moment suspended in time where every heartbeat echoes like a drum, every second stretching into eternity. I can feel the tension, the raw pulse of emotion swirling around us, thick and heavy. The villagers murmur incantations, words of protection that rise into the night sky, swirling with the smoke from the torches. Hope hangs by a thread, and as I glance at Rini and Maid, I realize we are all bound together, woven into a tapestry of desperation and longing, each of us a thread in the fabric of fate. And as the confrontation looms, shadows and light intertwine, Baring's fierce roar filling the air, I know that whatever comes next, the clash of good and evil, the dance of protector and predator, we are caught in a moment that will echo in our souls forever. A moment that will not just define this night, but will ripple through time, carving our lives into something unrecognizable yet profoundly ours. As the darkness approaches, I breathe in the tension, the fear, the hope. The cosmos holds its breath, and I stand on the precipice of something monumental. Whatever happens next, I know it will be fierce, raw, and impossibly real. The wind howled like a banshee, a keening wail that swept through the tall pines and chilled the marrow in my bones. I stood at the edge of the forest, heart pounding, breath catching as shadows danced against the moonlight. In that stillness, a rustle broke the silence, a sound like the whisper of wings, dark and ominous. I felt a presence behind me, lurking, waiting. I was never alone in these woods. They had eyes, those trees, they had secrets to keep, and tonight, they whispered of ancient power. Mika's heart raced as she sprinted through the underbrush, every twig snapping beneath her feet like a gunshot. She didn't look back, couldn't bear the thought of what she might see. The legend of the Tengu, those half-bird, half-human creatures, flooded her mind. She remembered her father's voice, rich with warning, they wear the guise of protectors but are tricksters at heart. She felt the ancestral weight of his words, like a stone lodged in her throat, choking her breath. She ran faster, the forest alive with secrets, and she was the unwitting protagonist in a tale that would end in blood. Then there was Kenji, crouched low in a thicket, his eyes darting, scanning for danger. Fear clawed at his insides, the kind of fear that paralyzes. He had always been the cautious one, ever since that winter night when he stumbled upon a Tengu in the mountains, its red face illuminated by the flickering light of his lantern. The creature's laughter echoed in his ears, a haunting melody that reverberated with madness. The grotesque beauty of its form, a beak-like nose, piercing eyes, had thrilled him and terrified him all at once. It had shown him visions, twisted images of power and despair, and he had run, the ghost of the Tengu chasing him through the snows. Now, hiding in the shadows, he wondered if it would come for him again, if it had come for Mika. But she was his sister, his blood. He felt the tether of their connection thrumming between them, a lifeline in the encroaching darkness. "Mika," he called out, voice trembling as he scanned the tree line. The wind swallowed his words, leaving only silence in return. Panic surged, the taste of iron flooding his mouth. He had to find her. The Tengu were hungry tonight, and they were not known for their mercy. The moon hung heavy, illuminating the clearing, a spotlight on the stage of their fears. Mika stumbled into the open, breathless, eyes wide with dread. "Kenji," she gasped, collapsing into the damp earth. Relief flooded through him, but it was short-lived. The air thickened, shadows stretched, yawning wider, creeping closer. An oppressive silence weighed down on them, and beneath it, the pulse of something ancient, restless. "Mika, we have to go," Kenji urged, but his voice quivered with uncertainty. He glanced at the treetops, searching for movement, for signs of the creatures that stalked them. "It's not safe here." "I know," she whispered, the fear morphing into resolve. "But we can't let them take what's ours." As she spoke, the wind picked up, swirling leaves and dirt into a tempest. The forest seemed to pulse, alive and sentient, as if it were a participant in this desperate game of survival. The Tengu were close, and they were watching. Suddenly, the darkness shifted. A figure emerged from the trees, tall and imposing, wings folded against its back. Its eyes blazed with otherworldly light, flickering like the embers of a dying fire. Kenji's breath caught, it was the very being that haunted his nightmares. "You two look lost," it said, voice smooth like polished stone, yet threaded with mockery. "What brings you to my domain?" Mika stood her ground, even as fear clutched her heart like a vice. "We seek the truth," she declared, and her voice rang with a strength she didn't know she possessed. "We won't be your prey." It was a challenge, and for a heartbeat, the forest held its breath. The Tengu laughed, a sound that sent a shiver racing down Kenji's spine. "Truth," it echoed, tilting its head in mock confusion. What a fragile thing to seek. Truth is but a mask, a shadow on a wall, ever-changing, ever elusive. The creature stepped closer, and with each stride, the air crackled with electricity. "What you truly desire is power, is it not? To rise above your feeble nature, to grasp the stars." Mika faltered, the weight of its words wrapping around her like a noose. Was that what she wanted? To break free from the mundane shackles of her life? The thought was intoxicating, yet terrifying. She glanced at Kenji, searching for his reassurance. He stood frozen, caught in the web of that sinister gaze, the desire for power battling against the instinct to flee. "Join me," the Tengu offered, extending a hand, the talons glinting like polished steel. "Embrace the darkness, and I shall grant you strength beyond your wildest dreams." "No!" Kenji shouted, breaking the spell. "We will not barter our souls for illusions." His voice rang out with a fierce clarity, and the Tengu's laughter turned sharp, cutting through the tension like a blade. "Ah, the brave little brother," it taunted, "always so noble. But, dear boy, bravery is often mistaken for foolishness. What will you do when the darkness finds you, when it pulls at your very core?" The ground beneath their feet trembled, and suddenly, the air was thick with the scent of decay. The trees whispered louder, warning of the storm that was brewing inside the Tengu, a tempest that promised chaos. Kenji felt his heart race. They were cornered, trapped in a nightmare with no way out. Mika's voice broke through the cacophony. "We will fight," she declared, defiance sparking in her eyes. "We will not be consumed." The words flowed from her, a mantra born from desperation, and Kenji could feel the power radiating from her, igniting a fire within him, too. But would it be enough? Shadows swirled around them, a deluge of darkness tightening its grip. The Tengu's expression shifted, curiosity replaced by fury. "Foolish children," it snarled, wings unfurling like a dark cloud. "You think you can defy the inevitable?" Before Kenji could respond, the creature lunged, and time fractured like glass. It was a blur of wings and claws, a maelstrom of fury. The forest erupted around them, the trees bending, screaming as ancient spirits awoke from their slumber. Kenji and Mika stood shoulder to shoulder, hearts racing, fear intertwining with a fierce hope. And as the storm of shadows engulfed them, there was only one thought that remained: they would face the darkness together, or not at all. The air crackled, their spirits intertwined like the roots of the trees that surrounded them, and as the tempest closed in, they knew this battle was but the beginning of an unending tale, one they would write together with blood and courage. And the Tengu would never own their souls. Not tonight. Not ever. The river hangs thick with fog, curling like fingers, ghostly and invisible, as Karen stands at the edge of the Styx, the water a mirror to the lost souls that thrash beneath its surface. Each ripple sends a shiver through the air, as if the river itself breathes a lament. The ferryman, cloaked in shadows darker than despair, grips his oar like a lifeline, a weapon and a burden. But tonight, he senses an urgency, a vibration in the stillness, and it calls to him with the echo of 1,000 forgotten cries. I remember standing there, feeling the chill seep into my bones. I was one of the souls, lost, terrified, my heart hammering against my ribcage like a caged bird desperate for flight. I had no memories of my life, only fragments, faces that twisted in and out of focus, laughter that sounded like distant thunder. I held on to a single thought: what if I don't reach the other side? What if I'm trapped here forever, forever wading through shadows and whispers? Karen's eyes, like two deep voids, scanned the gathering souls, some weeping, some silent, and others raging against their fate. Among them, a woman, her hair a tangle of wild curls that caught the moonlight, stood with a fierce defiance. Her name was Eurydice. She was a lover swept away, a heart broken and remade in the fires of loss. I watched her, captivated by the rawness of her sorrow. She looked like a storm, wild, chaotic, refusing to be contained. Each pulse of her grief reached out to me, tethering our fates together. "Karen," she screamed, her voice cutting through the murmur of the dead like a knife. "You don't get to take us. Not today." I felt the weight of her words sink into the silence surrounding us, heavy and unyielding. In that moment, I saw the flicker of something in Karen's gaze. Was it regret? Or perhaps the glimmer of empathy? I didn't know, but I felt it, a connection sparking like flint against steel. The ferryman wasn't just a figure cloaked in darkness, he held the burden of each soul, a keeper of dreams lost to time. I remember, as if it were yesterday, how he looked then. His pallor was that of an ancient statue, weathered and worn, but in his eyes, I saw the weight of history, a history that knew both suffering and silence, joy and despair. Karen had ferried countless souls to the other side, yet here he stood, caught in the tension of his own duty and the depth of their pain. Eurydice stepped forward, her fists clenched. "You think you can just take us?" she challenged, her voice trembling with a mix of rage and sadness. "You think we're just pieces on your chessboard?" Each word teetered on the edge of defiance and desperation, and I couldn't look away from the fire in her eyes, a fire that promised both destruction and rebirth. "Step back," Karen's voice rumbled, deep and resonant like thunder rolling across the horizon. "This is not a game. The river demands its toll." His oar dipped into the murky waters, stirring them with an urgency that mirrored the chaos surrounding us. I felt the souls around me shift, their murmurs rising like the wind, carrying tales of love lost and lives unfulfilled. I longed to scream, to tell Karen that we were not just souls, we were stories, dreams, unfinished symphonies. But the words caught in my throat, heavy and unsaid. Eurydice, however, pressed on. "What if we refuse?" A challenge wrapped in vulnerability. The moment hung like a fragile spider's web, poised to snap under the weight of its own tension. "What if we don't pay your toll?" Karen's expression hardened, but beneath it, I sensed the flicker of doubt. "There are rules," he said, his voice low, almost pleading. "Rules I cannot break. I am bound to this fate, just as you are." A tragic dance of inevitability wrapped around us, choking the air with its desperation. The fog thickened, swirling as whispers of other souls joined the cacophony, their regrets, their desires, their unfinished business. It enveloped us, a shroud that pulled tighter with each heartbeat. I felt the panic rise, a tidal wave threatening to swallow us whole. What if there's a way? I found my voice, trembling but insistent. What if we bargain for our lives instead of surrendering? Eurydice's gaze shot to mine, a spark of wild hope igniting in the depths of her sorrow. Yes. We can't just give up. There must be something we can do. The ferocity in her plea resonated within me, pushing my own fears aside. I was emboldened by her spirit. Charon's brow furrowed, a storm brewing within. Bargaining is a dangerous game, he warned, but I could see the flickers of intrigue in his eyes. It can lead to more suffering. And yet, what was suffering? We were already drowning in it, each soul a tide of pain. I looked at Eurydice, her defiance igniting a fire within me. We're already suffering, I said, the words pouring out like water breaking against unseen rocks. If we don't fight, we're lost for eternity. We can't let fear dictate our fate. The air crackled with tension, 3 souls caught in an eternal standoff. Charon, the ferryman bound by duty, Eurydice, a lover-turned-warrior, and me, a soul without a name but filled with a desperate will to live, to breathe, to matter. In that moment, we were not merely shadows crossing a river, we were the echoes of humanity, the pulse of every emotion that had ever been felt. The river churned at our feet, a manifestation of our collective fears and dreams. What toll will you accept? I asked, my heart pounding in my chest. The question hung between us, a thread stretching taut. Charon regarded us, his eyes dark and unfathomable. That is a question fraught with peril, he replied, a hint of something, curiosity, a shimmering beneath his stoic exterior. I remember that moment, the air thick with possibility, every breath a silent prayer. We stood on the edge of losing everything, but beneath the surface, the current was shifting, whispering secrets of hope and despair, weaving the tapestry of our fates together in a dance that felt both inevitable and impossible. The fog swirled around us, thickening, deepening, shrouding our choices in uncertainty. The night stretched out, echoing with the weight of decisions yet to be made. And just as the river beckoned, so did the pulse of our hearts, quickening with the promise of something more, something beyond the toll, beyond the shadows of the underworld. As the silence hung heavy, we stood there, suspended in time, where souls collided and destinies intertwined, a fragile balance of fear and courage, the river waiting, breathing, watching. In that moment, we were alive, caught in the storm of our own humanity, ready to challenge the ferryman of fate himself. The wind howls outside, a mournful wail that carries with it whispers of lost souls. The clock ticks, each second a drumbeat echoing in the hollow chambers of an old, forgotten house. In the dim light, shadows stretch and contort, twisting into unnatural shapes, as if the very air is alive with the weight of unfulfilled promises. And there, in the corner, cloaked in darkness, stands the Grim Reaper, a silent sentinel of despair, his skeletal hand resting lightly on the hilt of a scythe, glistening with the sheen of inevitable endings. I remember the first time I encountered him. I was 13, perched on the edge of innocence yet teetering dangerously close to the precipice of reality. A storm raged outside, rattling the windows, while inside, my father lay on his deathbed, a shell of the man who once lifted me into the sky, his laughter filling the room like music. I clung to the edge of my chair, heart racing, as Mom whispered her fears, the words curling around me like smoke. The scent of antiseptic mixed with the bittersweet aroma of fading life. He's not going to make it, she said, her voice breaking, and in that moment, I felt the chill of eternity wrap its fingers around my throat. Death wasn't just an abstract concept, it was here, tangible. And then came the Reaper, a dark figure against the pale light of the room, his gaze piercing through me, laying bare the rawness of grief. I didn't scream. I couldn't. I was paralyzed by a fear that twisted my insides, a fear so profound it felt like a betrayal to my father, who was still breathing, even if just barely. I remember his shallow breaths, the rhythm of life ebbing away, like the tide receding, revealing the jagged rocks of reality beneath. And in that silence, I saw the truth. The Reaper wasn't a monster but a reminder, a harsh, unyielding teacher that life is fleeting. Emma, my little sister, was oblivious to the gravity of the moment. She played with her dolls, arranging their lives as if they were a perfect fairy tale. "Look, Danny!" They're getting married." Her laughter was a sharp knife twisting in my chest, carving out the joy I clung to. I wanted to scream at her, "Don't you see? We're losing him." But instead, I held her gaze, wishing to protect her from the shadows creeping into our lives. She had no idea that soon, the Reaper would come for her, too, and the veil of childhood would shred into shreds of sorrow. I remember the day everything changed. My father slipped away, breathing his last as that lingering summer sun poured through the window, casting an ethereal glow over his still body. I felt a presence in the room, a whisper of warmth in the chill of loss, and then the Reaper stepped forward, cloaked in inevitability. In that moment, I understood, he wasn't here to taunt us, but to guide us through the darkness. He held the scythe not as a weapon, but as a tool, a bridge to the other side. But my mother, oh, she was a different story. Stricken with grief, she spiraled into an abyss, mourning in silence, clutching the memories of my father like a lifeline. I remember her eyes, once bright with love, now dull and haunted, following the shadows as if they held the answers. "Why did he leave us?" she would whisper to the walls, her voice barely a breath. In her fragile state, she viewed the Grim Reaper not as a harbinger of peace, but as a thief, a cruel deceiver who reveled in our pain. And I stood helpless, torn between the love for my sister and the need to save my mother from her own spiraling despair. The Reaper lingered in our home, an uninvited guest whose presence was palpable. I'd catch glimpses of him in the corners of my vision, a flicker of darkness against the bright wallpaper, an echo of an unspoken promise. And with each passing day, I felt the weight of his gaze urging me to confront my own fear. What lies beyond? I wondered, questions swirling in my mind like autumn leaves caught in a tempest. I longed for answers, for something to make sense of the chaotic whirlwind of life and death. Then came the night when the storm returned, the wind battering the house with a ferocity that mirrored the turmoil within me. I found myself standing in the hallway, heart pounding, the walls closing in, shadows stretching like monstrous fingers. "Are you there?" I dared to whisper into the darkness, seeking the Reaper, searching for solace in the face of despair. And he appeared, not as a figure of horror, but as a reflection of my anguish. "You fear me," he said, his voice a rustling breeze, "but I am not your enemy." I felt my breath hitch, the truth nestled in his words, and for the first time, I saw him, not as a monster, but as a mirror of my own mortality. "You are the keeper of memories," I replied, a tremor in my voice, "but what of the pain?" "The pain is a part of the journey," he replied, stepping closer, the shadows enveloping me like a shroud. "It teaches you to value the light." And in that moment, standing face to face with the embodiment of death, I realized that grief was not something to be feared, but a testament to love. As dawn broke, casting light into the dark corners of my heart, I felt a flicker of understanding. It wasn't about erasing the shadows, but embracing them, allowing them to intertwine with the light. The Grim Reaper, my unexpected companion in this dance of life and death, became a symbol of acceptance, a reminder that every heartbeat brings us closer to the next moment, the next fragment of joy, the next memory to cherish. I remember the warmth of the sun filtering through the window, illuminating the dust motes that danced in the air. I felt lighter, the weight of grief shifting, transforming into a bittersweet understanding. The Reaper nodded, a silent acknowledgement of the journey we all must take. And as the light grew, so did my resolve to embrace the shadows alongside the light, to cherish every fleeting moment, knowing that the Reaper would always be just a breath away, waiting patiently, a guardian of the inevitable. And so, as I stepped into the day, I held my sister's hand tightly, determined to shield her from the darkness while recognizing that one day, she too would have to confront the Reaper. But for now, we would laugh, we would cry, and we would live together. Time marches on, relentless, and the clock ticks with the knowledge that the Grim Reaper waits in the wings, a specter of both fear and comfort, forever haunting the edges of our lives. The night was thick with an unspeakable silence, the kind that wraps around your throat and squeezes until you can hardly breathe. Silver moonlight dripped through the branches like melted wax, pooling in the shadows where the trees whispered secrets to one another. In the distance, a mournful wail pierced the air, a sound that felt like a knife slicing through the very fabric of existence. It was the Bansai, the Banshee, and that cry heralded death, or perhaps, a reckoning. I remember the chill creeping down my spine, how it felt as if the earth itself had shuddered in response. I stood on the edge of the forest, knees trembling like autumn leaves caught in a storm, my heart racing like a wild thing. And then I saw her, a figure cloaked in shadows, her hair long and wild, eyes glistening with sorrow that seemed to stretch back into eternity. Maeve. She was my sister, my blood, yet she felt like a stranger in that moment. "I can't believe you came," her voice broke through the tension, soft but crackling like dry leaves underfoot. The air smelled of damp earth and something sweetly rotten, as if the very landscape mourned alongside her. "You shouldn't be here." "Neither should you," I retorted, anger flaring up like a flame in my chest, but it extinguished just as quickly when I saw the grief etched across her face. "Why do you do this, Maeve? Why do you embrace the darkness?" "I don't embrace it," she whispered, stepping closer, the moonlight catching the sheen of tears on her cheeks. "It embraces me. It calls to me." I looked into her eyes and saw the abyss staring back, a haunting reflection of every nightmare I'd ever had. I'm the one who has to listen when it wails. It was then that I understood, the banshee was not merely a harbinger of doom, she was a vessel for the anguish of the world. Each wail was a story, one woven from threads of loss and pain, stitched together with the fabric of our ancestry. I could feel the weight of our shared history pressing down on me, a family tree of sorrow stretching out into the void. Death clung to every branch like ivy, suffocating yet inescapable. And then I heard it again, a horrible, beautiful keening that came from beyond the trees. It seeped into my bones, a reminder that life is fleeting and fragile. I thought of my mother, lost far too soon. I thought of the way her laughter had filled our home like sunlight, now extinguished. Is it someone we know?" I dared to ask, my voice trembling like a child lost in the dark. "I don't know," Maeve replied, her voice a bare whisper, a talon of fear clutching at her throat. "But it's close." I felt the world tilt, the air thickening with a heavy dread, each heartbeat echoing like a drum, summoning the inevitable. The trees seemed to lean in, as if anxious to hear the news, their gnarled branches knitting together a sanctuary of despair. "We can't stay here," I urged, panic rising like bile in my throat. "We need to leave." "No." Her eyes flashed with a fierceness I hadn't seen in years. "I can't. I have to face it, to witness it. I owe that to them." There was a strength in her words that gripped me tighter than any fear. She was caught in a web of duty, a ghostly guardian tethered to a fate she hadn't chosen. Part of me wanted to pull her away, to drag her back into the safety of the mundane world where the horrors of our lineage could not reach us. But another part, the darker part, the part that whispered of inevitability and knew she was right. I remember the way the air grew colder, the darkness deepening, and then the wails crescendoed, echoing off the distant hills. I could feel it in my bones, something was coming. Shadows danced at the periphery of my vision, and the hairs on my neck stood in alert. "Listen," Maeve breathed, her eyes wide, almost feverish. "Do you hear it? It's not just a warning. It's a call." And then, in a heartbeat, everything shifted. The trees shuddered, and the ground quaked beneath us as if the very earth was writhing in anticipation. I could almost taste the fear in the air, sharp and metallic, mingling with the smell of damp earth. The scream pierced through me, raw and primal, a sound that clawed at my insides. It was the cry of every lost soul who had ever wandered this earth. "I can't do this alone," I cried, reaching for her, desperate. "Please, Maeve." But she was transfixed, eyes locked on the abyss, as if she were staring into the very heart of the darkness that beckoned her. "I'm not alone," she murmured, and in that moment, I knew she was not just speaking of me. She had become a part of something greater, something terrifying and beautiful, a chorus of grief that echoed through the centuries. I felt a tear slip down my cheek, a useless offering to the shadows. The wails rose and fell, a haunting melody that wrapped around me, squeezing my heart like a vice. I wanted to scream, to run, but my feet were rooted in place, and I could only stand helplessly as my sister reached toward the darkness, drawn like a moth to a flame. The night stretched out, timeless, and as I looked beyond Maeve, I saw a figure emerging from the shadows, a shape familiar yet alien, wrapped in layers of sorrow. You can't, I heard myself whisper, a futile plea as my heart raced, the echo of the wailing spirits filling the air, a promise of loss, of love, tangled together like the roots of the ancient trees that surrounded us. In that moment, reality twisted, and I remembered the stories my grandmother used to tell, tales of wailing women who unveiled the bittersweet truth of life and death. Maeve stood poised at the precipice, and I was helpless, caught in a tapestry woven from the threads of our bloodline and the dark magic of our land. The night was alive with longing, and I feared the consequences of her surrender to its embrace. Maeve! My voice reached out, desperate and raw, but the night swallowed it whole, just as it threatened to consume her. The banshee wailed again, a haunting lullaby that promised both release and despair. And as the shadows closed in, I trembled, caught between fear and inevitability, knowing this was only the beginning of a far deeper reckoning, a clash of spirits, a battle of wills, an echo of death that would reverberate through our blood for generations to come. The battlefield lay shrouded in crimson mist, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood and the echoes of anguished cries. I stood there, heart pounding like a war drum, eyes wide as specters danced in the shadows of the dying light. Around me, warriors fell, not with the grace of heroes but in grotesque contortions, bodies tumbling, faces frozen in expressions of disbelief. In that moment, I felt the weight of fate pressing down, a heavy hand on my shoulder, whispering secrets of glory and doom. I remember the Valkyries. I remember their presence, ethereal and fierce, slicing through the chaos like blades of light. They hovered over the carnage, selecting the souls that would rise to Valhalla. But not all were worthy, some were destined for hell, a fate worse than death. They chose, oh how they chose, with an elegance that belied the horror below. I felt my pulse quicken, my breath shallow. What did it mean to be chosen? Did it matter in the end? Freya was among them, the fiercest of the Valkyries, her hair a cascade of gold like the morning sun breaking through a storm. She was relentless, fearless, yet I saw the flicker of uncertainty in her storm-grey eyes. She had seen too much, felt the weight of too many souls in her hands. I could sense her turmoil. Was it joy to lead the fallen to glory, or agony to witness the endless cycle of death and rebirth? And then there was Sigurd, a warrior whose heart beat with the fire of dragons. I could see him fighting with every ounce of his being, a clash of steel against steel, the echoes of his battle cries mingling with the screams of his brethren. He fought not just for victory, but for survival, his own and for those he loved. But love was a fickle mistress, and death was a jealous companion. I could feel his desperation, the haunting memories of a wife lost to time, a child never born. Suddenly, a spear flew past me, piercing the air with a sound that sliced through the fog of my thoughts. I felt the panic rise, an electric pulse of fear racing through my veins. I could see Sigurd falter, a moment of hesitation, and in that heartbeat, the world shrank into a singularity of choice. Would he continue the fight, or would he fall, like so many before him, into the realm of shadows? The Valkyries circled above, weaving patterns through the darkening sky, their wings shimmering like ghosts in the dusk. I watched as Freya descended, her presence overwhelming, her voice an unearthly call that echoed through the chaos. Choose, she intoned, and the word hung in the air, heavy and laden with consequence. I felt the weight of it, a question that clawed at the very fabric of existence. Choose, she urged again, this time directing her gaze towards Sigurd. I held my breath. The air crackled with tension, a cosmic balance teetering on the edge of fate. In that moment, I remember the stories of my childhood, of heroes and monsters, of glory and sacrifice. I remember the warmth of a fire crackling, the laughter of friends around me, and the bittersweet taste of nostalgia. But none of it mattered here, not against the cold reality of battle and the relentless march of death. Sigurd's face twisted in anguish, caught between honor and despair. I could almost hear the ticking of a clock, marking the seconds of his indecision. Would he rise to the heavens, or would he succumb to the earth? Were his feet rooted in the soil of his past, or could he embrace the promise of Valhalla? Freya hovered, a spectre with eyes like storm clouds, awaiting his choice. I felt the tension snap like a taut string. Sigurd lunged. Not forward in battle, but towards Freya, desperation transforming into determination. I choose to fight, he cried, and the world around us exploded with energy. But the Valkyries remained unmoved, their expressions a mixture of desire and sorrow. For they knew the truths that lay hidden beneath the surface. A choice was not merely a selection, it was a sacrifice. With every soul taken to Valhalla, another was cast into the abyss. The air thickened with an unnameable sadness, a collective heartbeat of 1,000 fallen echoing in the night. I felt the pull of Sigurd's spirit, a tether binding him to the earth, even as he reached for the heavens. Time slowed, and all around us, the chaos of battle faded into a whisper. Freya, he gasped, eyes locked onto hers, desperation spilling from his lips. Will you take me with you? In that moment, the world teetered on the brink. I sensed the weight of history, of battles fought and lost, of love and despair woven into the fabric of existence. The Valkyries were not just choosers of the slain, they were guardians of fate, custodians of sorrow, custodians of hope. And within that flicker of hope, I saw the truth, the inevitability of choices made and unmade, of dreams shattered and resurrected. I felt the pulse of the cosmos, a reminder that within the chaos of life and death, there was still beauty. The battlefield faded, but the echoes remained. Sigurd's struggle lingered, his spirit torn between the worlds, and I was left with the haunting question, what does it mean to be chosen, and what price must one pay for that choice? I remember the Valkyries, hovering above, waiting for the next soul to rise, the next heart to break. I remember the shadows, always lingering, always watching. And I remember that in every choice, there is a story, alive, pulsing, and infinitely entwined with the tapestry of fate. The air was thick, suffocating, like the last breath of a dying sun. I stood at the threshold of a darkness so profound that it bent the light around it, twisting shadows into grotesque shapes. The altar lay before me, slick with forgotten offerings, bones glistening like lost stars in the night. Heart pounding, I felt the weight of the world pressing against my chest, each beat echoing in my skull. Behind me, the whispers grew louder, ghostly voices rising from the earth itself, beckoning me closer to the precipice of despair. Saipakli, my sister, knelt beside me, her fingers trembling as they traced patterns in the dust, symbols of protection, she said, though the tremor in her voice betrayed her certainty. What if he sees us, she whispered, her eyes wide with fear. I could feel the chill of her breath, the faint scent of earth and decay mingling with the air. Miklantikutli, the god of the underworld, what a cruel twist of fate that his name was etched into our very bones. I could taste the salt of my own sweat, the bitterness of dread coiling in my stomach. Do you remember the stories? I asked, forcing a smile that felt more like a grimace. He feasts on the souls of those who perish without glory. A laugh escaped my lips, strained and hollow. So, at least we're safe. But Saipakli didn't return my jest. Her gaze flickered to the starlit sky, the moon a distant sentinel, and I knew she was recalling the tales spun by our grandmother, tales of the underworld's gates, of the unyielding darkness that devoured the unwary. I wanted to reassure her, to tell her that our blood was noble, that we were warriors. Yet, the truth was like a blade lodged in my throat. We were mere shadows, drifting between worlds, haunted by choices we never made. I felt the ground rumble beneath us, a reminder that Miklantikutli was not a figment of lore, but a living, breathing force, a deity whose hunger could swallow all light. The earth shivered, a low growl of ancient sorrow, and I grasped Saipakli's hand, squeezing tightly. We can't turn back, I said, the words spilling from me like a desperate prayer. If we do, we'll forever be bound to our regrets. Her eyes turned to me, fierce and flickering like a dying flame. But at what cost? The shadows danced around us, twisting in mockery, the specters of our ancestors rising from the depths of memory. What if he takes us, too? The thought sent a shiver down my spine, a chilling melody that sang of loss, of promises broken. I remembered the way our father's laughter faded into nothingness, his silhouette swallowed by the earth, leaving us clinging to the remnants of a vanished past. We fight, I whispered, almost to myself. We fight for those who can't. But as I stepped closer to the altar, the air turned electric, crackling with an energy that felt like the end of all things. Miklantikutli was watching, I could feel it, his eyes like molten obsidian, burning with a hunger that pierced through the veil of reality. I imagined him, skeletal and regal, draped in shadows that whispered secrets of the dead, a presence woven into the very fabric of despair. The thought of him, an extension of death itself, clutched at my heart, squeezing until it hurt. Cypacally, we can't let fear win. Not today. But her resolve faltered, the flicker of hope dimming in her eyes as she backed away, the weight of the world pressing down on her fragile spirit. I can't face him. I could see the shadows creeping into her mind, ghostly fingers wrapping around her thoughts, dragging her down into the abyss. What if he knows my name? What if he remembers? Then we make him remember, I breathed, defiance surging within me like a tidal wave. We make him remember that we are here. With that, I stepped onto the altar, heart racing, as if each pulse drummed a battle cry. The scent of blood and incense hung heavy in the air, curling around me like a serpent, whispering promises of power, of connection beyond the grave. The ground trembled, the shadows converging, and I could hear the echoes, shrieks of the lost, the wails of those trapped between worlds. My heart ached with their sorrow, but there was strength in their cries. They were my ancestors, my kin, and I would not allow their suffering to be in vain. Come, Cypacally! I called, but my voice faltered as her absence pressed against me like a crushing weight. I turned, desperate, a needle of anxiety stitching through my veins. We face him together! But she was gone, lost in the void, swallowed by the darkness that beckoned her with a siren song. Fear clutched at my throat, a vice tightening with each breath, and I stood alone, trembling before the god of the underworld. The shadows writhed, whispering secrets of despair, memories of pain and loss, and I felt the weight of my lineage pressing down, a crown of thorns set upon my brow. Mythically! I shouted, my voice reverberating through the silence, a challenge laced with desperation. I am here! The air grew colder, thick with anticipation, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for the reckoning. A figure emerged from the shadows, a silhouette draped in darkness, impossible to comprehend. I could feel the chill seep into my bones, the grief of countless souls swirling around him, their anguish an echo against the walls of eternity. My heart raced, I felt small, insignificant. Why do you summon me? His voice was the scraping of stone against stone, a sound that threatened to swallow hope whole. I come for you, not to cower, I declared, though my heart quaked. I come to remind you that the living still remember. That was my vow, my desperate plea, and as his eyes locked onto mine, I felt the weight of the world shatter around us, a kaleidoscope of memories, fears, and dreams swirling into an unrecognizable chaos. I was ready to plunge into that darkness, ready to confront the very embodiment of death, but the questions loomed large: would I emerge whole, or become just another lost soul, another whisper among the shadows? In that moment, I was both everything and nothing, suspended in the balance between life and death, between hope and despair. And as the darkness enveloped me, I felt the heartbeat of the cosmos, echoing the eternal struggle of existence, binding us all in a web woven from fear and courage, love and loss. The confrontation was only beginning, and I stood at the edge of a chasm, ready to dive into the unknown. The night clung to the city like a desperate lover, its breath thick with the scent of spices and secrets. I stood at the edge of the marketplace, shadows writhing in the flickering light of oil lamps, and my heart raced, not from the thrill of the hunt but from a primal fear that coursed through my veins. The air crackled with tension, as if the very fabric of reality trembled at the thought of what was to come. I could feel it, a pulse, a heartbeat, echoing in the darkness. The jinn were restless. I remember the moment vividly, the heat of the day dissolving into the cool embrace of night. Fatima, my sister, her eyes as bright as the stars above, had urged me to return home. But I was drawn to the whispers, the tales that hung in the air like the dust motes caught in the light. Stay close, she warned, her voice edged with fear. But how could I? The allure of the unknown was a siren song, pulling me deeper into the labyrinth of the bazaar, where the cries of merchants mingled with the laughter of children, a cacophony that concealed an undercurrent of dread. Then I saw him, a figure cloaked in shadows, his presence as disquieting as the silence that followed me. He moved with a grace that belied the weight of the world, a jinn among us, a guardian of thresholds. His eyes glinted like shards of glass, reflecting the flickering lanterns, and in that moment, my breath caught. What was it he wanted? What bargain could be struck with a creature that danced on the edge of madness and glory? "Do you wish to know?" he murmured, his voice like silk and smoke. I stared, entranced. The night folded around us, thickening, suffocating. I could feel Fatima's anxiety, her fingers digging into my arm, anchoring me to the world of the living. But the jinn, he was everything and nothing, a bridge between realms, a keeper of forbidden law. I wanted answers, so desperately that I could taste the desperation on my tongue. "Tell me," I gasped, the words spilling out before I could think. "Tell me what lies beyond the veil." His smile curled like the tendrils of a storm. "The veils you seek are not always as you wish them to be." He stepped closer, and shadows surged, wrapping around us like a lover's embrace, whispering promises and threats in equal measure. I shivered, the chill biting through my skin, and for a moment, I was lost in the abyss of his gaze. Behind me, Fatima was silent, a fragile figure caught in the web of my ambition. I could sense her fear, an electric pulse, a reminder of our bond. "You don't understand," she pleaded, her voice trembling. "You don't know what they take." But I was too far gone, a moth to the flame of knowledge. "What is it they take?" I pressed, entangled in the web of my desires. The jinn's laughter danced through the air, a chilling symphony that sent shivers down my spine. He leaned in, and suddenly, the world shifted. Time warped and twisted, and I saw flashes, visions of 1,000 lives lived and lost, of dreams crushed beneath the weight of unfulfilled promises. I heard the screams of the forsaken, the laughter of the indifferent. I was drowning in the knowledge of their existence, each drop a burden, each moment a choice leading to ruin. "Do you want to know the truth?" he whispered, and I felt it, a darkness coiling in my chest, tightening like a noose. "I remember," I murmured, clutching my sister's hand as if it could anchor me. I remembered the warmth of the sun on my skin, the innocence of childhood dreams, the echoes of laughter now replaced by the echoes of despair. I remember the stories, the warnings, the jinn's form shimmered, a mirage of power and chaos. The stories are mere shadows of what is, what has been, what could be. The truths are buried deep, beneath layers of desire and fear. Will you pay the price? Fatima's grip tightened, her fear palpable. "Don't, please," she cried out, a desperate plea that shattered the tension, pulling me back from the brink. But already I was spiraling, consumed by the allure of the forbidden. "I want to know." My voice cracked, infused with a reckless abandon that echoed through the night. The jinn stepped back, the shadows receding just enough to reveal the mirage of his features, sharp and haunting. "Then prepare yourself, for the threshold is not a place, but a choice. Each step taken is one that cannot be undone." In that moment, everything hung in the balance, a fragile thread stretched taut between desire and dread. I could feel the weight of my sister's sorrow, her care for me a palpable force against the chaotic pull of the jinn. I was torn, a storm raging inside me, between the hunger for knowledge and the love that anchored me, a tether to the familiar. "Do not forsake the light for the shadows," Fatima whispered, and her words sliced through the darkness, grounding me. But the shadows beckoned, seductive and intoxicating. As the jinn waited, an eternal moment unfurled, thick with unspoken promises. I could taste the fear on my tongue, bitter and metallic, as I faced the abyss that threatened to swallow me whole. What lay beyond? What hidden truths awaited in the depths of despair? The air crackled with anticipation, with the weight of the choices yet to be made, stretching like the infinite night sky above. "Choose," he breathed, the word curling around me like smoke, intoxicating and lethal. And in that moment, I realized every choice could lead to salvation or destruction, a path to redemption or a descent into madness. The guardian of the threshold awaited my decision, but the shadows stirred, whispering sweetly in my ear, and I was left teetering on the edge of what was and what could be, forever bound in the dance with the jinn. The forest stood silent, a shroud of darkness heavy upon its branches, like a secret not meant for the light. The air was thick with dread, each breath a struggle against the frost that seeped into bones, promising only desolation. I remember the heartbeat of the night, a rhythmic pulse that echoed in my chest, as if I were part of the woods, part of the hunger that lay in wait. "Run!" Sarah screamed, her voice slicing through the stillness, a cry woven with terror and desperation. Her eyes widened, reflecting the flickering shadows dancing among the trees, each one a whisper of the Wendigo. She stumbled, feet slipping in the thick underbrush, and I reached for her, heart pounding like a war drum. "We can't let it catch us." But a chill gripped my gut, a gnawing fear that we were already too late. I could feel it, lurking, the insatiable spirit of hunger, its breath cold against the nape of my neck. The stories had always been there, woven into our lives like threads in a tapestry, yet no tale could prepare us for the visceral reality of its thirst. I was never the brave one. Always the shadow behind Sarah's courage. I remember my hesitation, the weight of indecision pressing down like an anchor. What if we're too slow? What if it knows us? I whispered, my voice cracking under the strain of the moment. "Stop! Just move," she shouted, and for a heartbeat, I saw the girl I grew up with, fierce and unyielding. But the forest shifted, the shadows deepened, and I felt it, a presence, a promise of ruin. My eyes darted around as if searching for salvation, but the trees were indifferent witnesses to our plight, ancient sentinels of despair. Then came the sounds, crunching leaves, a low growl that twisted my stomach. It was more than just a creature, it was an embodiment of our worst fears, the echo of 1,000 regrets. I remembered the stories from childhood, the warnings of the Wendigo, a spirit cursed by its own hunger, a haunting reminder of what happens when one consumes too much. "Keep moving," I demanded, but the panic in my voice betrayed me. I could see it now, a figure, gaunt and twisted, limbs elongated, skin stretched tight over bones like the bark of a tree. It loomed, hungry for flesh, for warmth, for something it had lost. I could feel Sarah's hand slipping from mine, her trust dissolving into the night like mist. "Don't you dare leave me," I said, desperation clawing at my throat. "We're in this together." But even as I spoke, I felt a sickening sense of inevitability, a realization that I might be losing her to the dark. The Wendigo was not just a monster, it was everything that had ever haunted us: loneliness, abandonment, grief. I could see it reflected in Sarah's eyes as she glanced back, caught in the throes of terror. "Look," she gasped, pointing toward a clearing. "There's light." But light could be deceiving, and I remembered my mother's voice warning me about the lure of false hope. The Wendigo thrived on despair, and as we moved toward the glow, I could feel the weight of our fears clawing at our backs, urging us to turn around. In that moment, everything shifted. I saw a glimpse of our childhood, laughter cascading like water, the innocence of summer, the warmth of friendship. But the memory was suffocated by the reality of now. The shadows lengthened, the growls grew louder, and I knew that the Wendigo was hungry, hungry for what we had once shared, hungry for the spirit of our bond. "Sarah!" I yelled, but the light flickered and dimmed. She hesitated, fear battling against hope, and I could see her resolve fraying. "Stay with me." And then it lunged, a blur of malice and rage. It moved with the swiftness of a nightmare, clawed hands reaching out for what it desired most. I felt the air rush out of my lungs, felt the weight of despair pressing down as it barreled past me, straight for her. Time slowed as I acted on instinct. I lunged, grabbing her arm just as the Wendigo's breath washed over us, a cold that threatened to snuff out every ounce of warmth. "Run!" I screamed, pulling her away from the edge of oblivion. "Don't let it take me," she cried, her voice a raw whisper clinging to the air. The agony of her words pierced through the chaos. I remembered the promise we made as children, to always protect each other, no matter what. Our feet pounded against the ground, hearts racing, a primal rhythm echoing through the forest. I could feel it behind us, relentless, a predator toying with its prey. I dared not look back, the dread of seeing it was stronger than the terror of running. "Please!" I begged, clutching her hand tighter, the cold slipping into my bones. "We can't let it win." In the wilderness, every branch snapping felt like a heartbeat, every gust of wind a ghostly whisper. I was consumed by the weight of our desperation, the spirit of the Wendigo clawing at the fringes of our minds, feeding on our fear, our longing. "Hold on!" I urged, driving us forward, through the shadows, past the whispers of the trees. but I could feel my resolve faltering. The forest felt alive, a sentient being entwined with our fate, and I remembered the old tales, how the Wendigo was a reflection of our own desires gone awry. "Keep running," Sarah urged, her voice a spark in the darkness. But I knew deep down that this was more than a chase. We were running not just from it, but from ourselves, from the hunger for validation, for connection. It was a race against our own desolation, and I felt the weight of that truth settle heavily in my chest. As we pushed forward, the ground trembled beneath us, the trees closing in, and I understood, the Wendigo was not just a spirit of hunger, it was us, waiting to consume everything we held dear, our fears, our grief, our very souls. And in that moment, the line blurred. The darkness became a part of me, the hunger became mine. "Sarah!" I gasped, fear and determination mingling in a heady cocktail, a last-ditch effort to hold onto what we had. But the shadows whispered of inevitability, the Wendigo's breath quickening behind us, and I knew, like the stories foretold, this was a battle not just for survival, but for the very essence of who we were. And as we faced the encroaching darkness, I realized that we were not merely fleeing, we were confronting the very thing that had been haunting us all along, the insatiable craving for connection, forever at the mercy of the spirit of hunger and desolation. And deep down, I knew it would take more than courage to escape, it would require facing the hunger within ourselves, the desolation we had been running from all our lives. The moon hung heavy and full, bleeding silver light that dripped into the shadows, spilling across the forest floor like spilled ink. A rustle among the trees, a whisper, a warning. The air was electric, thick with the promise of something lost, something sacred. I could feel it in my bones, the way the night murmured secrets I wasn't meant to hear. A chill crawled up my spine, reminding me, always reminding me, that here, in the heart of the woods, the line between life and death blurred like smoke curling up into the night. Kiyoshi stood frozen, one foot in the world of the living, the other teetering on the edge of what lay beyond. His breath hitched, a ghost of sound amidst the rustling leaves. I watched him from the shadows, heart pounding, a fierce rhythm that echoed louder than the night's cacophony. He was trembling, not from fear, but from the weight of burdens unspoken, from memories that clawed at his insides. "They're coming," he whispered, and the words fell like stones into the silence, sending ripples through the air. I wanted to scream, to shake him out of this trance, to make him see the reality that clung to us like fog. But my voice lodged in my throat, heavy and unwelcome. Instead, I watched as the shadows between the trees shifted, morphing into something both beautiful and terrifying. Slivers of light flared, revealing the flickering figures of fox spirits, kitsune, dancing just beyond the veil of darkness, their orange fur like fire against the night. They were guardians, protectors of the afterlife. And yet, here they were, flickering with mischief, with sorrow, with the weight of countless souls. Kiyoshi's eyes glistened, a storm brewing behind them. "Why do you keep coming back?" he asked, his voice a raw, trembling thing. He spoke to the kitsune, though they were merely shadows, flickers of a memory long buried. The closest one, with a coat that shimmered like starlight, paused and tilted its head, a curious expression that felt achingly familiar. I remember, I breathed, my own voice joining the chorus of night sounds. I remember when they guided me through the dark. My own past surged forward, memories like waves crashing against the shore of my mind, jagged and relentless. The kitsune had been there for me, too, leading me through the corridors of despair, their laughter echoing like chimes on the wind, both haunting and comforting. "What's wrong with you?" Kiyoshi's eyes flared, a mix of desperation and defiance. "Why can't you forget?" Forgetting felt like a distant land, a place beyond reach. The ghosts of my past clung to me, their hands cold and persistent. "Because they won't let me," I whispered, the truth spilling from my lips like poison. "The spirits, they dance on the edge of memory, reminding me of what I lost." The air grew thick with nostalgia, a taste sharp and metallic. Kiyoshi shook his head, the weight of his own conflict evident in the lines etched across his brow. "They're just spirits, just shadows." But I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the way they darted back to the kitsune, who seemed to shimmer and laugh, a sound that echoed with both joy and despair. "Just shadows," I repeated, my voice rising in fervor. "But those shadows carry the weight of the afterlife. They guide the lost, the broken, the ones who dare to tread the line between worlds. They're not just guardians, they're reflections of what we fear and what we wish to become. The forest sighed, the trees leaning closer, listening. I could feel the pulse of the night surrounding us, the heartbeat of something eternal, something that transcended our fragile lives. The kitsune danced faster now, their movements a blur of grace and chaos, beckoning to the wounded parts of our souls. Kiloshi closed his eyes, the flickers of orange light painting his face in an ethereal glow. "I don't want to be lost," he murmured, and the admission hung in the air, a raw wound exposed. "But how do I find my way back?" The answer slipped through my fingers, a wisp of smoke. "You must confront your ghosts," I urged, feeling the heat of urgency surge through me. "You must face what haunts you." In that moment, the air shifted. The kitsune paused, their gaze piercing through the darkness, locking onto Kiloshi with an intensity that sent shivers racing down my spine. They were waiting for him to move, to step into the light and confront the shadows that twisted within him. I remembered the taste of fear mixed with sorrow, the way it clung to my heart like a shroud. I remembered the nights I spent wandering beneath the same moon, searching for meaning, for absolution, for the courage to confront the past that haunted me. "Do it!" I urged, my voice cracking under the weight of emotion. "Face what you've lost. The kitsune won't abandon you." Kiloshi opened his eyes, the storm within them raging. With a deep breath, he stepped forward, the shadows beginning to peel away from him, retreating into the depths of the forest. The kitsune danced around him, a whirlwind of light and shadow, wrapping him in their embrace. And in that moment, the air shimmered with possibility, with the bittersweet ache of redemption slipping through the cracks of despair. The moon bore witness, illuminating the scene, a beautiful, haunting tableau of fear and courage intertwined. The kitsune twirled around Kiloshi, a vortex of energy pulling him deeper into the heart of the night, deeper into the labyrinth of his own heart. The remaining shadows melted into the darkness, their whispers fading like echoes of a long-forgotten dream. I could only watch, heart pounding, as Kiloshi began to understand what it meant to truly confront oneself. The night held its breath, the forest standing still, as if the whole world had paused to witness the fragile dance between life and death, between fear and acceptance. In the distance, the night continued its song, a melody woven from memories, laughter, and the bittersweet scent of ghosts lingering just beyond reach. The kitsune remained, guardians of the afterlife, flickers of hope in the shadows, guiding those brave enough to confront their own darkness. And in that moment, I remembered the truth that had eluded me for so long: the afterlife was not just a destination, it was a journey, a path we walked with spirits at our side, illuminating the way through the darkness. A howl pierced the stillness of the night, a cry that twisted through the air like a thorny vine. It echoed off the jagged mountains, a sound that thrummed with desperation, and I stood there, frozen, feeling the cold breath of dread coil around my throat. The moon hung low, casting a spectral glow over the landscape, illuminating the shadow of a figure that seemed to shimmer as if woven from the very fabric of nightmares. The Karkadan. I remember whispering its name, a shiver racing down my spine. In the stories, it was a beast of marbled horn and strength unmatched, a creature that could rip apart an army, a harbinger of both salvation and doom. They said it roamed the desert, a phantom always just out of reach, yet here it was, a reality draped in silver. Amaya stood beside me, her hands trembling, her breath shallow. I could see it in her eyes, the conflict, the fear. She had always chased legends, but this was no mere story to pass the time. To her, the Karkadan was a promise of something greater, a chance to escape the shackles of a life weighed down by sorrow. I remembered her dreams, vivid and beautiful like the colors of a sunset. "We'll find it," she had whispered nights before, her voice a melody that danced in my ears. But now, as the howl faded into an eerie silence, I questioned if those dreams were worth the cost. "Is it real?" she asked, voice barely above a whisper, the question hanging heavy in the air. It was a fragile moment, as if the very stars were listening, waiting for an answer that I didn't have. The doubt gnawed at me, each tick of the clock in my chest a reminder of our urgency. My heart beat in sync with the thrum of the earth beneath us, but was that the rhythm of hope or something darker? As we pressed forward, the shadows deepened, stretching like gnarled fingers across the sand. I thought of my brother, Nima, his laughter a distant memory that echoed with warmth. He had been the brave one, the one who believed in myths and magic. Until the day he disappeared, chasing a tail of the Karkadan into the mountains. The chilling silence that followed was the last sound I remembered of him, no goodbyes, no echoes of laughter, just an empty void. The weight of loss was a constant companion, a specter of guilt that haunted my every step. What if it killed him? I murmured, the words tumbling out before I could stop them. Amaya flinched, a flicker of pain crossing her face. She was too young to bear that burden, yet here we were, two souls tethered by grief, standing on the precipice of the unknown. I believe, she said, fierce determination igniting her voice. It can help us. If we find it, maybe we can save him. Her eye sparkled with an intensity that was infectious, yet terrifying. I felt the tension rise, a storm brewing between us, a chasm of hope and despair. What if the Karkadan was not the savior she imagined but the harbinger of more heartache? And then we saw it, a silhouette against the horizon, a shape that left my breath caught in my throat. The Karkadan stood majestic, a creature sculpted from the very essence of the cosmos, its horn glinting like a fallen star. My heart raced, drumming a frantic rhythm that echoed the chaos rising within me. But with beauty came fear. The beast's eyes glimmered with a primordial wisdom, yet they held something darker, an abyss that threatened to swallow us whole. Amaya, I said, voice trembling, we don't know what it wants. My protective instinct surged, a desperate urge to pull her away from the edge of this precipice. But she wouldn't back down. I have to know, she breathed, stepping closer, mesmerized. I could almost see the tendrils of her dreams weave around her, pulling her toward that shimmering reality. I wanted to scream, to drag her back into safety, but the words died in my throat. It was in our nature to seek, to chase the impossible, to long for something that felt just out of reach. Wait! I called as she advanced, the world shifting beneath me, the ground trembling in anticipation. That moment was electric, crackling with a tension that threatened to unravel the fabric of our world. The wind howled, a chorus of voices warning us, yet we pressed on, drawn into the Karkadan's orbit. The air thickened with an otherworldly energy, the kind that sends shivers racing down your spine. I watched in horror as the Karkadan lowered its horn, a shining spear of lunar light poised for conflict or communion. My heart was a drum, pounding against my ribs, each thud a reminder of the stakes at hand. Amaya reached out, and I felt a surge of panic claw at my insides. Don't! I cried, but it was too late. The moment stretched, timeless, as her fingers brushed against the ethereal form of the creature. The Karkadan recoiled, and with it, the night exploded. The air shattered with the force of its rage, a sound like thunder, like the cry of the earth itself torn in two. I felt the weight of my fears, my doubts, pressing against me, pinning me in place as darkness enveloped us. And in that swirling chaos, I heard a whisper, a voice that cut through the clamor of fear, to find, we must lose. The world spun, and in that moment, I realized we were already entwined in a dance with fate, a dance towards the abyss. I felt the pulse of the cosmos around us, the fragility of dreams, the haunting question of our existence. The Karkadan, both a beast and a savior, was the embodiment of our deepest fears and wildest hopes, a mirror reflecting the chaos within us. As I reached out to Amaya, the shadows closed in, the future stretching beyond the horizon like a tapestry woven from light and darkness. The clash of worlds awaited us, and I knew, whatever unfolded from this moment, our lives would remain intertwined, forever caught in the spell of the Karkadan. The reality of who we were, flawed, desperate, searching, became a haunting lullaby that would echo in our hearts long after the night faded. The beast, the myth, the promise, and perhaps, just perhaps, the path to redemption. The night dripped with silence, heavy and thick like the fog that curled around the old willow tree at the river's edge. A lone figure stood there, her silhouette a haunting outline against the flickering moonlight. The whispers of the past tangled in the air, and you could almost hear the heartbeat of the earth beneath the water's surface. She was dressed in white, a gown that flowed like a spectral river, and her hair hung long and dark, tangled as the branches reaching for the sky. I remember the first time I heard the stories. I was a child, a soft heart filled with wonder, naive to the shadows that lurked in the corners of our village. La Llorona, they would say, and the name hung in the air like a warning. I remember how the older kids would dare each other to approach the riverbank at dusk, eyes wide with a mix of fear and thrill. "She'll take you," they would chant, daring fate as if the river could listen and the night could answer. But there was something more, something deeper. I remember the fear etched in the face of my father as he clutched my hand tightly, his eyes darting to the water. "Stay close," he warned, his voice low, as if speaking too loudly would summon the weeping woman from her watery grave. The stories spoke of her betrayal, a mother scorned, her heart shattered like glass beneath her feet. I couldn't comprehend the pain then, the raw, shattered emotion that fueled her ghostly existence. Now, as I stood there, I felt it, a chill that raced down my spine. I was no longer just a listener of legends but a participant in a dark tapestry woven through generations. The river whispered her name, and the wind carried her cries, echoes of sorrow resonating with my own. Miss Hejos. Her wailing floated across the water, each cry a dagger plunging into the depths of my soul. I felt the weight of her grief, a mother's love twisted into despair. Then, there was Miguel, my childhood friend, a boy-turned-man who carried his own burdens like stones in his pocket. He had always been the brave one, the one who dared to challenge the stories with laughter, claiming La Llorona was just a tale spun to keep children from wandering too far. But his bravado had dimmed, replaced by shadows lurking behind his eyes. "I can't sleep at night," he confessed once, his voice shaking like brittle leaves. "I hear her crying, calling for her lost children." I wanted to comfort him, to say it was just the wind or the rustling of the trees, but the truth was a ghost I couldn't chase away. Miguel had lost someone, his younger sister, taken too soon, like a candle snuffed out in the dark. I could see the grief etched on his face, a mirror reflecting La Llorona's anguish. "Do you think she's looking for them?" I asked one night, as we sat by the river, the water glowing under the moon like a liquid silver. The question hung in the air, heavy with the weight of uncertainty. "I think she's lost," Miguel replied, his voice barely a whisper, like the fragile threads of a dream slipping away. "Just like me." That night, I learned the truth. La Llorona was not just a spectre of horror, but a reflection of our sorrow. In those whispers of the river and the cries that echoed in the night, I felt the pulse of each lost child, the anguish of each mother who had known the torment of separation. The water held their stories, their dreams unfulfilled, like tears cascading into an endless abyss. The days blurred into nights, each one marked by the weight of our shared grief. Then came the festival, the celebration of life masked in colors and laughter, yet the air crackled with unspoken fears. "She won't come tonight," Miguel insisted, though his voice trembled with doubt, as if even he didn't believe his own words. But as the moon rose high, casting ghostly shadows across the revelry, I felt it, the shift in the air, the way the laughter faltered just for an instant, replaced by a chill that froze the very breath in my lungs. I looked at Miguel, his eyes staring out into the darkness, searching for something he couldn't name. And then it happened, a scream, raw and piercing, slicing through the music, a sound so primal it felt like a wound opened fresh. The crowd fell silent, the laughter dying on lips twisted in fear. "La Llorona," someone shouted, pointing toward the river. The water shimmered, and there she was, her face pale, eyes wide with sorrow, her hand stretched out as if reaching for the children now lost to her forever. The air thickened with dread as she stepped closer, a spectre of despair wrapped in white. I could see the pain etched on her face, a mask of madness mingled with longing, and in that moment, I understood, she was not just a monster but a mother, lost in the labyrinth of her own heartache. Miguel stumbled backward, the weight of his tragedy crashing over him like a tidal wave. "No, no, she can't see me," he cried, his voice trembling as the memories flooded back, the laughter of his sister, the joy of moments stolen too soon. I reached for him, but the fear had gripped him tight, leaving him paralyzed between the past and the present. "Stay back!" I shouted, but my words felt like feathers in the wind, too weak to hold against the haunting wail that filled the night. La Llorona turned her gaze to us, and for a heartbeat, time stopped. I felt the weight of every unspoken sorrow, every lost dream, all converging into that single moment. The river swelled, reflecting her agony, and I could almost hear it, the cries of children, echoes of laughter swallowed by the current. "We can help you," I shouted, but the words felt hollow, meaningless against her despair. Every heartbeat echoed the tension in the air, the swirling emotions colliding like storm clouds. I could see Miguel's face crumple as he stepped closer, as if pulled by an invisible force, the agony of his own loss mirrored in her eyes. "I'm sorry," he cried, and the echo of his voice twisted into the night, mingling with her wails, a symphony of sorrow that would be forever intertwined. I remember the moment vividly, the world around us blurring into shades of grey and black, as we stood on the precipice of understanding. La Llorona was not just a story but a reminder, a symbol of the pain we carry, the love that sometimes feels unattainable, like shadows dancing just beyond our reach. And as the moon hung high, illuminating the scene, her cries began to fade into the rustling leaves, a reminder that the past never truly leaves us. The river continued to flow, and I knew this was not the end but a continuation of her sorrow, an echo that would resonate through time, binding us all in a web of unending grief. In that moment, I understood that La Llorona would forever haunt the edges of our lives, a ghost of memory, love, and loss, her cries the pulse of our humanity, relentless and eternal. The storm cracked the sky open, a jagged tear of lightning illuminating the wild, rolling highlands. I stood there, heart hammering in my chest, the air thick with a sultry tension that seemed to thrum with every pulse of thunder. Rain fell in sheets, cold and sharp against my skin, but it was the electric dread lingering in the air that made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. A memory flickered, a whispered warning from my grandmother, a story about the Nukkalevi, the horse demon of the sea. But I hadn't believed her then. In this moment, with the storm howling like a banshee and shadows dancing in the corners of my vision, disbelief felt like a foolish luxury. The Nukkalevi was real, and it was coming for us. "Over here," shouted Callum, his voice barely cutting through the cacophony, his face a mask of panic and defiance. He was my childhood friend, a thin lad with a wild manet of hair and a heart that was far too brave for his own good. I remember how we would chase each other through these hills, laughing, oblivious to the ancient darkness lurking just outside our play. "Where?" I yelled back, dread pooling in my stomach as I followed the frantic movements of his shadow. The wretched wind was wild, a beast of its own, and I stumbled, glancing back at the swirling mist. That's when I saw it. A shape, monstrous and twisted, emerged from the fog. It was ghastly, a nightmarish fusion of horse and man. Its skin glistened, slick with brine and shadow, muscles rippling beneath the surface like a restless sea. Its eyes were like molten coals, and with each step, it left a trail of scorched earth, a testimony to the destruction it had wrought. I felt my breath hitch, the air heavy with the scent of decay and despair. Calm, for all his bravado, faltered, his eyes wide and unblinking, staring into the abyss that was the Nukkalevi. "Run!" I screamed, but my voice was lost in the gale, a mere whisper swallowed by the chaos. I didn't move, I was bound by fear, a puppet caught in the fraying strings of my own flesh. And then a memory surged, a childhood story, a warning. "It feeds on fear," my grandmother had said, her voice fragile yet potent. "It revels in the ruin of the innocent." My heart raced as I clung to that thought, to Callum, to my pulse. Fear was the Nukkalevi's feast, and I suddenly felt every heartbeat like a drum signaling my doom. "Help me!" Callum's cry pulled me back, and I ran, each step a battle against the thick, cloying mud, each breath a struggle against the rising tide of terror. I could hear its breath now, a ghastly rhythm, a wet whisper that sent chills down my spine. I found him, crouched behind a gnarled tree, a desperate look etched into his face. "What do we do?" he gasped, eyes darting to the creature that loomed ever closer. The Nukkalevi's mouth opened, revealing jagged teeth that dripped a dark, viscous fluid. The wind howled, a mournful cry that seemed to mock our panic. In that moment, I remembered my grandmother's stories, laced with laughter that danced on the edge of darkness. "It hates the sea," she'd said, "but it loves the land, it needs to claim what it cannot possess." "Water!" I exclaimed, a plan igniting in my foggy mind. "We had to lead it back. We need to get to the stream." Callum nodded, a glimmer of hope igniting in his wide eyes. I could see the flicker of childhood courage fighting against the storm of fear. We sprinted, the ground quaking beneath us, the Nakalevi hot on our heels, its breath a fetid gust at our backs. With each step, I felt the weight of my past, every childish worry, every whispered fear, crashing over me like waves against a rocky shore. The laughter, the lightness faded, swallowed by the dark maw of reality. I remember the stories, I gasped, as we stumbled toward the gurgling stream that wound through the trees, the cold water calling us like a siren. But the creature didn't relent. It surged forward, relentless, a manifestation of all our worst fears. "We can't stop!" Callum shouted, but I could feel the inevitable closing in, the pulse of fate, insistent and unyielding. Our feet splashed into the icy water, and I glanced back, breathless. The Nakalevi hesitated, the rage in its eyes simmering as it recoiled from the stream. This was our chance, our glimmer of salvation, a thin line between the realms of the damned and the living. "Keep going," I urged, pushing deeper into the frigid water, the current tugging at our legs. I felt the darkness behind us, felt it clawing, grasping, pulling. It was a terrible hunger, a void that sought to consume all joy, all light. The water swirled around us, cold and biting, but it was a sanctuary compared to the fiery breath of the Nakalevi. I turned again, and for a moment, I was lost in its eyes, red and fierce, a soul twisted with madness. And then I saw it, something deeper, something tragic. In its rage, there was a sorrow, in its monstrosity, a longing. A creature born of pain and rejection, forever doomed to roam the earth in search of solace, yet finding only destruction. I understood then, in that fractured moment, that the horror of the Nakalevi was not merely in its form, but in the echoes of its own lost innocence. It shrieked, a sound that rattled my bones, a haunting melody of despair. And as I stood there, knee-deep in the frigid water, I felt the weight of history pressing down, felt the pulse of something ancient stirring, a clash of myth and reality. I remembered the legends, the dark tales woven through generations, and in that chaos, everything began to unravel. The very fabric of the night seemed to shatter, releasing the ghosts of the past, the whispers of the forgotten, and I stood on the brink of something monumental, tethered between the realms of fear and understanding. With one final surge, I pulled Callum deeper into the stream, the water swirling around us like a protective embrace against the darkness. The storm roared above, but I could feel the old tales breathing life into my spirit. "We're not afraid," I shouted, and for a heartbeat, the Nakalevi hesitated, a flicker of doubt in its fiery gaze. We were not children anymore, we were warriors against the darkness, a bond forged in the wilds of our shared fears. And as I looked at Callum, I knew that together, we could face even the most twisted nightmares. The Nakalevi's haunting cry echoed through the night, and though the shadows loomed, we were ready to confront whatever came next. In the silence that lingered after the storm, amidst the chaos of breath and heartbeats, we turned to face our destiny, together, unafraid, and more alive than ever. The sky burned black, a churning void swallowing the last remnants of twilight. It was the hour when dreams bled into nightmares, and the stars whispered secrets too terrible to grasp, the Tzitzimitl stirring, unseen, just beyond the veil of the cosmos. In the heart of Tenochtitlan, amidst the chaos of a bustling marketplace, I felt it, a tremor in the air, a tension clinging to the skin like a second shadow. I was not alone. Xochitl, her brow furrowed, her eyes wide, was pacing beside me, teeth clenched against something unnameable, something that crept up her spine like a chill. "I remember," she whispered, her voice trembling like the flicker of a candle in a storm. "The last time they came." The sky turned red, and the stars screamed. Her words sliced through the murmur of the crowd, slicing deeper than any knife. I felt the weight of her memories press against my chest, each one a shard of ice in my heart, threatening to freeze me in place. The Tzitzimitl, those malevolent star demons, were said to roam the heavens, hungry for the souls of the living, and as they drew ever closer, we could almost hear their laughter, a cacophony of madness echoing through the void. "I can't breathe," I gasped, clutching my chest. I fought the sensation that the night itself was encroaching upon my sanity, wrapping its cold tendrils around my mind. Shadows moved in the corners of my vision, flickering like dying embers, an omen I could not ignore. "Stay with me, Matteo," Xochitl pleaded, her hand gripping mine, grounding me in this moment, in this reality. Her fingers were cold, but her spirit burned fiercely, aflame against the encroaching darkness. We cannot let the Tsit-Simitl take us. Not tonight. Across the square, the ancient temple loomed, its stone facade a reminder of the gods' ever-watchful eyes. I could almost hear the whispers of the priests, their chants echoing through time, weaving a tapestry of fear and devotion. I remembered the stories told by my grandmother, her voice a lullaby sown with terror. Those who anger the stars pay for their sins, she would say, her gaze distant, as if she were peering into the depths of the cosmos. They will descend, and when they do, the world will tremble. I wanted to laugh, a bitter, hollow sound, but the threat was too real. My heart raced, drumming against my ribs like a wild creature seeking escape. We exchanged glances, our fears reflected in each other's eyes, a mirror of desperation. "Do you think they'll come for us?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, carried away by the wind, as if the very air conspired to muffle my fears. "Yes," she said, certainty threading through her voice like the roots of an ancient tree. "It is their time, and we are but shadows in this world. We must sacrifice something to keep them at bay." I blinked, the absurdity of it striking me. Sacrifice? What could I possibly offer? My life was already a collection of sacrifices, each day a tribute to the grind of survival. I saw it etched in the lines on her face, in the way her jaw tightened at the edges, both of us too familiar with loss, too aware of what the night could strip away. "Can you hear them?" she murmured, her breath shaky. "The whispers? They're coming." The stars above twinkled with sinister glee, like a mocking audience poised for a show, and in that moment, I felt the undeniable pull of cosmic dread. It was as if time itself held its breath, suspended in a liminal space between reality and nightmare. I closed my eyes, letting the chaos of the world around me wash over me, the sense of corn and blood, laughter and screams, the pulse of life threaded with the threat of death. "I remember," I whispered back, my voice catching in my throat. "The stories. I remember the elders speaking of the Tsit-Simitl. They said they take what is dear to us, our warmth, our light." Suddenly, a shrill scream sliced through the air, freezing the moment, snapping me into stark reality. Heads turned, and the crowd shifted, a tide of panic washing over us. Something was wrong. I could feel it, a primal instinct screaming at me to run, to flee from the shadows that danced at the edges of my vision. Xochitl pulled me forward, her grip like iron, and as we wove through the throng of terrified faces, I caught glimpses of the stars, bright and unyielding, casting an ethereal glow that twisted the joy of the marketplace into an eerie mockery. Shadows lengthened, and the air thickened with foreboding, suffocating us in a shroud of fear. "Look," she shouted, pointing toward the temple. I followed her gaze, heart thundering, and there, at the pinnacle, I saw them, figures draped in darkness, their forms shifting and swirling, as if they were the essence of the void itself. The Tsit-Simitl had come, drawn by the vulnerability of our souls, the promise of chaos and despair. "No!" I cried, the word clawing its way from my throat, raw and desperate. "We have to fight. We can't let them take anyone else." "Fight? With what?" Xochitl's eyes were wild, reflecting the chaos of the world around us. "We're barely surviving as it is. They'll consume us." But somewhere deep inside, beneath the layers of fear and despair, a flicker of defiance ignited. I could feel it growing, a spark of rebellion against the encroaching darkness. "We can't let them take us. We are not mere offerings." With a fierce determination, I charged toward the temple, my heart racing like the drums of war, the beat of defiance echoing in my ears. As we neared, the Tsit-Simitl twisted their forms into grotesque shapes, faces half-formed, mouths stretching into cruel smiles, eyes glittering with hunger. And then, in that moment of impending confrontation, I understood, we were not mere players in this cosmic game. We were the light that could pierce the shadows, the heartbeat that refused to stop. "Together?" I shouted, and Xochitl, her spirit ignited by my courage, mirrored my cry, our voices entwined against the chilling laughter of the demons above. As the world around us began to blur, the lines between fear and resolve, life and death, began to fade. the Tzitzimit loomed closer, their laughter wrapping around us like a shroud, the darkness encompassing everything, threatening to swallow us whole. In that chaos, however, I found clarity. I was not alone. Neither of us was. And perhaps, just perhaps, we were more than mere shadows waiting to be consumed. In the face of the abyss, we stood, hearts pounding, breaths mingling with the night. The confrontation loomed, electric and raw, a tempest of emotion swirling in the air, brewing just beneath the surface, waiting to explode. And I remembered, how could I forget? The stars may be hungry, but we were alive. We were here. And we would fight. The air hung thick and electric, a tangible weight that suffocated. I stood on the cusp of the forest, shadows swirling like whispers in the night, heart pounding in rhythm with the cicadas' frantic cries. There was something alive in this darkness, something that could feel the pulse of my fear. I could sense them watching, those mischievous spirits, the Shaneks. They were the ancient guardians of nature, cheeky and capricious, and as I clenched my hands into fists, I completely understood why legend said they would lead you astray, giggling like children, luring you into the depths of the unknown. Maria was there with me, her face pale, reflecting the moonlight that sliced through the trees like an urgent warning. "We shouldn't be here," she breathed, each word a chill that slithered across my spine. Her dark eyes, usually full of mischief and life, now glistened with an unsettling fear that tightened around my heart like a noose. We had come seeking adventure, an escape from the mundane routines of city life, nothing more than a couple of restless spirits craving thrill. But now, uncertainty coiled in the pit of my stomach. "Marie, listen," I whispered, my voice barely a thread above the cacophony of the night. "It's just folklore. Stories to scare kids." Yet even as I said it, I could feel the tremor in my own voice, a crack that betrayed my facade of bravery. I remembered the tales my grandmother told, her voice lowering to a conspiratorial whisper, eyes darting around as if the Shaneks themselves might be eavesdropping. "They can mimic your voice," she had said, her fingers trembling with the weight of her words. "They'll take you into the woods, and you'll never return." As if on cue, a rustle came from the underbrush, sharp and sudden, exploding through the stillness like a gunshot. We froze, hearts racing, and then it hit, the unmistakable sound of laughter, high-pitched and melodic, weaving through the trees like a sinister lullaby. I felt the ground shift beneath my feet, the earth alive, trembling with the promise of something wild and untamed. Maria grabbed my arm, her grip a vice, and I could feel her pulse matching mine, both of us locked in a dance of terror. "Let's go back," she pleaded, her voice wavering. But fear was a cruel companion, and something deep within me craved the danger, the thrill of the unknown. "Just a little further," I urged, my own bravado tinged with doubt. I needed to see, to feel whatever was out there lurking in the shadows. We pushed on, deeper into the heart of the forest, where the moonlight barely penetrated, and the trees loomed over us like ancient sentinels keeping secrets far older than time. Suddenly, I spotted something, or someone, huddled beneath a twisted root. My breath hitched, and an icy chill scuttled up my spine. A figure, small and lithe, emerged from the shadows, its skin the color of bark and its eyes gleaming like polished stones. It was one of them, a Shanek, and my heart drummed like a war cry in my chest. It stood there, half hidden, a wild creature caught between worlds, the bridge between the living and the spirits. "Do you see it?" I gasped, tugging at Maria's sleeve, who was rooted in place, eyes wide with terror. "It's beautiful." But even as the words escaped my lips, I felt an unshakable dread wash over me. This wasn't beauty, this was a warning. The Shanek's lips curled into a smile, sharp, too sharp, exposing teeth that glinted in the moonlight like shards of glass. It beckoned, a pointed finger gesturing toward the darkness behind it, and the laughter echoed again, a chorus of voices, children, men, women, all tangled together in a haunting symphony. My mind flooded with memories of stories, a young boy who wandered too deep, a girl who never returned home. "What if it wants us to follow?" Maria's voice shattered the silence, panic threading through her tone. I wanted to reassure her, to tell her it was just a trick, a playful spirit of nature. But I felt the truth clawing at my insides, the reality of our situation wrapping around me like a creeping vine. Then, without warning, the forest erupted. The Shanek darted away, a blur of motion, and instinct took hold. We ran. We ran like the hounds of hell were on our heels, branches scratching at our skin like ghostly fingers, the laughter ringing in our ears, relentless and maddening. The deeper we went, the more the world twisted, trees bending and warping, shadows dancing in chaotic rhythms, and the laughter morphing into cries of anguish and joy. "Please!" Maria screamed, her voice raw, desperate. I wanted to scream too, but the fear stole my breath. We stumbled out of the undergrowth and into a clearing, moonlit and stark, yet it felt wrong. The light was too bright, too blinding, illuminating a scene straight out of a fever dream, the remnants of what looked like a long-forgotten celebration, trinkets and bones scattered amongst the flowers, the air heavy with the scent of decay and something sweetly intoxicating. And there, in the center, a gathering of Shaneks, dancing and laughing, their voices mingling with the wind, wrapping around us like a noose. I could feel my mind fraying, tethered between reality and the surreal, memories of my childhood flooding back, nights spent with my grandmother, her laughter laced with fear as she warned me about the Shaneks at the edge of the forest. "Make a choice," a voice echoed, sharp as a knife and smooth as silk. It came from the Shanek, standing before us, its eyes bore into my soul. "Stay, or go." My heart thudded painfully as I looked at Maria, who stood frozen, her spirit teetering on the edge of belief and disbelief. "Maria, please," I whispered, my own voice a plea. This wasn't just an adventure. It was a confrontation with something buried deep. The Shaneks were not just guardians of nature, they were the embodiments of our fears, our forgotten desires, the voices of the past tugging at our hearts. In that moment, something cracked within me like glass shattering against stone. I remembered the weight of choices, the grief of loss, the laughter that echoed in sacred spaces. I remembered that we were all bound to the earth, to the spirits that walk beside us, and the weight of the living and the dead. "Let's go," Maria finally said, her voice steadier now, grounded in the sacredness of the moment. And together we turned, the forest alive with colors and sounds, the laughter fading behind us but forever etched in our hearts as we sprinted toward the edge, into the embrace of the world that awaited, both terrified and exhilarated. The Shaneks watched, their forms blurring into the trees, stories woven into the roots of the earth. They were not gone. They were always there, lingering in the shadows, waiting for the next souls brave enough to seek the thrill of the unknown, the dance between life and death, laughter and tears. The air buzzed with the promise of their return, an echo that would never truly fade. The wind howled, a ghostly wail that rattled the very bones of the earth. Beneath the moon's indifferent gaze, shadows stretched like fingers clawing at the night. I stood there, heart pounding in my chest, paralyzed by a primal fear that coursed through my veins. It was a silence too loud, a quiet filled with whispers of forgotten souls. The distant sound of hooves echoed ominously, a rhythm that was both a promise and a threat. I knew then, with a shiver that wormed its way into my gut, that the Dullahan was near. In that moment, my breath caught in my throat as I thought of him, Finn, my brother. He had always been the brave one, the one who dared to ride through the darkest nights, fearless, chasing shadows like a moth drawn to flame. But the flame was flickering now, and I feared the inevitable extinguishing. I remembered that night we had stumbled upon the tale of the headless horseman, an old man, cloaked in darkness, who wielded a whip made from the spine of a fallen foe. "He comes for the souls of the damned," Finn had laughed, his voice bright with a reckless edge, as we huddled by the fire, the crackling embers flaring and dying, mirroring our youthful bravado. But laughter had turned brittle over time, and now, it echoed in my ears like a taunt. "Finn! Where are you?" I screamed, the words clawing their way from my throat, desperate and raw. The shadows shifted, and I caught a fleeting glimpse, a figure, cloaked, riding atop a midnight stallion, fire in its eyes and nothing but darkness where a head should be. Panic spurred my feet, carrying me toward the flickering lights of the village. But the Dullahan had already marked him. My heart raced as memories flooded me, each one a dagger twisting deeper. I remember the day we took our first ride. The world had been wide open, filled with possibilities. Finn had laughed as he nearly toppled from his horse, a boy lost in the thrill of it all. "I'm invincible," he had shouted, a king of the wild, unshackled by the chains of fear. Little did we know that invincibility wears thin, like a threadbare cloak in the chill of night. Panic turned to dread as the realization settled cold in my chest. Finn was still out there. Finn, with his wild laughter and reckless heart. I could hear it now, the thundering of hooves against the cobblestones, a haunting prelude to terror. My heart screamed for him, a wild metronome in the symphony of silence. And then I saw her, Kate, his love, the one who never believed in shadows, who wore her hope-like armor against the dark. She stood at the edge of the village, eyes wide, searching the blackened horizon. "Finn!" Her voice was laced with despair, a beautiful thing marred by the specter of loss. She had been the light in his reckless world, illuminating every dark corner with laughter and dreams. "Kate!" I shouted, the sound cracking like a whip in the air, but the wind swallowed my voice. The Dullahan was not just a specter on a horse, he was a harbinger of despair, a collector of souls trapped between worlds. I felt heavy, as though the weight of unspoken words and unfulfilled promises anchored me to the ground. Kate's eyes met mine, a mirror of fear. "He went to the hills," she breathed, each word a soft plea. "He thinks he can outrun it. Outrun death," the Dullahan, the very thought sent chills racing down my spine. "He's not invincible," I said, the words tumbling from my lips like stones. "We have to find him. We have to bring him back." The air grew thick, charged with a fear that clung like mist, wrapping around our thoughts. Each heartbeat drummed louder, an urgent reminder of our own mortality. We raced through the streets, shadows darting like phantoms in the corners of our eyes, the echoes of the Dullahan's ride growing closer, closer, an unavoidable specter looming ever nearer. I remember the stories my grandmother told of the Dullahan who rode swiftly through the night, seeking those who had passed away, carrying their souls away from the living earth. "He'll be back, you know," she would whisper, her voice trembling with age and wisdom. "He's always watching, waiting for the moment when the living forget their own fragility." The hills loomed ahead, dark and foreboding, and I felt the weight of the night press in. "Kate, please!" I begged, urgency igniting my every word. "We can't let him take Finn. Not tonight." Her face twisted in anguish as we crested the hill. The moon hung low, a witness to our desperation, and in the distance, I saw him. Finn sat astride his horse, a silhouette against the glimmering abyss of the night. The Dullahan circled, a swirling tempest of shadow and dread. "Finn!" I screamed, my voice tearing through the storm like a desperate plea. But he didn't turn, he was entranced, drawn into the dance of the abyss, the pull of the Dullahan's dark promise. Time slowed, each moment stretching like a rubber band ready to snap. Kate's hand gripped my arm, and I felt her fear, her despair, a living thing that pulsed between us. "We can't lose him," she sobbed, the tears shining like glass in the moonlight. I wanted to scream, to rage against the tide of fate, but all I could do was watch as shadows danced around him, claiming him piece by piece. The Dullahan raised his whip, a crack that cleaved through the night, echoing with the weight of ages past. It was a sound that promised finality. Heart racing, I felt the world tilt, the ground trembling beneath me. Finn was lost, teetering on the edge of oblivion, and every heartbeat screamed for him. I remember standing on the precipice of despair, watching as the darkness encroached. The night wrapped its cold fingers around my throat, squeezing tightly, and I knew then, there would be no escape from this moment. The Dullahan was coming, and the shadows danced to his tune. And yet, buried deep within that spiraling dread, a flicker of defiance ignited, a spark that pushed against the cold. I was here. We were here. Together. And in the face of the Dullahan, I would scream until the very stars trembled in their celestial orbits. "Finn! Come back!" I roared, my voice a battle cry against the night, each syllable laced with desperation. The air crackled with tension, and I could almost feel the fabric of reality fraying at the seams, the universe holding its breath, waiting for the moment when everything would shatter. But with that scream, I felt the shift, a tremor within the void, a moment where defiance met fate. I took a step forward, Kate at my side, our hearts pounding in unison, a war drum against the encroaching darkness. This was our fight, our moment, and we wouldn't let the night claim Finn without a battle. The Dullahan circled back, a dark storm on the horizon, and I felt the weight of what was to come pressing down, a reminder that this moment was only the beginning of a tale that would echo through the ages, a dance with darkness that would forever haunt our souls. The clock ticked, time slipping away, but we were here, standing strong, refusing to yield to the night. And with that, the shadows leapt, and the battle began. The moon hung low, a sliver of silver slicing through the murky sky, casting long shadows that danced across the forest floor. I could hear the rustle of leaves, the whispers of 1,000 secrets hidden in the night, the kind of secrets that send shivers down spines and cause hearts to race. This was no ordinary night, it was the night of the Zmu. My breath quickened, a frantic rhythm that mirrored the pounding of my heart. "Daciana, are you ready?" Mihai's voice cut through the darkness, shaky yet urgent. His eyes, usually a clear sea of confidence, now flickered with doubt. I turned to him, the flickering light of our only torch illuminating the beaded sweat on his forehead. "There's no turning back. You know that." I nodded, but fear gnawed at my insides like a ravenous beast. I remembered the stories, the tales of the Zmu that twisted and turned in the minds of villagers, a mythical dragon with scales like molten metal and a heart as cold as the graves he guarded. They said he could snatch souls like ripe fruit, dragging them into the abyss. I gripped my dagger, feeling its cool handle against my clammy palm. It was supposed to be a weapon, a safeguard, but tonight it felt more like a cruel joke. "Listen," Mihai rasped, his breath misting in the night air. "We can't let fear control us. This is our chance to end the Zmu's reign. The villagers, they need us." His plea hung between us, heavy as the fog that crept along the forest floor, wrapping around our ankles like the grasping fingers of the dead. "Do they?" I shot back, my voice trembling like a fragile leaf. "Do they really need us, or do they just need someone to blame when things go wrong?" I felt the anger bubbling up, the way it always did when I caught glimpses of our world, a world where the innocent suffocated under the weight of legends and the guilty thrived in the shadows. Silence fell, thick and oppressive. The only sound was the distant hooting of an owl, a mournful ballad echoing my doubts. I closed my eyes, resisting the urge to turn back, to flee into the warm embrace of the village where the fire crackled and laughter filled the spaces in between. But I wasn't just running away, I was running toward something. Toward the truth that lay beneath the surface of our nightmares. And then, as if the forest itself sighed, a rumble echoed through the ground, a low growl that resonated in my bones. It was coming, this creature of legend, this harbinger of doom. I could feel it in the air, thick like smoke and slick like blood. Mihai's hand grasped my wrist, grounding me. "We move now." We stumbled forward, the world blurring as we plunged deeper into the heart of darkness. The trees closed in around us, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal fingers eager to ensnare us. Each step felt heavier, the weight of fear pressing down on my shoulders. I could hear whispers now, not just those of the wind, but voices I recognized. Echoes of my past. My mother's soft lullabies, my father's tales of valor, the laughter of children now lost to time. Memories wrapped around me, warm yet suffocating, pulling me back to a place I could no longer reach. "Daciana!" Mihai shouted, pulling me from the abyss of my thoughts. His eyes were wild, the kind of wild that bordered on madness as we stepped into a clearing. There, in the center, was the Zmu, its form a nightmare made flesh, a creature that seemed to shift and shimmer under the moonlight. Its eyes were like burning coals, and its breath was a thick, acrid smoke that enveloped us in a choking embrace. I could barely breathe as it unfurled its wings, a dark tapestry against the starlit sky. In that moment, everything inside me screamed to run, to flee, and never look back. But Mihai stood firm, his determination a shield against the terror. "We have to fight. For the villagers, for us." But what did it mean to fight against a thing like this? I felt the cold weight of my dagger against my side, reminding me of my purpose. Did courage lie in facing monsters, or in understanding the fragility of our existence? My heart raced, a drum echoing in the silence as the Zmu roared, a sound that seemed to shatter the very fabric of reality. And then, it lunged. I watched as Mihai leapt forward, a ragged howl escaping his lips. The world slowed, and I could see everything: the glint of the blade, the rippling scales of the dragon, the shadows dancing in the corners of my vision. Time stretched taut, a bowstring ready to snap. I remembered my mother's voice, her gentle warnings, her stories of sacrifice and loss. "You can't win against fate," she used to say. But here we were, standing against it, two flawed souls in a world that offered no guarantees. Mihai's blade met the Zmu scales with a clang, a sound that echoed like a death knell in the empty night. The creature recoiled, a hiss like steam escaping a boiling kettle. "Daciana," he yelled again, his voice laced with desperation. I felt the urge to scream, to cry out, but the words caught in my throat, trapped like the souls the Zmu devoured. With each clash, the air thickened with unspoken fears, the kind that claw at the edges of your sanity. I watched as Mihai fought, his spirit unwavering despite the odds. But I too was paralyzed, caught between the desire to help and the instinct to flee. What did it mean to confront a monster born of nightmares? I remembered my dreams, fractured visions of the past, lost loves, faces of those who had vanished like smoke. I stepped closer, my heart pounding in rhythm with the chaos unfolding before me. The Zmu's eyes locked onto mine, and in that moment, I saw something beyond fear, a glimmer of pain, of longing. The dragon was not just a beast, it was a mirror reflecting all that we lost, all that we feared. It was the embodiment of our regrets, our battles against the inevitable. And as Mihai fought, I felt a surge of something deep within, a flicker of understanding, a realization that perhaps facing the Zmu wasn't just about slaying a dragon but confronting the very essence of existence itself. "Fight with me!" I shouted, my voice raw, laced with the echoes of countless souls pleading for release. The Zmu roared again, but this time, it felt different. I could sense the shift, the subtle change in the air. In that moment, I understood that we were not merely victims of fate, we were its architects. And as we stood there, the weight of our past clashing against the present, I realized that courage was not the absence of fear, it was the acceptance of it. As Mihai lunged again, I joined him, a surge of bravery coursing through my veins. We fought not just against the Zmu, but against the shadows of our own fears, battling the haunting whispers that threatened to pull us under. Each strike echoed like a heartbeat, a reminder that we were alive, that we existed in a world where even monsters could weep. The night deepened, and time slipped through our fingers like grains of sand, leaving us entangled in a web of emotion and conflict. Each breath felt like a prayer, each movement a dance with destiny. And in the quiet moments between chaos, I felt the presence of those who had come before, now shadows guiding us, urging us to remember that even in the face of despair, hope could flicker like a candle in the dark. The Zmu was not just a creature of nightmares, it was a part of us, a manifestation of our own internal battles. As we continued to fight, I realized that every story has a deeper truth, every legend a lesson buried beneath the horror. And in that fleeting connection, I found the strength to keep moving forward, to embrace the chaos and the unknown, knowing that the fight against our fears was eternal, a cycle that would never truly end. I could feel it, the pulse of the night, the beating heart of the world. It was all connected, a tapestry woven from the threads of our existence. The Zmu may have been fierce, but we were fiercer still, and together, we could face whatever lay beyond, even if it meant wrestling with the very essence of our souls. The jungle breathes, heavy with humidity and the scent of damp earth, a suffocating weight that presses against my chest. In that moment, I stand at the riverbank, heart pounding, as the water churns ominously. It swirls and shifts, like a living thing, ready to swallow the unsuspecting whole. The trees stand sentinel, their twisted roots clawing at the ground, shadows creeping with malevolence. I remember the stories, the hushed whispers in the village, the warnings that wrapped around my spine like a serpent. The Mokelmbemb, they said, the guardian of the river, the ancient beast that prowled the depths. But here I am, standing on the precipice of myth and reality, as if fate has led me to this very spot. I can almost hear the echoes of my father's voice, a tremor of fear lacing his words, "Stay away from the water, or it will take you." I remember the way he gripped my shoulder, eyes wide with urgency, and how I brushed off his warnings in my youthful arrogance. Now, with adrenaline coursing through my veins, I feel the weight of his fear settling on my shoulders like a shroud. Beside me is Amani, my childhood friend, her hands trembling as she clutches a makeshift spear. She's always been the braver one, her spirit a wildfire that dances in the dark. But I see the flicker of doubt in her eyes, shadowed by the fear that pulses around us like a heartbeat. "We have to find it," she whispers, though her voice is thin, cracking under the strain of her conviction. "If it's real, we have to know. We can't let the stories rule our lives." But I wonder, what if the stories are more than just tales? What if they are warnings, echoes of a past that claw at the edges of our existence? My heart is a drum, pounding with the knowledge that every step we take draws us closer to the unknown. I remember the tales of villagers who ventured too far, who were said to have been swallowed by the river, their screams lost to the currents. Did they become part of the legend, or did they vanish like shadows at dawn? The water ripples in response, an eerie invitation, and I feel the hair on my neck stand on end. "Amani, maybe we should turn back," I say, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. But she holds her ground, her fierce spirit igniting a fire within me. "We can't be afraid forever." The intensity in her gaze pulls me deeper, binds me to her cause. I feel it, a surge of something primal, raw, and overwhelming. Then, the stillness shatters. A sound, a deep rumble that vibrates through the air, echoes through the trees. My breath catches, the world narrows. Amani grips my arm, eyes wide, as the river bends and twists, a monstrous form breaking the surface. The Mokelmbembe rises, colossal and majestic, scales glinting like obsidian in the dim light. I remember a time when I wanted to see this moment, to witness the unimaginable. Now, that desire feels like a knife in my chest, twisting with fear. "Run!" Amani screams, and in that instant, my instincts take over. I feel the adrenaline surge as our feet pound against the earth, racing back toward the safety of the trees. But the river calls to me, a siren song that pulls at my core. I glance back, and for a fleeting moment, I see it, its eyes, ancient and knowing, locking with mine. It's a gaze that pierces through my soul, a connection that defies understanding. I remember the warmth of childhood dreams, the innocence of believing that legends were just stories meant to scare us. Now, I stand on the brink of something far greater, something that threatens to consume us both. Amani's voice cuts through my thoughts, urgency rising like the river's tide. "It's not just a monster, Tunde. It's a guardian." Her words hang in the air, heavy with the weight of truth. But what truth? The beast before us is a living testament to our fears, our desires, our need to understand the world that surrounds us. I can feel the tension between us, the desperate need for answers clashing against the instinct to flee. What if we're not meant to understand? I shout, my voice lost in the chaos of our flight. But Amani, relentless, pushes forward. What if it holds the key to everything we've lost? The river roars behind us, a beast awakened, but I feel her determination wrap around me like a shield. The jungle closes in, vines twisting like fingers, clawing at my skin. I remember the ghosts of the past, the faces of those who dared to challenge the unknown. Did they regret their choices? Did they plead for mercy in their final moments? The echoes of their fears reverberate in my mind, a chorus of lost souls that fuels my own. Finally, we reach a clearing, our breaths heavy and ragged. The world is still, the air thick with tension. And then, from the shadows, comes a figure. An elder, a woman with skin like weathered bark, eyes like the night sky, filled with secrets. "You seek the truth, but the river knows no mercy," she says, her voice like a whisper carried by the winds. Amani steps forward, defiance radiating from her. "We must learn, or we'll forever be prisoners of our fears." The elder's gaze sharpens, piercing through the veil of our bravado. The Mokelmbembe is not just a creature, child. It is a reflection of your own hearts. To confront it is to confront yourselves. In that moment, I feel the weight of her words crash over me, a tidal wave of realization. The river, the guardian, the beast, we are intertwined in this dance of myth and reality, of fear and understanding. I remember my father's warnings, the weight of tradition, but what if the truth lies not in fear, but in acceptance? Amani stands resolute, the fire in her spirit igniting my own. The jungle breathes around us, the echoes of the past blending with the present. The river flows, relentless and eternal, beckoning us to face our destiny. This moment stretches, a fragile thread spun between the known and the unknown. And in the distance, the Mokelmbembe roars again, a sound that sends chills racing down my spine. But now, I feel a shift. An understanding blooms in my chest, a flicker of hope amidst the shadows. Together, we have the power to confront what lies beneath the surface. Together, we will face the beast that guards the river, and in doing so, perhaps we will unearth the truth that has haunted our people for generations. The jungle whispers, the river calls, and we stand, heartbeat synchronizing with the pulse of the world around us. This is not the end, it is a beginning, a promise of revelations yet to come. The shadows stretch, the night deepens, but we are no longer afraid. We are ready. The wind howled through the cracked windows of the ancient chapel, the sound sharp like a knife against the silence. Shadows danced on the walls as if possessed, flickering with an urgency that mirrored the heartbeat of a town trapped in fear. I stood there, my breath hitching in my throat, knowing what lurked in the darkness just outside the feeble light. The Anku was coming. I remember the tales told in hushed voices, is not just a figure draped in black, but the harbinger of fate itself. I could see it now, the spectre cloaked in shadows, a skeletal hand gripping an enormous scythe that gleamed in the moonlight like a blade of ice. My heart raced, each thud echoing like the tolling of a distant bell, signaling the arrival of inevitable doom. But was it really doom, or merely the end of a cycle? Each thought spiraled, a cacophony of fear and curiosity. Marie stood beside me, her eyes wide, glistening with unshed tears. She had lost her mother to illness months ago, and the weight of grief pressed down on her chest like a stone. "What if he comes for me next?" she whispered, her voice tremulous with desperation. She had always been the brave one, the girl with the laughter that rang out like a melody in the gloom, but now she trembled like a leaf in a storm, the color drained from her cheeks. "I don't know, Marie," I replied, my own voice barely a murmur. "But we can't let fear consume us." I wanted to be strong for her, yet I felt like a ghost myself, floating through the remnants of what once was. We were caught, like prey in a net, by the very essence of death itself. Across the chapel, the door creaked open, revealing a figure cloaked in shadows, face obscured. My breath caught in my throat. He stood tall, taller than any man should be, the air around him thick with sorrow, a palpable grief that echoed in the hollow spaces of our hearts. The Anku had come. "Why do you linger?" he rasped, his voice a chilling breeze that swept through the chapel like a forgotten memory. I felt the cold seep into my bones, each word a dagger, slicing through the fragile veil of hope. "Time is fleeting, and your souls hover in the twilight." Marie flinched, her hand trembling as she grasped mine. I could feel her heart racing, could almost hear the whisper of her thoughts, "Is this how it ends?" I wanted to scream, to lash out against the darkness, but a part of me understood. The Anku, the keeper of souls, was not merely a monster, he was a witness to every heartbreak, every fleeting joy, every life extinguished too soon. "Do you fear him?" I asked, turning to Marie, desperate to anchor both of us in the moment. "You shouldn't." "But he took my mother," she cried, her voice rising, raw with grief. "He took her away. I didn't get to say goodbye." The pain in her eyes seared into me, a reminder that life was but a thread, fragile and easily severed. "Sometimes," I whispered, "the goodbye is hidden in the love we shared." I wished I could believe it. I wished I could convince myself that memories were enough to keep the dead close, to ward off the chill of loss that seeped into our lives like a fog. The Anku took a step forward, shadows trailing behind him like whispers of the past. Behind him, the chapel walls seemed to pulse, the very stones alive with the echoes of those who had come before. "You grieve for the living, not the dead," he said, and in that moment, his voice transformed, the horrible beauty of his words wrapped around us like a shroud. "Let go of your fear. Embrace the darkness, for it is but a part of you." I didn't want to embrace darkness. I wanted to fight it, to carve out joy from the gnarled roots of sorrow. But as I stood before him, I felt something shift within me, a realization that life and death were woven together like threads in a tapestry. And perhaps, just perhaps, the Anku was not my enemy, but a reflection of my own fears. "Marie," I said softly, squeezing her hand. "We can't run from him. He is a part of this world, like the trees and the stars. Death is not the end, it's merely a door." Her eyes searched mine, longing for answers, for hope amid despair. But what if that door leads to nothing? What if it leads to everything? I countered, desperate to pull her from the brink of hopelessness. What if this moment, this fear, is the bridge to understanding? What if we're not meant to flee, but to stand firm against the tide? The Anku watched us, his gaze piercing and ancient, like a storm brewing on the horizon. He seemed to hang between worlds, his presence both terrifying and strangely comforting. "You cling to life, yet do not honor those who have passed," he murmured, sorrow woven into his tone. "Remember them, and they will never truly leave." Time stretched and twisted, a fabric fraying at the edges. I felt it, every heartbeat, every shudder of breath, each a reminder that we were alive, a fleeting moment in the vast cosmos. Marie's shoulders trembled, grief morphing into something deeper, a spark of understanding igniting in her eyes. "Then let's remember," she whispered, her voice gathering strength. "Let's honor them." The Anku seemed to soften, his edges blurring like a mirage. "To remember is to live," he said, his tone shifting, less harsh, more understanding. "Embrace the shadows, for they hold the light of all that was." As he spoke, the air around us shimmered, memories swirling like a storm, each one a fragment of joy and sorrow, love and loss. I could see faces in the shadows, hear laughter mingling with cries, the sound of life resonating against the stillness of death. "Together, we can break this cycle," I said, my voice stronger now, resonating with the truth blooming within me. "We can face the Anku and find the strength to remember." And in that moment, standing on the precipice of despair, I realized, the Anku was not here to steal our souls but to guide us through the darkness, to help us find the light hidden within our grief. Time would slip away, but the essence of those we loved would remain, woven into the very fabric of who we are. In the stillness of the chapel, we stood united, trembling yet resolute, ready to confront not just the Anku, but the shadows within ourselves. The weight of fear began to lift, replaced by a flicker of hope that burned brightly against the night. The air is thick, suffocating, like a shroud draped over the narrow streets of Prague, where shadows whisper secrets of centuries long past. I can hear the distant echo of hurried footsteps, the anxious rhythm of a heart racing against the clock. Panic grips me as I stand on the verge of a precipice, a moment tangled in dread and desperation. The moon hangs low, a ghostly witness to the unfolding chaos, as I recall the stories told in hushed tones, tales woven through generations, of the golem, the protector, the beast born from clay. I remember Rabbi Lowe, his voice a steady anchor against the storm, eyes glimmering with a knowledge too heavy for mere mortals. To summon him, he had whispered, is to court the boundary between the sacred and the profane. I remember those words vibrating through me like a spell, tinged with both reverence and fear. I stand now in the shadow of that sacred threshold, and the weight of his teachings hangs like lead in my chest. Shoshana, my sister, is lost in the fray, a flame flickering in the gale, her spirit fierce yet fragile. She was always the one who dared to dream, clutching her fantasies close like jewels in a velvet pouch. But dreams can grow claws, can turn to nightmares. The night is alive with the fear of our people, vulnerable under the threat of the outside world, and Shoshana's courage feels like a spark in the darkness, flammable yet perilous. We must call him, she insists, her breath coming in rapid bursts, wild and desperate. He can save us. He must. But I hesitate, because I remember the stories of the golem, the monstrous figure bound by ancient words that hold the power of creation and destruction. I can feel the weight of that choice, the intimacy of fear as it curls around my heart. What if he turns against us? I whisper, the question hanging in the air like a spectre, chilling and electric. The shadows seem to recoil, and a gust of wind rattles the shutters, as if the world itself holds its breath. The weight of my indecision crushes me, and I cannot shake the memories of those who've lost their lives to ambition, to dreams that turned malignant. The golem, a protector, yes, but also a harbinger of chaos. I picture him, a hulking figure, eyes ablaze with the fury of the earth itself, and a fear coils within me. What are we willing to sacrifice for safety? What cost will we pay for salvation? Think of the children, Shoshana pleads, her voice raw, stripped of its usual brightness. Think of the souls that will be lost if we wait. Her words tear at me, each syllable a dagger piercing through the haze of doubt. I see their faces, the young ones with wide eyes, their laughter ringing out like a sweet melody above the din of despair. I want to protect them, to cradle their innocence like a fragile bird, but I also want to preserve our humanity. What if he cannot be controlled? I counter, heart pounding, echoing the fear that thrums in the very fabric of our community. And then, the night shifts, a ripple of energy coursing through the cobblestone streets. A scream pierces the air, raw and haunting, as shadows dance with malevolence. A mob approaches, faces twisted in rage, brandishing weapons that glint like teeth in the moonlight. They come for us, for our kind, and suddenly, the question of the golem becomes a visceral urgency. What is the threshold of despair? What will we conjure when pushed to the edge? Now, Shoshana breathes, fear morphing into a fierce determination that ignites something deep within me. Her eyes flash with wild hope, a mirror to the flames licking at the edges of our lives. We must do it now. I nod, though my heart trembles. We gather the words, the sacred letters inscribed on parchment, trembling fingers tracing the glyphs that carry our intentions. Time slows, muffled like the sound of water rushing against stones, as I feel the weight of our ancestors pressing down on our shoulders. It's as though the very air is charged with the energy of those who have come before, urging us to act, to summon the protector. I murmur, my voice barely a whisper. I remember the stories of old, tales that echo in the chambers of my mind. Each syllable reverberates with a weighty significance. I take a breath, summoning every ounce of conviction. If we call him forth, we must wield his power wisely. He is a guardian, yes, but we must not lose ourselves in the process. The shadows stretch, warping and twisting, as if the very night is alive and watching. I feel the stirrings of something primal, a pulse that thrums in sync with my heartbeat. Shoshana often speaks of how time is circular, how history folds into itself, and I wonder, will we be the architects of our salvation or our ruin? She grips my arm, her touch grounding yet electric. We have no choice, she states, voice fierce, filled with a courage I can barely comprehend. Tonight, we take back our fate. The golem rises, a figure sculpted from clay and desperation, eyes igniting with the essence of life. He stands between us and the encroaching darkness, a bulwark against the tide of malevolence crashing upon our door. The weight of our decision hangs heavy in the air, and I feel the tremors of dread and hope intertwine like a fraying thread. The mob descends, a cacophony of shouts and clashing metal filling the night. But now, we are not alone. The golem's form looms large, a shield against the chaos outside, a protector forged from our fears, our prayers, our memories. In the face of that storm, I realize, we've stepped into a realm we cannot fully understand, a dance with ancient forces. Our hearts race, the world spins, and time bends like light through glass. Fear and hope collide in the cosmic ballet, each moment stretching into eternity, as the lines between protector and monster blur. And in that moment, as the first clash of steel rings out, I know one thing, the struggle for our souls has only just begun, and the true test lies not in the summoning, but in what we choose to become in the face of the golem's awakening. The earth trembles, a low growl echoing through the caverns of the ancient world. It is the kind of tremor that gnaws at the edges of sanity, sending a shiver through marrow and bone. Somewhere deep in the shadows, a storm brews, dark clouds roiling, lightning flickering like the manic thoughts of a fevered mind. The air crackles with the weight of the moment, heavy with dread and longing, and the scent of damp stone pricks at the senses, a reminder that the past is never truly past. I remember the day the Hecaton chairs were unleashed. 50 heads, each simmering with its own rage and fear, emerged from the depths of the Tartarus. It was more than a resurrection, it was a violent birth, a cacophony of cries that echoed through the cosmos. I stood at the precipice of this chaos, heart racing, a mere speck in the grand tapestry of fate as it unfolded before me. The ground split open, and from that abyss, they rose, Cottus, Briareus, and Gyges, each arm a towering pillar of strength, each hand capable of destruction or compassion. Cottus was the first to break the surface, his eyes burning with a fierce, unquenchable flame. He was the embodiment of pain, a creature forged in the fires of rejection. "Why did they keep us hidden?" he roared, voice like thunder, reverberating through the very fabric of existence. A deep, primal rage flowed from him, a tempest that threatened to tear the heavens apart. His 100 hands flailed, clawing at the sky, reaching for answers that felt forever beyond his grasp. I could feel it, the urgency, the desire to be free from the shackles of obscurity. Briareus followed, calm yet quaking, his demeanor a juxtaposition of quiet storm and volatile innocence. He held the weight of his brother's suffering on his shoulders, yet a deep loneliness pulsed within him. "We are not monsters," he whispered, his voice a haunting melody against the chaos. "We are the children of the earth, cast aside and forgotten." A longing flickered in his eyes, a yearning for acceptance that threatened to consume him whole. I could see it, the flickering hope that perhaps, just perhaps, they could find solace among those who shunned them. And then there was Gyges, the third, whose laughter danced on the knife's edge of madness. Despite the horror of their awakening, he found humor in the bleakness, his chuckles echoing like shards of glass. "Well, what's better than being locked up for eternity? Free soup for life?" His absurdity cut through the tension, a dark comedy woven into the fabric of despair. But beneath that laughter lay an aching heart, a wound that would never heal. Each hand of his, long, delicate, and powerful, was a reminder of both the burden of his existence and the absurdity of it all. As I stood there, enveloped in their turmoil, the darkness enveloped me, too. I felt the chill of fear creeping up my spine, a cold kiss that whispered of impending doom. The Titans, once the masters of the universe, were no longer the apex of existence. They were gods in chains, and the Hecatoncheirs were their forgotten children, yearning for recognition. The cosmos shifted, stars shuddered, and the ground beneath my feet quaked with the weight of their grief. "They will not come for us," Cottus spat, fury ignited in his voice. "They have left us to rot." In that moment, I understood the fragility of their existence, how every heartbeat resonated with the echoes of ancient betrayals. I could see them rising, not just against the Titans, but against a world that had turned its back on them. Each step they took was a defiance, an act of rebellion against the very fabric of their oppression. They were caught in a web of destiny, threads of fate binding them to a future they didn't choose. The air grew thick with tension, a palpable force that pressed against my chest, stifling every breath. The confrontation loomed like a shadow, the dark, heavy, and irresistible. Time twisted, stretched, and splintered around us, as though the universe itself held its breath. I remember the moment the Titans sensed the awakening, their laughter turning to fear. The Hecatoncheirs were no longer their forgotten children, they were a storm-gathering strength, a force that could tip the scales of the cosmos. The night grew darker, the shadows swirling like whispers of forgotten souls, each one carrying the weight of the past, their pain, their rage, their unending dreams. Are we to be the harbingers of destruction? Briareus pondered, as the horizon trembled. His voice was a soft caress against the howling winds, a fleeting moment of clarity amidst the chaos. Or are we to carve a new path? His words hung in the air, heavy with contemplation, as the weight of choice bore down on their shoulders. The night was a canvas of uncertainty, splattered with the colors of their souls, anguish, hope, madness, and laughter. And then, the scream pierced the void. It was a sound that transcended time, a raw, visceral expression of all their suffering, a cry that could shatter mountains. I felt it resonate within my very being, a stark reminder that they were alive, that I was alive, and that this moment would not be forgotten. As the stars flickered above, a silence enveloped us, pregnant with possibility. We hovered on the brink of something monumental, the air thick with anticipation, electric with unknown outcomes. The Hecatoncheirs stood tall, arms raised to the heavens, hands trembling with the weight of unspent fury and unfulfilled dreams. They were not just monsters, they were the embodiment of humanity's darkest fears and brightest hopes. In that moment, amidst the chaos, there was a fragile beauty, a possibility that surged like electricity through the air. Our fate entwined with theirs, a haunting reminder that we are all prisoners of our past, but with the power to shatter those chains. And just when it seemed the universe would collapse under its own weight, the moment shattered. The floodgates opened. The hecaton chairs surged forward, hearts pounding in sync with the thrum of the cosmos, a collision of fury and hope. I was swept along with them, caught in the current of their awakening, the echoes of their anguish and dreams melding together into a singular cry that would resonate through eternity. The night became an orchestra of chaos and emotion, and I was but a shadow, a witness to the unfurling of destiny, as the hecaton chairs fought for their place in a world that had long since forgotten them. In the silence that followed, there was no respite, only the promise of what lay ahead, a confrontation that would shake the heavens and the earth, a testament to the resilience of the broken and the beauty of the forgotten. The moon hung low, a silver coin tipped precariously above the village, casting shadows that danced like specters on the cobblestones. A silence enveloped the night, thick and palpable, as if all the air had been stolen. I stood at the edge of the lake, the water whispering secrets in a language too ancient for human ears. My heart raced, thrumming with the rhythm of 1,000 unanswered questions. It was here, at this cursed water's edge, that the Azrai emerged. I remember the first time I saw her, a fleeting glimpse, a shimmer beneath the surface that took my breath away. Maeve. Her hair flowed like liquid silver, a curtain of light woven with shadows. Her eyes, pools of despair and longing, held the weight of sorrow that could drown 100 souls. She was the essence of beauty, yet heartbreak painted her features, making her look like a ghost caught between worlds. "Don't look at me," she had whispered, her voice a fragile thread, barely breaking the surface of the night. "I fade in the light, and your gaze is flame." Hugo, my brother, stood behind me, a storm brewing in his chest. He was always the brave one, the protector, but as he gripped my shoulder, I felt the tremor in his fingers. "We can't let her go," he said, his voice a mix of fear and determination. "We have to save her." But save her from what? From herself? From the fate that loomed like a shadow, ready to swallow her whole. I remember the stories. Old wives whispered in the tavern that the Azrai were cursed water spirits, born from tears of lost love and regret. They could only breathe in darkness, each ray of light a dagger that pierced their very essence. To see them was a gift, to touch them was a crime, and to love them, well, that was a death sentence waiting to be written. The legends promised ecstasy and despair, a haunting melody that echoed in my heart, urging me to step closer to the shimmering edge. As Hugo and I edged toward the water, I felt the gravity of 1,000 dreams and nightmares pulling us deeper. The moon's glow illuminated the surface, revealing Maeve's form, delicate and ethereal, yet shrouded in an unearthly sadness. "You can't stay here," she pleaded, her voice a haunting melody that curled around my heart. "If you linger too long, you will drown in the depths of my despair." The water stirred, a low rumble like a warning, and I felt the tension crackle in the air. "Maeve, I promise I won't let you fade," I called, urgency spilling from my lips. But as I stepped closer, the shadows lengthened, curling around my ankles like tendrils. I could see the flickering of her form, growing dimmer with each passing heartbeat. Just one touch, I thought, but doubt gnawed at my resolve, fierce and relentless. "What if I burn her?" Hugo broke our gaze, his eyes searching the dark woods that bordered the lake. "They'll come," he said, urgency threading through his words. "The hunters. They'll find us." I could feel the pressure of his fear, an unspoken truth that gripped him tighter than any chains. He was right, the villagers whispered of the Azrai, their songs laced with both reverence and malice. To be touched by a spirit meant a lifetime of torment, or worse, madness. "I don't care," I whispered back, driven by something primal, something more profound than the fear that clawed at our backs. I needed her, and that need blurred the lines of right and wrong. I took another step, the water lapping at my feet, cold and inviting. "Maeve, please." But her face twisted with pain, and shadows gathered around her like a shroud. "You don't understand," she gasped, the words spilling from her lips like shattered glass. "My pain is a storm. It will consume you." Still, I saw the flicker of hope in her eyes, a flicker that ignited a fire within me. "Then let me bear it with you," I pleaded. "I won't let you fade." Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the night, a branch snapping. The hunters had arrived. The air turned electric, charged with fear and the scent of impending doom. They emerged from the underbrush, torches raised, their faces twisted with lust for the hunt. I turned to Hugo, desperation clawing at my throat. "We have to run." But he was rooted to the spot, caught in the gravity of Maeve's gaze. "No. We can't leave her." The words came out in a strangled whisper, a prayer woven with trepidation. I could see the conflict raging within him, the yearning to protect his sister battling against the primal instinct to flee. "Please?" Maeve's voice cut through the night, sharp and pleading. "You must go." The words wrapped around me like chains, anchoring me to this moment, to her. The shadows flickered, dancing like 1,000 lost souls, and I felt the icy grip of fate tightening around us. Then, in that moment of chaos, I saw the truth. The hunters wouldn't just take her life, they would extinguish her very essence, leaving nothing but an echo of sorrow behind. I stepped back, my heart racing, realizing the horror of what we faced. "Hugo, she is worth the risk." But as I stood there, the light of the torches illuminating the lake, I saw her begin to dissolve, her form blurring at the edges, a fading dream slipping away from my grasp. "No!" I screamed, a primal roar that tore itself from my chest, echoing across the water. The hunters moved in closer, their eyes glinting with the thrill of the chase, and I realized that I was caught in a web of choices, love or duty, sacrifice or survival. The lake glimmered like a broken mirror, reflecting not just the moon, but the very fabric of our lives, unraveling thread by thread. "Run!" Maeve's voice shattered the stillness, and I felt the weight of her desperation pierce through me. As the first torchlight flickered over the water, I knew our time was slipping away. The hunters were closing in, and with each passing second, I felt the pull of the abyss. I turned to Hugo, the weight of the world heavy in my chest. I remembered our childhood, the warmth of laughter, the bond that had tethered us through storms and shadows. "Together," I whispered, hoping he would understand. As the first rays of dawn began to bleed into the darkness, I felt a desperate urgency surging through me. I reached for Maeve, my fingers grazing the surface of the water, and in that moment, I felt the coolness of the depths pull me closer. The realization struck, this wasn't just a fight for her life, it was a fight for ours. The hunters closed in, their laughter cutting through the night like a dagger, but I couldn't look away from Maeve, the ethereal spirit whose light was dimming. With one last breath, I leapt forward, the water enveloping me as shadows danced on the edge of dawn, and the world around us began to fade. The air was thick with the stench of decay, a rancid perfume that clung to the walls of the cavern like an unwelcome guest. Shadows slithered, and the ground pulsated beneath their feet, breathing with the rhythm of the forgotten. Heartbeats raced, each thump a terrified echo in the darkness. They stood there, three figures caught in a web of turmoil, each one an unwitting sacrifice to the chthonic deities that ruled this realm of the damned. Myra felt the coldness seep into her bones as she gripped the rusted dagger, its blade glinting with an eerie light. She was a warrior, but today, she wrestled with a monster far more terrifying than any creature that lurked in the shadows. The monster within her was fed by guilt. It gnawed at her insides, whispering that her brother's death was her fault. A chill washed over her. "I remember," she murmured, her voice barely a breath in the unbearable silence. "I remember the day he didn't come back." Each word dragged her deeper into the abyss, where memories twisted like the gnarled roots of ancient trees. She had fought, she had bled for him, but the fates had snatched him away, leaving her with only the weight of her failures. Her hands trembled, not just from fear but from the crushing reality that sometimes, even love can't save you. Beside her, Finn was a storm of emotions, each one crashing against the other. A flicker of hope danced in his eyes, but it was quickly extinguished by the despair that blanketed them like a suffocating fog. "We can't stay here," he said, urgency lacing his voice as he scanned the cavern's jagged edges. His breath came in sharp gasps, panic clawing at his throat. "The spirits are waiting." He was haunted by his own ghosts, memories of laughter that had transformed into screams. The night he lost everything played on repeat in his mind, a whirlwind of fire, a desperate escape, and the faces of loved ones swallowed by the darkness. "I can't watch anyone else die," he whispered, a plea to the universe, to the very gods he no longer believed in. How could he protect them when he couldn't even save his own? The chthonic deities were not just tales, they were living fears, embodiments of loss that prowled just beyond the flickering lights of his sanity. And then there was Elara, the one who had always seen the world as a tapestry of pain and beauty interwoven. She stood apart, a ghost among them, her thoughts swirling like the dust motes caught in the faint glow of what little light they had. "I remember," she sighed, her voice a melody of sorrow and resolve. "I remember the stories my grandmother told me, how the underworld is a mirror of our regrets, reflecting back the choices we've made." The chthonic deities were not mere specters, they were the essence of every unfulfilled promise, every tear shed in silence. She had come here seeking answers, but now the truth felt more like a curse than a blessing. The labyrinth of her own mind twisted around her, leaving her disoriented, lost in a sea of her own making. "We have to confront them," she urged, her voice rising with fervor, desperation lacing every syllable. "If we don't face our demons, they will consume us." The three souls stood teetering on the precipice of revelation, the echoes of their pasts entwined with the whispers of the spirits that lingered in the darkness. Cold fingers of regret wrapped around their hearts like roots grasping for sustenance, pulling them deeper into the chthonic abyss. Outside, the world continued to spin, oblivious to the turmoil within. Time stretched, a taut string ready to snap, a cruel reminder of how fleeting life could be. As they moved deeper into the cavern, every step felt like a surrender, every shadow a reminder of what they had lost. Myra's resolve wavered, the dagger heavy in her hand. "What if they don't forgive us?" she asked, her voice trembling with the weight of her fears. "What if we can't forgive ourselves?" Finn clenched his fists, the pain of his past radiating through him like a wildfire. "We have no choice. We have to face them, even if it means facing the truth about ourselves." His eyes locked onto Myra's, a spark igniting between them, a shared understanding of their shared sorrow. They were all broken in ways that words could never capture, each flaw a thread that bound them together in this desperate dance of survival. Elara stepped forward, her heart pounding like a war drum against the silence. "Then we confront the chthonic deities together," she declared, her voice unwavering now. "They thrive on our fear. If we stand as one, they will tremble." The cavern shuddered, as if the very walls were alive, vibrating with the energy of their determination. The spirits roared to life, a cacophony of whispers and wails, luring them in with promises of closure, of peace. But peace was a lie, a fragile illusion that flickered like a dying ember. Each step they took echoed with the weight of their choices, every heartbeat a reminder of the ghosts they carried. And as they stood on the precipice of the unknown, the air grew colder, a palpable tension crackling in the dark. The confrontation was imminent, the spirits poised to reveal their judgment. Myra felt the dagger's weight in her hand, a reminder of her failures, while Finn's resolve hardened, igniting a fierce protectiveness. Elara's heart raced, a mix of fear and hope swirling together in a chaotic dance. Together, she whispered, the word a mantra, a lifeline. "Together, we will face them." The cavern seemed to pulse in response, the shadows swirling closer, the spirits reaching out with skeletal hands, beckoning. Together, they echoed, their voices intertwining in the darkness, a fragile promise hanging in the air. And in that suspended moment, the chthonic deities prepared to unveil their truths, a reckoning that would bind their fates forever in the tangled web of life and death, love and loss, shadow and light. The air hangs thick, heavy with the scent of rain-soaked earth and the electric hum of unspoken words. I stand at the edge of a graveyard, shadows wrapping around headstones like tendrils of smoke. The moon, a mere sliver in the ink-black sky, casts distorted shapes that dance across the ground. The silence is deafening, yet it thrums with an unsettling energy, whispering secrets that claw at the edges of my mind. And then, the cold chill of a presence, a shiver races down my spine. Is it the wind, or is it something else? I remember the night I met Akira, a young man burdened with a destiny he never sought. His eyes, dark and haunting, seemed to pull the very light from the air. He stood among the fallen leaves, heart racing like a trapped bird, grasping an ancient tome, the pages yellowed with age. A Shinigami had marked his family, a spectre of death that skittered just beyond the periphery of our reality. I could see the tremor in his hands, hear the desperate rasp of his breath. He was terrified, and I couldn't help but feel the weight of that fear settle on my own chest. "Why me?" he whispered, voice cracking like brittle glass. "I didn't ask for this." His words were a plea, a raw wound laid bare before me, echoing against the tombstones that seemed to listen, to judge. And there she was, Yuki. A girl with an untamed spirit and a heart that danced like wildfire. She was the sun breaking through the gloom, yet her laughter was haunted, tinged with shadows that loomed over her every step. Her hands were stained with the soil of the past, remnants of the people she had lost, the secrets she had buried. "You think the Shinigami care about your cries?" she scoffed, her voice sharp but laced with sorrow. "Death is a game, Akira. You can fight, but in the end, the dice are already cast." Tension hung in the air, thick and suffocating, as the three of us stood at the precipice of an unseen abyss. The Shinigami weren't just tales whispered in hushed tones, they were the very essence of our fears, the shadows that followed us home. I could feel their chill creeping in, wrapping around my bones, and in that moment, the gravity of our existence pressed down like a leaden shroud. I remember, Akira's voice was barely above a whisper, the day my grandmother died. I thought I could save her, that I could outrun the inevitable. But the Shinigami were there, watching, waiting. His breath hitched, and I could see the memories crashing over him like waves of despair. I was powerless. Yuki stepped closer, her anger a flame that flickered dangerously. "Powerless? No. You're not powerless. You're just," her voice cracked, revealing a vulnerability that drew me in, a siren's call. "You're just lost." What a hollow truth, that we were all lost in our own ways, chasing after dreams, haunted by ghosts. The moon slipped behind a cloud, plunging us into darkness, and for an instant, the world felt impossibly vast and empty, like a chasm that would swallow us whole. I felt tears prick my eyes, a testament to the chaos that enveloped us. Then, suddenly, the night erupted into chaos. A figure materialized from the shadows, ethereal and menacing, cloaked in darkness, eyes glimmering like shards of broken glass. The Shinigami. My heart thundered in my chest, an instinct propelled me backward, yet Akira stood firm, rooted to the ground like a tree facing a storm. "You can't take me," he shouted, a defiant roar against the encroaching dark. But the Shinigami merely laughed, a sound like rustling leaves, chilling and hollow. "Take you? I'm here to collect." The air around us thickened, and I tasted the metallic tang of fear on my tongue. Time stood still, the world around us fading to nothing as I watched Akira wrestle with the weight of his fate, a struggle echoed in every soul that gazed into the abyss. I remember when the clock struck midnight, I murmured to myself, lost in the pulse of the moment. Everything changes then. Dreams die, fears awaken. We stand at the edge of our own stories, grappling with the inevitability of what comes next. Akira's breath hitched, and Yuki's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "You don't have to give in," she urged, reaching out, fingers trembling as they brushed against Akira's arm. "We can fight this together." But the Shinigami, with a grin that split its face, became a vortex of shadows, pulling us closer to the precipice of despair. "Together? Your unity means nothing in the face of destiny. You are but fleeting moments in the cosmic tapestry." The air crackled with electricity as Akira's resolve wavered, a lighthouse faltering against the tempest. "I won't let you take me," he shouted, voice breaking in a crescendo of desperation. But the grip of the Shinigami tightened, and I felt the ground tremble beneath us, echoing the tremors of our hearts. The world blurred, colors bleeding into one another, as we spiraled deeper into the chaos. Memories flickered like fireflies, illuminating the darkness, the laughter of friends, the touch of a loved one, the taste of freedom. It was all slipping away, obscured by the weight of inevitability. In that moment, I grasped the fragile connection that bound us, this trio of souls tethered by fear and defiance. The Shinigami's laughter rang in my ears, mocking and relentless, yet within that cacophony, a spark ignited. Hope. It was tenuous, a flickering flame that threatened to be snuffed out, but it was there, deep within the marrow of our beings. As the Shinigami lunged forward, I could hear Akira's heartbeat synchronizing with mine, a rhythm of rebellion. Together, I whispered, echoing Yuki's resolve, the word a lifeline threaded through the storm. And in that moment of unity, we forged a bond that transcended time. The Shinigami's laughter faded into the night, swallowed by the echo of our defiance. Darkness recoiled, shadows retreating like a tide, and I felt a surge of strength enveloping us, resilience against the inevitable. But as the shadows ebbed, I knew the battle was far from over. The moon broke through the clouds, illuminating our path forward, yet I could still feel the whispers of the past tugging at my soul, the Shinigami lurking just beyond the veil, waiting for our next moment of weakness. In the heart of that graveyard, we stood at the edge of a new dawn, knowing that the fight would continue, that the Shinigami would never truly be defeated. But together, we were more than just pawns in a game. We were warriors, bound by the threads of our existence, challenging the gods of death themselves. The echoes of our hearts resonated, a symphony of defiance, a battle cry that would ring through the ages. And as I took a step into that uncertain future, the air shimmered with possibilities, the cosmos itself holding its breath in anticipation. The shadows may return, but so will we. Always. The air was thick with anticipation, a silence more profound than death itself, as the three sisters gathered by the edge of the great well, their long shadows stretching like fingers across the ground. The stars above hid behind a shroud of dark clouds, the moon a pale ghost scarcely daring to shine. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears, each beat a whisper of foreboding, each pulse a reminder of the time slipping away. It was the kind of night when fate itself could change on a whim, and I was caught in its eye, trembling. From the shadows emerged Erd, her face lined with the weight of the past, eyes alight with the flicker of 1,000 lost moments. She was the keeper of fate, weaving stories of those who had lived, whose lives were etched into the very fabric of the universe. I could feel the grief in her gaze, a reflection of the lives she had witnessed extinguished as if they were mere candles snuffed out by a breath of wind. She turned to me, her voice like autumn leaves crumbling underfoot. "You think you know your path, but it is only a shadow of what could be." Beside her stood Verdandi, vibrant and fierce, the embodiment of the present. The air crackled with her energy, and I could sense the fierce joy and terrifying chaos that danced in her aura. "We are the now," she cried, her laughter ringing like shattered glass, "and now is everything. Every choice, every flicker of happiness or sorrow, it's all ours to shape." She beckoned, and I felt the pull, the intoxicating rush of possibility. But in her eyes lurked a tempest, wild and untamed, a reminder that the present could slip away just as easily as it was seized. And then there was Skuld, cloaked in shadows, the harbinger of the future. Her presence chilled the air, each word laced with an unsettling certainty. "You fear the unknown," she whispered, her voice cold as the winter winds. "But what's to come is inevitable. You cannot run from what lies ahead." Gazing into the depths of her eyes was like staring into a void, and I felt my breath hitch. What was my destiny? What threads would she weave for me? I remember the first time I sought them, the desperation clawing at my insides like a ravenous beast. I had stood upon the edge of despair then, a broken soul with ambitions like tattered wings. I remember the echoes of laughter fading around me, the faces of friends vanishing into the mist of time. I had wanted to know the path I must take, to cling to the strands of fate that had somehow frayed. But now, standing before them, the sisters of fate, it all felt different, more profound, more terrifying. "Do you fear what lies in the weave?" Erd asked, her voice a caress, a warning. "For the threads of your life intertwine with others, and their destinies are as fragile as glass." "I'm not afraid," I said, though the tremor in my voice betrayed me. I was terrified. Terrified of the choices I had made, the ones that had led me here, and the ones that lay ahead. What if I chose wrong? What if the threads unraveled? The sisters exchanged glances, a knowing spark igniting between them, a communication as ancient as the cosmos itself. "Fear is the essence of choice," Verdandi interjected, her smile both inviting and menacing. "It grips you, forces you to confront what you truly desire." "But desire can lead to ruin," Skuld murmured, her expression inscrutable. "You must understand that sometimes, to want is to lose." Her words clung to the air like smoke, heavy and suffocating. And then I saw him, a figure emerging from the darkness behind me, in my brother, once a beacon of light in my life, now a shadow of his former self. His eyes were haunted, reflecting the chaos of his own choices. He had come seeking answers, too, drawn into this web of destiny, but I could see the weight upon him, the burden of regret. "Did you find what you sought?" he asked, his voice laced with a desperation that pierced my heart. He was broken, and I was afraid of what I might see reflected in his despair. "I don't know," I admitted, the words tasting like ash on my tongue. "But I'm afraid of what's to come. There is no escape from fate." Erd stepped forward, her voice wrapping around us like a shroud. "You will face the consequences of your choices. You cannot turn back the clock, nor should you wish to. If only I could rewind time, if only I could unspool the threads I had tangled." But standing here, with my brother's sorrow carved into my heart, I felt the weight of inevitability. The past was a ghost I couldn't shake off, the future was an unsteady precipice. "Will we be together?" my brother asked, his voice trembling, a plea woven into the fabric of his words. "Only if you choose to embrace the chaos," Verdandi replied, her eyes sparkling with a dangerous light. "Only if you dare to step into the unknown, to confront the shadows that beckon." The atmosphere shifted, a sudden tension, an electric hum of possibility swirling around us. I could feel my pulse racing, that haunting dichotomy of fear and thrill. The sisters were offering something profound, something terrifyingly beautiful. A chance to weave our own fates, to stand against the darkness, but at what cost? "Do you dare?" Skuld whispered, her voice cutting through the thick night air. "Will you confront what you fear the most?" I stood there, trembling, caught between the weight of my brother's gaze and the sisters' challenge. I could feel the threads of our lives intertwining, the tapestry of our shared past and uncertain future spiraling before us. It was a choice, an invitation to thread our paths together or risk being lost in the void. And for a heartbeat, a breath, the world held its breath with me. The stars finally peeked through the clouds, a glimmer of hope amidst the encroaching shadows. The choices lay before us, raw and unfiltered, and I knew, deep down, that this was only the beginning. The weave of destiny had begun, and the final threads were yet to be drawn. The air hung thick, suffocating, when Elena stumbled into the clearing, her heart pounding like a war drum in her chest. Shadows danced wildly around her, twisting and stretching as if mocking her breathless fear. The trees loomed like ancient sentinels, their bark gnarled and twisted, their branches clawing at the sky, as if trying to pull it down into the darkness. A chill crept down her spine, whispering warnings that she could not ignore. I shouldn't be here, she thought, but the haunting melodies echoing in the distance drew her deeper, deeper into the heart of the night, where the Tartaruchan awaited. The fabled guardians of the underworld were not tales spun to frighten children, they were as real as the dirt beneath her torn boots, as tangible as the memories that clawed at the edges of her mind. She remembered her mother's voice, soft but trembling, recounting stories by a flickering firelight, tales of shadowy figures that harvested lost souls, steering them into realms never again to see the sun. The Tartaruchan feast on despair, she had warned, her face pale, eyes glazed as if recalling a nightmare too heavy to share. And now, here Elena stood, a moth drawn to the flame. "Why do you linger in the twilight?" a voice called, smooth and cold, wrapping around her like barbed wire. She froze, sensing the presence before she saw it, a figure emerging from the shadows, cloaked in darkness, eyes glimmering like stars swallowed by the abyss. It was Dimitri, his expression a mixture of defiance and dread. They were bound together, two souls caught in the web of fate, each carrying the weight of grief, the loss of their little brother, Alexei, an absence that echoed louder than any haunting melody. "Dimitri," she whispered, stepping closer, each word a fragile thread hanging between them. "I thought you wouldn't come." "Neither did I," he replied, his voice cracking like frozen glass. "But the dreams, they haunt me. I had to see." The air thickened with unsaid words, a chasm of guilt and longing stretching between them. They had felt Alexei's presence in each sigh of the wind, in the way shadows clung to corners, grasping at memories that slipped through their fingers like sand. "Do you feel him?" she asked, the tremor in her voice betraying her resolve. "Do you hear his laughter?" Dimitri nodded, but his eyes carried a darkness that pulled Elena further into despair. It's not laughter, Lena. It's a call. The winds whistled around them, carrying echoes of their brother's laughter, a fragile sound twisted into something unrecognizable. It was a haunting invitation, a siren's call promising solace yet threatening to drown them in sorrow. It was then that the shadows around them shifted, coiling like serpents, and the smell of damp earth and decay washed over them. I remember, Elena's voice cracked. I remember the way he loved the night. How he thought the stars were whispers of the universe. But what if the stars are just lies? Dimitri's eyes blazed, desperation spilling forth. What if they're the eyes of the Tartaruchan, watching us, waiting to pull us into their grasp? Fear gripped them both, a tightening coil around their throats, as the ground beneath them began to tremble, cracking open to reveal yawning chasms. From the depths, shadows rose, formless and wretched, forming grotesque figures that writhed as if trying to escape their bondage. The Tartaruchan, guardians and thieves, moved with a malevolent grace, their laughter a cacophony of broken dreams and whispered regrets, resonating through the night like a dirge. With every passing moment, Elena felt the weight of their loss pressing down on her chest, suffocating. What do they want, Dimitri? She gasped, struggling to keep her voice steady. Why do they torment us? They want our pain, he replied, stepping closer to her, their shoulders brushing. They feed on it. They thrive in the darkness we carry. The shadows encircled them, a whirlwind of despair and longing, calling out to the fragments of their shattered souls. They offered promises dressed in seduction, peace, closure, the return of Alexei, but all Elena felt was the gnawing dread of betrayal. We can't let them take us, she whispered, clutching Dimitri's hand, feeling the warmth of his skin against the biting chill of the night. We have to fight. Fight? Against what? Dimitri's voice cracked under the weight of their shared grief. We're just two lost souls, wandering a path we cannot see. But Elena shook her head, determination igniting a spark within her. We are more than our sorrows, Dimitri. We carry his memory. We must remind them of the light. In that moment, the night shattered like glass. The Tartaruchan lunged, a mass of swirling darkness, and Elena felt the pull of the abyss as if the ground beneath her was made of shadows. Hold on, she screamed, her voice cutting through the chaos. Remember him. Remember the stars. Dimitri's grip tightened, and as they stood at the edge of the chasm, Elena felt something shift in the air, a flicker of light igniting the darkness. They closed their eyes, and memories cascaded like a waterfall, Alexei's laughter, his small hand in theirs, the warmth of sunlight dancing across their skin, the joy of being whole. And just like that, the shadows recoiled, shrieking in agony, the Tartaruchan flailing as light erupted from their hearts, blinding in its intensity. The guardians faltered, their forms twisting, unraveling into wisps of smoke, and for the briefest moment, Elena felt the presence of Alexei, a soft glow illuminating the depths of despair. But the moment passed like a summer rain, leaving only the chill of night and the echo of their shared pain. The world around them trembled and groaned, but they stood rooted, hearts beating in rhythm, caught in a web of intertwined memories, lost but unyielding. They were alive, they were here, bound by love, grief, and the haunting spectre of the Tartaruchan, guardians of the unseen, forever watching, forever waiting. As the shadows receded, a mere flicker of hope lingered in the air, and Elena and Dimitri stood on the precipice, staring into the abyss, knowing their journey was far from over. The moon hung heavy in the sky, a pale sentinel witnessing the chaos below. The shrill cries of a child echoed through the stillness, piercing the night like a knife. I stood frozen, heart pounding in my chest, sweat mingling with the cool night air. A figure emerged from the shadows, silhouetted against the shimmering water. I felt my breath hitch, a sudden, primal fear gripping me like a vice. The river, glistening and deceptively calm, cradled whispers of something ancient, something waiting. Liam, a once bright-eyed boy of 12, now stood on the precipice of terror. His sister, Ilara, only a flick of hair and laughter, had vanished into the murky depths. Ilara, he shouted, voice trembling, cracking like the dry branches overhead. The water lapped hungrily at the banks, its surface swirling with secrets, promises unfulfilled. I wanted to scream, to reach out, but my limbs felt leaden, as if the weight of the bunyip's curse had settled upon me too. "Don't go near the water." The words clawed their way up my throat, too late. Liam was already stepping forward, drawn by the siren song of the river. I remember the stories, fuzzy childhood memories layered with fear. The bunyip, guardian and tormentor, had haunted our dreams, its dark eyes watching as we splashed in the shallows, innocent of the threat lurking beneath. It's just a story, I had told myself, too many times to count. But now, standing there on the riverbank, I could almost feel its breath on my skin, cold and wet. With each step Liam took, the tension coiled tighter within me. The water glimmered, a mirror reflecting the moonlight, but something else stirred below, something vicious and hungry. "Elara," he cried again, desperation lacing his voice like a haunting melody. My heart ached for him, for the innocent slipping away like grains of sand. I longed to reach out, to tell him to turn back, but fear wrapped my tongue in barbed wire. As Liam knelt at the edge, searching the depths with wide, terrified eyes, the surface rippled. My breath caught in my throat. A shadow, dark and shapeless, slipped beneath the water, a phantom of nightmares. Memories rushed back, my mother's voice, trembling as she recounted the tales, her eyes wide with fright. "The bunyip waits beneath dark waters," she had said. "It watches, it listens, and when it comes, it takes." I could see it now, the vague outline shifting, a monstrous shape lurking just out of sight. I stumbled forward, desperation propelling me. "Liam, get away!" My voice shattered the silence, yet it felt futile, lost among the whispers of the night. The water surged, frothy and wild, as if responding to my fear. The bunyip stirred, the guardian spirit of the water, and I could almost hear the low growl vibrating through the air, a warning, a challenge. "What if it takes me, too?" Liam whispered, eyes wide, glistening like the water under the moonlight. I felt the weight of his fear, a mirror reflecting my own. I knelt beside him, gripping his shoulder, the warmth of his skin grounding me in that moment of terror. "It won't take you, Liam. It can't. Just listen to me. We'll find Elara." But deep in my gut, I felt the truth, a sickening realization. The river was not just a body of water, it was alive, a living entity that held the power to consume. What was it that my mother used to say? "The bunyip feasts on the lost, the unloved." In that moment, I understood. We were not just fighting for Elara, we were battling the very essence of our fears. The bunyip was more than a creature, it was a reflection of our darkness. The water erupted, a violent splash that sent waves crashing over the bank. I instinctively pulled Liam back. "Run!" My heart raced as I felt the currents tugging at my ankles, relentless, insatiable. The ground beneath us trembled, as if the earth itself was trying to escape the horror unfolding beneath. "Where is she?" Liam's voice trembled, the desperation carving sharp lines across his young face. "Where is Elara?" I looked into his eyes, those innocent, bright eyes that now threatened to drown in despair. "She's out there, Liam. We have to trust," but I didn't know what we were trusting. I felt the cold grip of hopelessness choking me, each heartbeat echoing the rhythm of the water. It was alive, dancing, swirling, mocking us. Then came the sound, a low, guttural growl resonating from the depths, reverberating through my bones. The bunyip had awakened. The air thickened with dread. "Liam, listen!" I shouted, the urgency clawing at my throat. "We need to get help. We need," but before I could finish, the water exploded. A colossal figure broke the surface, scales glistening like obsidian, eyes reflecting the light of 1,000 stars, wild and unearthly. The bunyip. My breath hitched, every instinct screamed to run, but I couldn't leave Liam. He stood frozen, mesmerized by the creature before us. It roared, a sound that shattered the night, a symphony of rage and sorrow. I felt the vibrations ripple through my very soul, the echo of forgotten fears stirring to life. The bunyip was not merely a guardian, it was an embodiment of our grief, our loss, the weight of unspoken words that had festered in silence for too long. "Don't look at it!" I screamed, but it was too late. The darkness in Liam's eyes mirrored the abyss before us, a chasm that threatened to swallow us whole. I reached for him, but he was slipping away, caught in the grip of the creature's haunting call. In that moment, I realized it wasn't just Ilara we were fighting for. It was our very souls, trapped in the current of fear and despair. We were standing on the edge, teetering between light and shadow, and I knew that if we didn't act now, we would drown in our own darkness. Liam! My voice rang out, fierce and raw, breaking through the night's veil. Look at me! You have to fight! As the bunyip surged forward, the water crashing around us, I felt the terrible weight of the moment, heavy, suffocating. Yet, deep within, a flicker of determination ignited. We could not succumb. We would not lose ourselves to the depths. The creature paused, its gaze locked onto mine, heavy with centuries of sorrow. In that heartbeat, time stretched, a lingering silence enveloping us, fragile yet electric. I saw the truth in its eyes, the reflection of a heartache that resonated with my own. And in that moment, under the pale gaze of the moon, I understood, the bunyip was not just a guardian spirit of the waters, it was a keeper of secrets, a reminder of the love and loss buried beneath the surface, waiting to emerge. It demanded recognition, a confrontation of our fears. Let us fight together, I whispered, heart racing. We will find her. The air shifted, the water quieting, as the bunyip lingered, still and watchful. And with that, the night stretched onward, unraveling the fabric of fear and hope, a tapestry woven with the threads of our souls. The river, alive and watchful, held its breath, and the battle was far from over. The water churned like a beast waking from a long slumber, its surface rippling under the weight of unseen sorrows. The moon hung low, a white eye peering through clouds, casting an eerie glow over the desolate riverbank. I stood there, heart pounding, as the tension dripped like sweat from my brow. The air was thick with the smell of wet earth and something else, something rotten, like an unsaid goodbye. Do you hear that? It was Sora's voice, quivering, barely above a whisper. Her eyes darted to the dark water, where shadows danced as if mocking our fear. She had always been the brave one, the one who laughed when the wind howled and the trees creaked. But tonight, even the bravest can feel the chill of the unknown seep into their bones. Shut up! I hissed, the words slipping out before I could catch them. Don't talk about it. But the truth was, I could feel it, too, the presence lurking beneath the surface. The stories had never just been tales to me, they were warnings, ribbed and raw. The Kappa, they said, waited for the unwary, an ancient water dweller, a creature of both mischief and death. As if summoned by our fear, the water heaved, and from its depths emerged a figure, glistening like a slick oil sheen beneath the dying light. A head, round and flat like a stone, eyes glimmering with malice, and a mouth that twisted into a smile that felt all wrong. My stomach lurched. I wanted to run, but my feet were glued to the ground, driven by something primal, something that demanded I watch. Look away, Sora! I begged, but she was entranced, caught in the Kappa's gaze. The way it moved, a sinuous grace that belied its grotesque form, had her spellbound. I could see her heart thumping in her chest, her breath quickening as if its rhythm might sync with the monstrous creature's dark delight. Lila, she murmured, her voice a thread pulling me closer to the abyss. What if it can help us? What if it knows where he is? The words hung in the air, thickening the tension. I thought of Kenji, my brother, lost to the river long ago, swallowed whole by the depths that now thrashed like a wounded beast. They said the Kappa might offer a deal, a tempting bait for the desperate, seekers of connection, of closure. But what would be the price? Nothing ever comes without sacrifice. The creature's laughter rippled through the air, cold and mocking. It sensed our desperation, our grief. It thrived on it. I could see it now, the way its eyes glinted, filled not with kindness but with the thrill of the hunt. What if he's in the afterlife? I spat the words like venom. What if he's not meant to come back? The truth is, I had been too afraid to admit, even to myself, that Kenji might be lost forever, a ghost swimming through the dark waters, never to find his way back to the surface. But Sora's hand gripped mine, a lifeline. What if he is, she implored. We can't just leave him there. The kappa flicked its tongue, tasting the tension. I could feel its hunger, a visceral pulse that resonated within me, like the thudding of a drum echoing in my chest. "Let's ask him," Sora urged, her resolve weaving around my doubts like a cocoon. "We can't turn back. Not now." And so, I stepped forward, the earth squelching beneath my feet, as if the ground itself were warning me. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice trembling. "What will it take to bring him back?" The creature's smile widened, unveiling teeth like jagged stones. It was a grim sight, one that made the hairs on my arm stand on end. "Sacrifice," it cooed, each syllable dripping with malice. "What will you give to summon the lost?" My mind raced. What could I offer? The thought of Kenji's face, the way his laughter echoed through our home, sent shards of pain through my chest. "My soul," I whispered, half in jest, half in truth, a desperate attempt to bargain with the darkness. "Ah," the kappa hissed, its eyes narrowing, "the soul is a precious thing. But what else? What else would you dare part with?" The air hummed with tension. Sora squeezed my hand tighter. "I'd give anything," she said, her voice rising, desperate and fervent. "Anything for Kenji." "That is the spirit," the kappa chuckled, a sound like stones grinding together. "But the price must be paid in blood." The offer hung before us, ripe with dread, a thick fog wrapping around our thoughts. I could feel myself slipping, the ground shifting under my feet. The damp of the river seeped into my bones, wrapping around my heart like a vice. "What do you mean?" I demanded, although I feared I already knew. I could see it now, the swirl of darkness, the promise of what could be, and the horror of what would follow. "Your heart," the kappa said, its voice a serpentine whisper. "An exchange of essence, a binding with the lost." Sora's grip loosened, and I could sense her resolve waver. The world around us blurred, the shadows deepening as the river churned louder, a cacophony that drowned out reason. "No," she breathed, her eyes wide with terror, "we can't. We can't do this." But the kappa didn't wait for our answer. It lunged, a flash of scales and teeth as sharp as a promise unbroken, and in that moment, I understood, we were all just echoes of our own choices, rippling out into the darkness, seeking the light, chasing the ghosts of those we loved. The river surged, and our fates twisted like the currents. I could hear Kenji's laughter in the shadows, feel his presence dancing just out of reach. And as I stood there, a choice unmade, I realized, sometimes, the scariest part of the unknown is not what you might find, but what you might lose. Just as the water closed in around us, I felt Sora slip away, her voice echoing, lost in the roaring depths. And I was left alone, staring into the abyss, where the kappa waited, its eyes glimmering like two dark stars, ready to claim what it desired most. In the throbbing silence that followed, the weight of my choices pressed heavy against my chest, and the river beckoned, promising a truth I wasn't sure I was ready to face. The moon hung low, a silver coin slipped between the jagged teeth of the cliffs. Night wrapped its cold arms around the village of Kilrath, and shadows whispered secrets beneath the warped eaves of crumbling cottages. Breathless, I stood at the edge of the world, my heart pounding like a war drum. The air crackled with tension, something was coming. "Have you seen her?" My voice trembled, fear pooling in my stomach like thick sludge. It was a question that had consumed me, gnawed at my insides for days. Maeve, my sister, had vanished as if swallowed by the earth itself. The villagers murmured about the puka, those shape-shifting spirits woven into the very fabric of our folklore, and I couldn't shake the haunting thought that they were part of her disappearance. "Don't speak of that name," whispered Aidan, his eyes wide, glistening like dark pools. He was my childhood friend, once carefree and bold, now a shadow of his former self. "The puka don't just take. They play games, and the stakes are high." His voice was a low rasp, each word a warning that sent shivers cascading down my spine. I remembered the stories, how they danced through the night, tricking the unwary, leaving only madness in their wake. But Maeve was not unwary, she was spirited and bright, the kind of girl who laughed in the face of danger. When the village spoke of the puka, I saw her eyes flash with excitement, not fear. I should have listened then. I should have pulled her close and warned her. The ground beneath my feet felt alive, pulsing with an energy that was both terrifying and alluring, as if it too were waiting for what would come next. The stars flickered overhead, a distant audience to my misery. I remember the last words we shared, her laughter ringing like a bell in my ears. "You worry too much, little brother," she had teased, her hair dancing like flames in the wind. "Life is a series of adventures. You should join me." Now, the thought of her wandering alone in the night sent ice coursing through my veins. The stories of the puka surged to the forefront of my mind, their laughter echoing like a cruel melody. What if she thought she was playing one of their games? I whispered, half to myself. What if she? But Aiden's grip on my shoulder brought me back. They can take any shape, you know. Even those we love. His words unfurled a new fear, a vision of Maeve transformed, a twisted reflection of her laughter, all sharp edges and cruel mirth. Every heartbeat echoed with urgency as I recalled old tales. The puka could appear as a horse, a goat, even a dog, twisting the familiar into something grotesque. I could feel the shadows closing in, the chill of the night wrapping tighter around us. "Let's find her," I said, my voice quaking with determination. Aiden hesitated, his brows furrowing, but I could see the flicker of resolve within him too. "We can't leave her out there. Not alone." Together, we ventured into the thickening darkness, where every rustle of leaves felt like a portent. Shadows writhed like phantoms, hungry and watchful. I remembered stories of those who had come face to face with the puka and returned, changed, wild-eyed and laughing with madness. I had never believed them. But standing here, with each footstep echoing into the void, I felt that grip of fear tighten, twisting in my gut. "Do you think she'll be like that?" Aiden's voice was barely above a whisper, fragile as the night air. What if she's lost herself?" "Don't say that." I shot back, my heart racing in a chaotic rhythm. "She's still in there. We'll find her. We have to believe." But even as I said it, a gnawing doubt crept in, wrapping itself around my resolve like a serpent coiling tighter. The wood swallowed us whole, gnarled branches reaching for our throats, thick mist curling around our ankles like a living thing. I could almost hear Maeve's laughter teasing me, dancing just out of reach. It was a haunting sound, both a comfort and a torment, a reminder of who we were before the darkness had seeped in. Suddenly, a shape flitted between the trees, a blur of black, a fleeting shadow. My breath caught in my throat, a scream boiling beneath my skin. Aiden froze, eyes wide, staring into the abyss. "What was that?" he breathed, voice trembling. "It doesn't matter," I urged, though my heart drummed against my ribs like a desperate plea. "We have to keep moving." The air thickened around us, suffocating and electric, and I couldn't help but wonder if the puka had found us already, playing their twisted games. But then the shadows shifted again, morphing, twisting into a form that looked hauntingly familiar, a figure with cascading dark hair and striking laughter that echoed through the trees. My heart seized, it was Maeve. "Help me," she cried, her voice a mix of joy and terror, pulling at my heartstrings, weaving a tapestry of desperate hope and dread. I lunged forward, but the shape morphed, becoming a wild-eyed horse, eyes gleaming with mischief and malice. It charged away, leaving only a whisper behind it, "Catch me if you can, dear brother." I stumbled, the ground shifting under my feet, and the world spun with the sudden weight of realization. "It's not her," I gasped, the truth slicing through my chest like a knife. Aiden's face blanched, and as I turned to him, I saw the reflection of my own fear staring back. We were ensnared in a web of the unknown, caught between the world we knew and the monstrous laughter of the puka echoing off the cliffs. We had entered their game, and with each step deeper into the night, the stakes grew higher, more dangerous. Each heartbeat thudded against my ribcage, a reminder of the urgency that poured through my veins. What would we find at the end of this twisted game? Would we reclaim Maeve, or would we be lost to the shadows, marked by the laughter of the puka, forever haunted? In the distance, the echo of a laugh, a sound that once brought joy now served only to hollow my heart. The chase was on, and we were pawns in a game far beyond our comprehension. The night loomed, thick with shadows, and whatever awaited us, we would face together, driven by the desperate hope of finding Maeve, no matter the cost. The air felt heavy, thick like damp linen clinging to the skin, as I stood in the dim chamber. Shadows danced along the walls, flickering like souls caught in the afterlife, whispering secrets of those who had passed but were never truly gone. I felt them, an echo of their laughter trapped in the walls, a faint heartbeat in the stillness. Quixote stood before me, his fingers trembling as he traced the ink inscribed on the dusty stone. "Do you feel it?" he breathed, eyes wild with a mix of reverence and fear. "The Ka, it watches us." His voice wavered, coated in a tremulous blend of awe and dread, the weight of ancient beliefs pressing against his chest like the heavy tombstone he had yet to accept. I wanted to tell him that the Ka was nothing to fear, that it was merely the life force, the essence of who we are, the spirit that endures. But the truth clawed at my throat. I was haunted not just by the phantoms of the past, but also by the familiar specter of my own Ba, that elusive part of me that craved connection, recognition. I had lost so much already, pieces of myself scattered like the grains of sand slipping through fingers. A chill cut through the room, as if the very air shivered with memories of ancient gods and forgotten rituals. "You don't understand," Quixote whispered, his voice barely breaking the silence. "The Ba lives on, but the Ka can be lost." He turned toward me, desperation in his eyes. "What if we can't hold on to our Ka? What will happen then?" I thought of Amunet, my sister, her laughter like the warm sun on our faces, now a distant memory. She had believed in the power of the Ka, in its potential to bridge the living with the dead. I had watched her grow increasingly obsessed with the rites that would ensure a Ka's safe passage. "Amunet!" I had cried, the word tearing from my throat as she sunk deeper into the world of incantations and offerings. "You can't let this consume you." But she was already gone, lost in her own spirals of fear and longing, a flickering flame extinguished too soon. The tomb we stood in felt like a mausoleum for more than just the dead, it embodied our fears and regrets, the weight of grief crashing against the walls. I could hear the faint echo of her voice, a reminder of the Ba, that shimmering essence of individuality, yearning to reach beyond the veil. "I remember," I murmured, the words slipping out before I could catch them. "I remember her laughter." Quixote's face twisted in pain. "You think of the past while the Ka withers, to Mary. We must act before it's too late." His hands gripped my shoulders, raw desperation in his touch, the warmth of life clashing against the coldness surrounding us. I closed my eyes, fighting the flood of memories washing over me. "What must we do?" I asked, voice trembling on the precipice of hope and despair. "What can we do to ensure our Ka remains strong?" The flickering torches cast his face in stark relief, illuminating the shadows of fear etched deep in his brow. "We must perform the rites. We must call upon the gods. We must plead with the universe, for the Ka is fragile, like a bird caught in a storm." His words enveloped me, wrapping around my heart like a vice. I felt the pull of the cosmos, the vastness above, the stars twinkling like the eyes of those who had gone. How could I hope to hold so much? To weave together the threads of our lives, stitching them into a tapestry that could withstand the test of time? I opened my eyes, gazing into the darkness. "Then let us begin," I whispered, my voice steady with resolve. "Let us summon the Ka of our loved ones. Let us light the candles and pour the offerings. We will not let their spirits fade." Quixote nodded, his gaze fierce, ignited with a flicker of determination. We began the ritual, our hands moving with a frantic urgency, the scent of incense curling around us like a protective embrace. I could feel the air shift, an electric current buzzing between us as we called out the names of the lost. Each name felt like a prayer, a desperate plea to the universe, a lifeline cast into the abyss. As we recited the ancient words, a weight lifted, a moment of connection igniting my being. The Ba, that shimmering essence, rose like a phoenix from the ashes of my grief. I could see Amunet's face in my mind's eye, hear her laughter ringing out like the chime of temple bells. But as the last syllable left my lips, a silence fell upon us, heavy and suffocating. I felt the shadows shift again, a dark undercurrent pulling at my heart. "What if we're wrong?" I breathed, terror twisting my insides. What if calling them back binds them to this world? Quixote's eyes widened, fear spilling over into his voice. Then we must face whatever may come. We owe it to them, to ourselves. In that moment, the room pulsed with the energy of the past, the living and the dead entwined in a cosmic dance. I felt the presence of the ancient gods, their breath lingering like a lover's whisper. The Ka, so delicate and ephemeral, beat within me, a heart that echoed the rhythms of the universe. I remembered the stars, the dreams they held, the promises made beneath their gaze. I remembered that the Ba was not just the soul, it was the embodiment of our essence, the connection that tied us to those we loved. As Quixote and I stood amidst the shadows, I realized that this was not merely a ritual. It was a confrontation with the fragility of life, a testament to the love we bore for those who had slipped through our fingers like the finest grains of sand. And still, the air crackled with tension, promising retribution or redemption. The Ka watched us, waiting, whispering secrets of the ages as we stood on the brink of an abyss, the darkness swirling around us. Would we rise or fall? Would we be devoured by the shadows or bathed in the light of understanding? The answers lurked just beyond reach, a haunting melody echoing in the silence, urging us to go further, to dig deeper. The wind howled like a banshee, swirling the fallen leaves into a frantic dance, while a chill crept under the skin like the ghost of a long-forgotten lover. I stood there, rooted to the spot, heart pounding louder than the roar, relentless whispers of the night. Shadows loomed, flickering with a life of their own, and for a moment, I could have sworn I felt their icy fingers curling around my throat, tightening, an echo of what was to come. Myra. The name hung in the air, heavy with dread, a specter that haunted me. I remembered her laughter, once bright and effervescent, now twisted into tortured echoes. She had been my sister, my keeper of dreams, until the day she stumbled into the abyss, the day the Keers claimed her. I could still remember the moment she vanished, like a candle snuffed out in the dark. One moment, she was weaving the strands of her dreams with youthful ambition, the next, she was a phantom, a silhouette draped in shadows. I was supposed to protect her, but protection felt like a cruel joke. I had stood by as the Keers, those harbingers of death, came for her, their eyes glimmering with a hunger that chilled the marrow of my bones. "Come back, Myra!" I had screamed, my voice raw, tearing at the fabric of night. But the only response was silence, an abyssal void that swallowed her whole as if she had never existed. And then there was Eric, a man racked with his own demons, a soldier whose courage bled into despair. He had lost too many battles, too many comrades. I could see it etched in the lines of his face, the way he carried the weight of the dead upon his shoulders. His eyes, once filled with the fire of a warrior, now flickered with a haunted glimmer, a fading ember. "Do you ever feel it?" he whispered one night, beneath a sky laden with stars that felt like eyes watching us, judging us. "The Keers are always watching. Always waiting." His words were like shards of glass, cutting through the veil of my denial. I wanted to scream at him, to lash out, to tell him he was being foolish. But deep down, there was an unsettling truth. The Keers, those female death spirits, thrived on despair, feeding off the fear that clawed at our insides, turning our hopes into brittle bones. I felt like I was racing against the clock, against an inevitable fate that loomed like a specter. The nights grew longer, shadows deepened, and every corner of the city felt like a trap, a maze where the walls whispered secrets of doom. I could sense the Keers prowling, their presence like heavy fog that rolled in without warning. They were not just spirits, they were the embodiment of our fears, our failures. I was spiraling, losing grip on my own sanity as memories bled into dreams. I would often wake, gasping, with Myra's face etched into my mind. I saw her, vibrant and whole, but always just out of reach. "Help me," she would cry, a haunting refrain that echoed in the silence of my room, in the quiet moments when the world held its breath. And Eric, poor Eric, found solace in the bottle, drowning himself in oblivion, pretending that the Keers weren't real, that they wouldn't come for him next. I watched him, my heart pounding in my chest, knowing that his denial was a fragile shield against a relentless storm. "We need to stand together," I would say, my voice threading through the darkness, but he would just shake his head, lost in a spiral of grief that threatened to consume him. That night, the air trembled with electric anticipation. We stood at the edge of the forest, the trees towering like ancient sentinels, a realm where shadows blended and twisted into grotesque forms. I could feel it, the palpable weight of dread hanging like a noose around our necks. The darkness quivered, whispering promises of despair, and something deep within me stirred, an instinct that clawed at my mind. "Myra!" I shouted, my voice breaking against the winds that howled like tortured souls. "Where are you?" The silence that followed was deafening. It felt as if the world held its breath. And then, through the haunting quiet, I felt them, the Keers. Their presence seeped through the trees, seeping into every crevice of my being, cold and relentless. I stood frozen, heart racing, as shadows coalesced into forms, their ethereal beauty marred by an undeniable hunger. They were the embodiment of all that was lost, all that had been broken. I could see Myra's face among them, her eyes wide with terror, pleading for release. "Help me," she cried again, the sound slicing through the night, a raw wound that echoed in my heart. I turned to Eric, his eyes wide, fear etched into every line of his face. "We have to fight them," I shouted, desperation lacing my voice. But he just shook his head, retreating into the shadows of his despair. I was alone, standing at the precipice of a chasm, the Keers circling like vultures, tantalizingly close yet hopelessly out of reach. My heart thundered in my chest, a primal drumbeat calling me to confront the abyss that awaited. I took a step forward, trembling, the ground beneath me pulsing like a living thing. I remembered her laughter, the bittersweet memories flooding my mind, and I knew then that I would not let them take her without a fight. I would race against the tides of despair, against the very essence of death itself. As I stood there, facing the Keers, my breath shallow and quick, I realized this was not merely a battle for my sister's soul. It was a confrontation with my own fears, my own failures. I felt the darkness of the night encroaching, but in that moment, a flicker of light ignited within me, a desperate flame of defiance that would not be extinguished. Time stretched like a taut string, every heartbeat reverberating as I prepared to face the unimaginable. I could feel the air thrum with tension, the Keers swirling, waiting, watching. I took a deep breath, this was only the beginning. Thunder crashed outside, rattling the fragile window panes of the dimly lit parlor. Miss Eliza Thornfield stood frozen, heart pounding against her ribcage like a caged bird desperate for freedom. In the flickering light of the gas lamp, shadows twisted and danced along the walls, morphing into fleeting shapes that whispered secrets long buried. She could almost hear their voices, lost souls yearning for remembrance, their echoes reverberating in the hollow chambers of her mind. "I remember the night when the clock struck 12, she whispered, her breath a fragile thread in the suffocating air. I remember the chill that gripped my spine. The memories clawed at her, sharp and insistent, until the line between the living and the spectral blurred, and she felt a pull toward the phantasmagoria of her own grief. Every tick of the clock was a reminder. It counted down not the hours, but the fragments of her life stolen away by the haunting specter of her brother, Edward. His laughter, once a melody that filled their home, now lay buried beneath the weight of the gravestone in the family plot. She clutched the locket around her neck, fingers trembling as they traced the outline of his face within, his smiling eyes, the promise of a future that had disintegrated into nothingness. Across the room, Jonathan, her husband, paced like a restless spirit himself. His brows knitted together, a storm brewing in his chest. He had witnessed her descent into the abyss of sorrow, the way grief unfurled its claws and dragged her deeper into its maw. "Eliza," he called, his voice taut, a fraying rope threatening to snap. "You cannot keep living in the past. He's gone. We must move on." But how could she? Each word was like a dagger, twisting in her gut. "Move on," she echoed, incredulity flooding her voice. "You speak of moving on as if it were a mere stroll in the park, as if grief were a shroud I could simply shake off." Tears pooled in her eyes, blurring the edges of the room, distorting the shadows that flickered like phantoms. "Your sadness is like a specter, Eliza," he said, his voice softer now, yet edged with urgency. "It haunts me, too. I feel it every night when I close my eyes, when the darkness wraps around us." He turned away, fists clenched, as if battling demons of his own. but I cannot bear this weight any longer." She longed to reach out, to pull him back from the precipice of his despair, but the chasm between them felt insurmountable. And yet, in that moment of tension, the air thickened, as if charged with a presence that was neither of this world nor the next. Shadows shifted, whispering promises of revelation, and she felt the locket grow warm against her skin. "I remember," the phrase echoed in her mind, repeating like a mantra, spiraling through the layers of her consciousness. "I remember the last time I saw him." Edward's laughter, bright as sunlight, played in the back of her mind, mingling with the chill of death's grasp. She could see him, his silhouette framed by the dim light of the drawing room, an angel caught between worlds. But this memory was a trick of the mind, a cruel jest of her heart. "He's here," she murmured, stepping closer to Jonathan, her heart racing. "Can't you feel it? He's with us." Jonathan's eyes widened, a flash of fear igniting within them. "Eliza, don't," but the room shuddered, and suddenly, it felt as if the walls were breathing, inhaling the weight of her sorrow. A gust of wind swept through, extinguishing the gas lamps, plunging them into darkness. The world outside faded, time suspended in that eerie silence, as if the universe itself held its breath. "Call him, Eliza," a voice whispered from the shadows, smooth as silk but laced with an undercurrent of dread. "Call him back." Her mind raced, the call of the beyond pulsing through her veins like an electric current. She felt the weight of 1,000 eyes upon her, unseen, waiting, yearning. "Edward," she cried into the void, her voice breaking, raw with desperation. "Come back to me. Please." In the darkness, a figure materialized, flickering like a candle's flame. Edward stood before her, his form translucent, the room's chill wrapping around him as if to keep him tethered to the living. "Eliza," he breathed, his voice a haunting melody, the sound of sorrow incarnate. "I've missed you." Her heart shattered and mended in an instant. She reached out, fingers trembling, longing to grasp the spectre, to draw him back into her world. "You're here. You're really here." But in the depths of her heart, doubt blossomed, a dark flower of dread. Was this a reunion, or a cruel deception? "You shouldn't be here," Jonathan's voice cracked, trembling with fear. The shadows swirled around him, dark tendrils creeping, seeking to ensnare his spirit. "This isn't right. Jonathan, don't." Eliza turned, her voice a plea, a desperate attempt to bridge the widening chasm between them. But as she faced Edward once more, the joy began to curdle. There was something in his gaze, a flicker of sadness, an acknowledgement of the truth that lay heavy between them. "I can't stay," he whispered, the words laced with an unfathomable ache. "You must let me go, Eliza. You must remember me, but you cannot hold on to the past. Not like this. No." She lunged forward, reaching into the space where he stood, grasping at the air thick with the scent of nostalgia. "I won't lose you again." But as her fingers brushed against the coolness of his form, he began to dissolve, slipping through her grasp like smoke. "You must live, Eliza," he said, the light of his essence dimming. "Find the joy again, for both of us." Tears streamed down her face, a torrent of grief and love, a tempest of longing that threatened to swallow her whole. "Edward," she cried, but the shadows had reclaimed him, wrapping him in their embrace, erasing the last vestiges of his presence. The darkness closed in, suffocating, and she felt herself collapsing into the abyss, a void of despair. Across the room, Jonathan's eyes met hers, filled with understanding and a silent grief of his own. In that moment, the weight of their shared sorrow hung heavy in the air, a ghost of the past binding them together even as it threatened to tear them apart. "I remember," she whispered, clutching his hand tightly, the warmth grounding her in this moment. "But we must find a way back to the light." And in the shadows, the phantasmagoria shifted, ever present, weaving between past and future, whispering promises of hope even as it fed on their fears. The clock ticked on, a reminder that time was both a friend and a foe, as they stood on the precipice of life and death, forever haunted by the spirits of the dead. The alley was thick with shadows, the kind that wrapped around you like a shroud. It was the witching hour, the moon hung low, a sickly silver disk that cast a ghostly glow over the cobblestones. I stumbled, limbs heavy with dread, heart pounding as if trying to escape my chest. A scream pierced the silence, sharp and cutting, like glass shattering against stone. It was her voice, the voice of my sister, Anna, a sound that sent icy tendrils creeping up my spine. I remember the way she laughed, the way her joy lit up the darkest corners of my world. But now, all that remained was a haunting echo, a melody twisted into something grotesque. "Anna!" I shouted, my voice swallowed by the oppressive darkness. The shadows seemed to pulse, as if alive, whispering secrets that clawed at the back of my mind. And then, out of that void stepped a figure, gliding with an unsettling grace. A psychopomp. I remember the stories told by the firelight, the tales spun with both reverence and fear, of beings who bridged the living and the dead. They were guides, yes, but they were also enforcers of fate, a reminder of the fragility of life. This one had eyes like molten obsidian, swirling with galaxies of sorrow, and a smile that dripped with an unsettling sweetness. "You're too late, dear brother," it murmured, voice like silk sliding over gravel. "Your sister has already begun her journey." My heart sank, it felt as though the weight of the universe crashed down upon me. "No!" I gasped, fighting against the inevitability clawing at my throat. "I can still save her." But the psychopomp's expression morphed into something almost pitying, as if it could see every regret that I had buried deep beneath layers of denial. And then there was Eve. I saw her then, just a few steps back, her face pale as the moonlight, eyes wide with unshed tears. She'd always been the anchor, the one who kept me grounded when the world threatened to swallow me whole. But now, she stood frozen, trapped between her fear and the desperate need to save me from this nightmare. "We have to go, now," she shouted, voice trembling as she clutched the edges of her coat like a lifeline. "We can't face this thing." But the psychopomp, with its otherworldly grace, extended a bony hand, and the air thickened with the scent of decay and forgotten memories. "What is it you fear, child? That your beloved will be taken, or that you'll have to confront the darkness within yourself?" Each word dripped with malice and wisdom, and I felt the chill of their truth seep into my bones. "Stop!" I screamed, the desperation clawing at my throat, a wild animal thrashing against its cage. "You don't know anything about us." But the moment the words left my lips, I knew it was a lie. The psychopomp knew of my guilt, my failures, the moments I had chosen cowardice over courage. It knew Anna was the light in my life, and without her, I was merely a ghost, wandering through my own shadow. "I remember," I whispered, the words spilling forth like water from a cracked dam. "I remember the day I let fear dictate my choices when Anna begged me to stand by her side. I remembered how I had turned away, believing the world was safer without the burden of her love. I never should have abandoned you, Anna," I choked, my eyes stinging with tears that felt foreign, like they belonged to someone else. The psychopomp's smile widened, an unsettling grin that revealed something sharp and predatory beneath. "You cannot save what you have already lost, my dear." Its voice dripped with mockery, and I felt the room close in around me, heavy with the weight of my own despair. "Leave her alone." Eve's steely voice broke through the haze, and in that moment, she became a pillar of defiance. "You will not take her. You can't have her." But the psychopomp merely laughed, a sound like crumbling earth beneath a heavy boot. "She is not mine to take. She's already on her path, and the wheels of fate are spinning ever faster. You, too, will find your way, in time." "Stop it!" I screamed, the shout reverberating off the walls like the tolling of a bell, heavy with finality. "Stop playing with our lives. We can still change things." But even as I pleaded, I felt the cold grip of acceptance leaching through my veins. I saw Anna's face, pale and ethereal, slipping further away, a flickering candle in the wind. I remembered the tender moments we shared, the laughter that once filled our home, now replaced by this suffocating silence. "You can't change the past," the psychopomp whispered, drawing closer, its presence like an encroaching storm. "But you can choose how you face your future. Will you cling to the shadows of regret, or will you step into the light of your own truth?" The air crackled with tension, I could feel it, the weight of every decision hanging like a guillotine above our heads. Eve's hand found mine, squeezing tight, grounding me amidst the chaos. The dark creature loomed, daring us to take that step, to confront our fears and face the ghosts that haunted our hearts. And in that moment, I realized the truth of it all. The psychopomp was not merely a harbinger of death, but a mirror, reflecting the shadows we carried within us. It was a guide, yes, but one that demanded we reckon with our own choices, our own failures. Anna, I whispered into the void, letting the weight of my love, my regrets, my fears spill into the silence. The shadows trembled, and for a fleeting instant, I caught a glimpse of her smile, radiant and full of life. I will find you. E's breath hitched, and I could feel the world shifting, the clock ticking ominously as we stood on the precipice of our own rebirth. In that eerie stillness, we faced the psychopomp together, an unbearable weight pressing down, yet somehow, amidst the darkness, a flicker of hope ignited, a promise that our souls would not be lost. But the path ahead loomed like a chasm, and the only thing certain was the darkness. We stood, trembling yet resolute, hearts pounding, breaths heavy with the weight of the choices yet to come, knowing that the journey was just beginning. The shadows whispered, and in the chaos, we felt the pulse of the universe, timeless and infinite, as we stepped forward into the unknown, haunted yet determined, ready to confront the monsters both outside and within. The air crackled with tension as the clock struck midnight, its echo reverberating through the desolate corridor. There was only silence now, an eerie sort of stillness that wrapped around me like a suffocating shroud. Each heartbeat felt like a drum in a funeral procession, counting down to something inevitable, something dark. I stood there, trembling, caught between the murky shadows and the flickering light, feeling the weight of unseen eyes boring into my soul. I remember the first time I saw them, the Guardians. Figures like shadows, flickering in the corner of your vision, just out of reach. They were supposed to be protectors of the afterlife, but in that moment, as the air thickened with dread, they felt more like hunters. I could feel their presence thrumming in the silence, a reminder that death was not an end but a grim negotiation. And there was Ava. She was my sister, but in this realm of uncertainty, she had become something else. She stood there, her gaze locked on the swirling darkness, a mixture of defiance and fear battling in her eyes. She had always been the brave one. "They can't take me," she whispered fiercely, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. I wanted to believe her, but doubt gnawed at me, insidious and unrelenting. I remember the stories. I remember the whispers in the dark, how the Guardians had evolved. They were once ethereal beings, clad in glowing robes, guiding souls with kindness. Now, they lurked behind the veil of reality, twisted by time and sorrow. They were no longer couriers of peace but silhouettes of despair. I glanced at Ava, and in her fierce eyes, I saw a flicker of the sister I knew, yet it felt distant, as if I were looking through a fogged window. "Stay close," I urged, the fear clutching at my throat, forming a tight coil. "We can't let them take you." She nodded, but there was a defiance in her posture, a spark of rebellion. I loved that about her. Ava was a fighter, always had been, even when the world tried to break her. The shadows shifted, coiling around us, whispering secrets I couldn't comprehend. They called to her, seductive and cruel. "This way," they hissed, their voices like 1,000 whispers layered upon one another. I could feel the pull of the void, the way it beckoned with promises of release, of nothingness, and I knew what they wanted. They wanted her. "Don't listen!" I shouted, my heart pounding with desperation. "They lie! They'll twist your soul!" But Ava stood rooted, transfixed by the promises that danced just beyond her reach. I felt as though I were losing her to the darkness, an abyss that threatened to swallow everything in its path. "Let go of me," she cried, yanking her hand away from mine. The force of it sent a jolt through me, like a live wire snapping. Every instinct screamed for me to pull her back, to drag her away from the gaping maw of despair. But she was already slipping. I saw it in the way her shoulders sagged, in the way the light seemed to dim in her eyes. I staggered forward, grasping at memories, at the laughter we shared, the silly pranks, the whispered secrets in the dead of night. I felt like I was pulling her back through quicksand, each second stretching into eternity. "Remember the summer by the lake?" I implored, my voice raw with emotion. "The way the sun danced on the water? Remember how we raced to see who could skip a stone the farthest? The shadows flickered, hesitating as if my words struck a chord. Her brow furrowed slightly, a crack forming in the fortress built around her heart. But the guardians shifted closer, their presence heavy like a shroud. They whispered promises of forgotten dreams, of pain erased. I could see the allure in Ava's eyes, the temptation to shed this world like a worn coat, to step lightly into a dreamless void. Please, I breathed, fighting against the weight of despair. This world is messy, but it's ours. I'm here with you. I need you. We need each other. She hesitated, and for a moment, just a fleeting moment, I saw the flicker of hope ignite. I remember, she whispered, but the shadows were relentless, their claws scraping at her resolve. They danced around her, seductive forces that promised her freedom from everything this life had thrown at her: pain, disappointment, loneliness. I stepped closer, the air thickening with the weight of our memories, the shadows lurking at the edges of my vision. Ava, look at me, I pleaded. We're not done yet. We haven't fought our battles. Don't let them win. The guardians hissed in frustration, their patience fraying like old string. Time was slipping away, and with it, the chance to pull her back. I could feel the pulse of urgency thrumming in my veins, drowning out the whispers of despair. This was about more than life or death, it was about connection, about the strength that comes from shared scars and laughter echoing through the darkness. And in that moment, as the shadows loomed larger, I realized that the guardians weren't just enemies lurking in the corners. They were reflections of our fears, our unresolved conflicts. I felt the weight of my own battles rising within me, and for a heartbeat, I understood. They were the embodiment of everything we battled against: loss, regret, and the haunting specters of our pasts. Fight with me, Ava! I cried, my voice cracking. Let's take them on together. Her eyes met mine, and in that gaze, I saw the flicker of the sister who had once stood beside me, unyielding and fierce. Together, she echoed, her voice stronger now, more determined. Together! The shadows recoiled, a moment of hesitation that felt like a gasp in a silent room. They didn't want us united. They thrived on isolation, on despair. And as Ava stepped forward, her presence rekindling the fire within me, I knew that this battle was only just beginning. In the swirling chaos, we found strength in our connection, and for the first time, the Guardians seemed less like hunters and more like shadows of our own making, shadows that could be fought, that could be conquered. The night felt alive with energy, the air thick with hope, and we braced ourselves for the confrontation that loomed ahead. Together, we faced the darkness. Together, we would reclaim our story. And as we stood side by side, the echoes of our shared memories pulsing like a heartbeat, I knew, deep down, that we were far from finished. The shadows might linger, but they were merely the harbingers of something greater, the promise of renewed life, of love unbreakable in the face of everything. And so the battle began, a dance between light and dark, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the undying bond of sisterhood, a bond that even the coldest of afterlife guardians could not sever. The clock ticked in the heavy silence, each chime resonating with a haunting finality. I stood there, heart racing, sweat pooling beneath my collar, staring at the photograph on the wall, a faded image of my mother, smiling, oblivious to the darkness that loomed ahead. She had died last summer, her laughter echoing in my mind like a distant melody, a ghost that refused to fade. The world kept spinning, but I felt anchored in a moment of unbearable stillness, haunted by memories of her touch, her warmth. I remember the lingering scent of her perfume, a soft embrace, the way her eyes sparkled with unyielding love. Yet now, all that remained was silence, a relentless reminder of her absence. "Are you ready?" Janine's voice cut through, sharp and tense, a knife in my chest. She stood beside me, eyes wide, fear clawing at the edges of her usually composed demeanor. We both knew what lay before us, a confrontation that felt inevitable, a reckoning with the entity that had taken my mother from me. I glanced at her, searching for comfort in the familiar lines of her face, the way she always wore her heart on her sleeve, raw and exposed. "I don't think I can do this," I murmured, my voice trembling, barely above a whisper. The shadows in the dimly lit room flickered ominously, as if waiting for our next move, for the moment when fear would clash violently with desperation. "You have to," she replied, her tone firm yet soft, grounding me. Janine always had that effect. She was a lighthouse in the storm, even if her own ship was barely afloat. I remembered what she said the night we made our pact, the promise that bound us together like the roots of ancient trees entwined beneath the earth. "This isn't just about your mother. It's about redemption. About facing the darkness together." Together. The word echoed in my mind, heavy with implications. I remember my father's frail body, his hands shaking, the way he clutched at his heart before he succumbed to the silence. The guardians, they called themselves, those who traversed the boundary between life and death. They were supposed to guide lost souls, but what of the ones they failed? What of those who were left behind to grapple with grief? The wind howled outside, clawing at the edges of the night, a violent reminder that the world continued to move, even when my heart felt trapped in a moment of despair. The shadows danced on the walls, swirling like restless spirits, mocking me. I closed my eyes, inhaling deeply, letting the fear seep into my bones. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. They were out there, the guardians, waiting to make their presence known. "Do you remember the story?" Janine asked, breaking the silence again. "The old tale about the guardians? How they were once just like us." I did. The stories we grew up with, the legends of those who walked between worlds, tasked with shepherding souls into the afterlife. They were a blend of light and darkness, beauty and terror, and here we were, mere mortals trying to confront the unknown. "They say the guardians carry the weight of every soul they've touched," I replied, my voice trembling. "What if they don't want to let go? What if they want to take us with them?" she whispered, her eyes glinting with a mix of fear and fervor. The clock chimed again, and with each echo, my resolve wavered. Then I heard it, a soft whisper, barely audible, floating through the air like a forgotten memory. "Help me," it was my mother's voice, fragile and distant, a thread pulling me toward the darkness that lay before us. "I'm here," I called out into the void, desperation pouring from my lips. "I won't leave you." Janine stepped forward, her hand tightly gripping my arm, grounding me once more. "We need to move," she urged, her voice urgent, but her gaze flickered to the shadows, uncertainty mingling with determination. "They won't wait forever." And just like that, we plunged into the darkness. Each step felt like wading through thick fog, our breaths shallow, hearts pounding as the walls seemed to close in around us. The air thickened, growing heavier with each passing moment, a palpable weight that pressed against our chests. I thought of Janine's family, the loss she bore so lightly, the scars she carried as if they were badges of honor. She had always been the brave one, the voice of reason, while I was the one who had crumbled under loss. "Remember the old church," she said suddenly, her voice breaking through my spiraling thoughts. "The one where they used to say the guardians held court." I nodded. Images flooded my mind, the crumbling stone, the way the light filtered through stained glass, casting eerie patterns on the ground. It should have been sacred, but it felt more like a graveyard, a waiting room for souls caught in limbo. "That's where we'll find them," I said, my heartbeat sinking with the urgency in her voice. Darkness enveloped us, yet the shadows whispered secrets, each echo a reminder of the lives lost and the memories entwined. Time stretched, a cruel trick played by the cosmos, and I found myself slipping further into an abyss. What if we can't bring them back? Janine's voice wavered as we reached the threshold of the old church. "Then we let them go," I replied, each word like a knife, cutting deeper into my own heart. "We owe them that much." Together, we crossed into a world where memories intertwined with the fabric of reality, where shadows danced with time. The air crackled with electric energy, a promise of confrontation, of freedom, or perhaps entrapment. And there, in that sacred space, as the shadows converged around us, I felt the weight of every moment, every heartbeat, every loss. The guardians were near, hovering on the edge of existence, their presence a chilling reminder of the legacy we all carried, the burden of those who had come before us, and the ghosts of unfulfilled promises that would haunt us forever. In that moment, I knew the truth. The guardians were not just protectors of the afterlife, they were the embodiment of our grief, our longing, and our quest for closure. As I opened my mouth to call out to the darkness, the air thick with dread and hope, the shadows gathered closer, shadows that would either guide us or consume us whole. I took a deep breath, the air electric with possibility, and stepped forward into the unknown.